Merv. Verlag. Accelerate. Editors Robin. Armen. Introduction. Robin MacKay. Armen Avanessian. 1858. The science which compels the inanimate limbs of the machinery, by their construction, to act purposefully, as an automaton, does not exist in the worker's consciousness, but rather acts upon him, through the machine as an alien power. Karl Marx. 1970. Just as the merging of the divided sexual, racial, and economic classes is a precondition for sexual, racial, or economic revolution, respectively, so the merging of the aesthetic with the technological culture is the precondition of a cultural revolution. Shulamith Firestone. 1994. Catastrophe is the past coming apart. Anastrophe is the future coming together. Seen from within history, divergence is reaching critical proportions. From the matrix, crisis is a convergence mission. Interpreted by mankind. Sadie Plantnik Land. 2013. The most important division in today's left is between those that hold to a folk politics of localism, direct action, and relentless horizontalism, and those that outline what must become called an accelerationist politics at ease with the modernity of abstraction, complexity, globality, and technology. Alex Williams Nixernisek. Accelerationism is a political heresy, the insistence that the only radical political response to capitalism is not to protest, disrupt, or critique, nor to await its demise at the hands of its own contradictions, but to accelerate its uprooting, alienating, decoding, abstractive tendencies. The term was introduced into political theory to designate a certain nihilistic alignment of philosophical thought with the excesses of capitalist culture, or anti-culture, embodied in writings that sought an immanence with this process of alienation. The uneasy status of this impulse, between subversion and acquiescence, between realist analysis and poetic exacerbation, has made accelerationism a fiercely contested theoretical stance. At the basis of all accelerationist thought lies the assertion that the crimes, contradictions, and absurdities of capitalism have to be countered with a politically and theoretically progressive attitude towards its constituent elements. Accelerationism seeks to side with the emancipatory dynamic that broke the chains of feudalism and ushered in the constantly ramifying range of practical possibilities characteristic of modernity. The focus of much accelerationist thinking is the examination of the supposedly intrinsic link between these transformative forces and the axiomatics of exchange value and capital accumulation that format contemporary planetary society. This stance apparently courts two major risks: on the one hand, a cynical resignation to a politique du pire, a politics that must hope for the worst and can think the future only as apocalypse and tabula rasa; on the other, the replacement of the insistence that capitalism will die of its internal contradictions with the championing of the market whose supposed radicalism is indistinguishable from the passive acquiescence into which political power has devolved. Such convenient extremist caricatures, however, obstruct the consideration of a diverse set of ideas united in the claim that a truly progressive political thought, a thought that is not beholden to inherited authority, ideology, or institutions, is possible only by way of a future-oriented and realist philosophy, and that only a politics constructed on this basis can open up new perspectives on the human project, and on social and political adventures yet to come. This assumption that we are at the beginning of a political project, rather than at the bleak terminus of history, seems crucial today in order to avoid endemic social depression and lowering of expectations in the face of global cultural homogenization, climate change, and ongoing financial crisis. Confronting such developments, and the indifference of markets to their human consequences, even the keenest liberals are hard-pressed to argue that capitalism remains the vehicle and sine qua non of modernity and progress, and yet the political response to this situation often seems to face backwards rather than forwards. Despair seems to be the dominant sentiment of the contemporary left, whose crisis perversely mimics its foe, consoling itself either with the minor pleasures of shrill denunciation, mediatized protest, and ludic disruptions, or with the scarcely credible notion that maintaining a grim critical vigilance on the total subsumption of human life under capital, from the safe house of theory, or from within contemporary art's self-congratulatory fog of indeterminacy, constitutes resistance. Hegemonic neoliberalism claims there is no alternative, and established left political thinking, careful to desist from Enlightenment grand narratives, wary of any truck with a technological infrastructure tainted by capital, and allergic to an entire civilizational heritage that it lumps together and discards as instrumental thinking, patently fails to offer the alternative it insists must be possible, except in the form of counterfactual histories and altulical interventions into a decentered, globally integrated system that is at best indifferent to them. The general reasoning is that if modernity equals progress equals capitalism equals acceleration, then the only possible resistance amounts to deceleration, whether through a fantasy of collective organic self-sufficiency, or a solo retreat into miserablism and sagacious warnings against the treacherous counterfinalities of rational thought. Needless to say, a well-todo liberal left, convinced that technology equates to instrumental mastery and that capitalist economics amounts to a heap of numbers, in most cases leaves concrete technological news and economic arguments to its adversary, something it shares with its more radical but equally technologically illiterate academic counterparts, who confront capitalism with theoretical constructs so completely at odds with its concrete workings that the most they can offer is a faith in miraculous events to come, scarcely more effectual than organic folk politics. In some quarters, a Heideggerian Ge/Essenheit or letting be is called for, suggesting that the best we can hope for is to desist entirely from destructive development and attempts to subdue or control nature, an option that, needless to say, is also the prerogative of an individualist privileged spectator who is the subjective product of global capital. From critical social democrats to revolutionary Maoists, from Occupy Mike checks to post-Frankfurt School mutterings, the ideological slogan goes, there must be an outside. And yet, given the real subsumption of life under capitalist relations, what is missing? Precluded by reactionary obsessions with purity, humility, and sentimental attachment to the personally gratifying rituals of critique and protest and their brittle and fleeting forms of collectivity. Precisely any pragmatic criteria for the identification and selection of elements of the system that might be effective in a concrete transition to another life beyond the iniquities and impediments of capital. It is in the context of such a predicament that accelerationism has recently emerged again as a leftist option. Since the 2013 publication of Alex Williams and Nick Cernussek's #Accelerate, Manifesto for an Accelerationist Politics Map, the term has been adopted to name a convergent group of new theoretical enterprises that aim to conceptualize the future outside of traditional critiques and regressive, decelerative or restorative solutions. In the wake of the new philosophical realisms of recent years, they do so through a recusal of the rhetoric of human finitude in favor of a renewed Prometheanism and rationalism, an affirmation that the increasing immanence of the social and technical is irreversible and indeed desirable, and a commitment to developing new understandings of the complexity this brings to contemporary politics. This new movement has already given rise to lively international debate, but is also the object of many misunderstandings and rancorous antagonism on the part of those entrenched positions whose dogmatic slumbers it disturbs. Through a reconstruction of the historical trajectory of accelerationism, this book aims to set out its core problematics, to explore its historical and conceptual genealogy, and to exhibit the gamut of possibilities it presents, so as to assess the potentials of accelerationism as both philosophical configuration and political proposition. But what does it mean to present the history of a philosophical tendency that exists only in the form of isolated eruptions which each time sink without trace under a sea of unanimous censure and or dismissive scorn? Like the broken, explosive, volcanic line of thinkers Gilles Deleuze sought to activate, the scattered episodes of accelerationism exhibit only incomplete continuities which have until now been rendered indiscernible by their heterogeneous influences and by long intervening silences. At the time of writing we find a contemporary accelerationism in the process of mapping out a common terrain of problems. But it describes diverse trajectories through this landscape. These paths adjust and reorient themselves daily in a dialogue structured by the very socio-technologies they thematize, the strategic adoption of the tag #accelerate having provided a global address through which to track their progress and the new orientations they suggest. If a printed book, and even more so one of this length, inevitably seems to constitute a deceleration in relation to such a burgeoning field, it should be noted that this reflective moment is entirely in keeping with much recent accelerationist thought. The explicit adoption of an initially rather pejoratively used term one indicates a certain defiance towards anticipated attacks. But it also indicates that a revisionary process is underway and of refining, selecting, modifying, and consolidating earlier tendencies, rebooting accelerationism as an evolving theoretical program, but simultaneously reclaiming it as an untimely provocation, an irritant that returns implacably from the future to bedevil the official sanctioned discourse of institutional politics and political theory. This book therefore aims to participate in the writing of a philosophical counter-history, the construction of a genealogy of accelerationism. Not the only possible Oneother texts could have been included, other stories will be told, at the same time producing accelerationism itself as a fictional or hyperstitional anticipation of intelligence to come. This revisionary montage proceeds in 4 phases, first setting out 3 sets of historical texts to be appropriated and re-energized by the undecided future of accelerationism following the appearance of the map, and subsequently bringing together a sequence of contemporary accelerationist texts galvanized by the manifesto's call. The first section features late 19th and early 20th century thinkers who, confronted with the rapid emergence of an INTE-graded globalist industrial complex and the usurpation of inherited value systems by exchange value, attempted to understand the precise nature of the relation between technical edifice and economic system, and speculated as to their potential future consequences for human society and culture. Karl Marx is represented in perhaps his most openly accelerationist writing, the Grundrissfragment on Machines. Here Marx documents the momentous shift between the worker's use of tools as prosthetic organs to amplify and augment human cognitive and physical abilities, labor power, and machine production properly speaking, dating the latter to the emergence of an integrated automatic system of machines wherein knowledge and control of nature leveraged as industrial process supplant direct means of labor. Within this system, the worker increasingly becomes a prosthesis, rather than the worker animating the machine animates the worker, making him a part of its mighty organism, a conscious organ subject to its virtuosity or alien power. Individuals are incorporated into a new, machinic culture, taking on habits and patterns of thought appropriate to its world, and are irreversibly resubjectivized as social beings. In Eruhan's Book of the Machines, Samuel Butler develops Marx's extrapolations of the machine system into a full-scale machinic delirium, extending an intrinsic science-fictional aspect of his theoretical project which also entails a speculative anthropology. If technology is bound up with the capitalist decanting of primitive and feudal man into a new mode of social being, then a speculation on what machines will become is also a speculation on what the human is and might be. In line with the integration that at once fascinates Marx and yet which he must denounce as a fantasy of capital, Butler's vision, a pan-machinism that will later be inspirational for Deleuze and Guattari, refuses any special natural or originary privilege to human labor. Seen from the future, might the human prove nothing but a pollinator of a machine civilization to come? Refusing such machinic fatalism, Nikolai Fedorov's utopian vision reserves within a cosmist vision of expansion a Promethean role for man, whose scientific prowess he sees as capable of introducing purposefulness into an otherwise indifferent and hostile nature. Fedorov exhorts mankind to have the audacity to collectively invest in the unlimited and unknown possibilities this mastery of nature affords him, to abandon the modesty of earthly concerns, to defy mortality and transcend the parochial planetary habitat. It is only by reaching beyond their given habitat, according to Fedorov, that humans can fulfill their collective destiny, rallying to a common task. Thorstein Veblen, famously the author of Theory of the Leisure Class, takes up the question of the insurrectionary nature of scientific and technical change as part of his evolutionary analysis of developments in modern capitalism, the emergence of monopolies and trusts. For Veblen, it is not the proletariat but the technical class, the scientists and engineers, who ultimately promise to be the locus of revolutionary agency. He sees the tendencies of the machine system as being at odds with the ethos of business enterprise, which, ultimately, is just one more institutional archaism to be sloughed off in the course of its development. Significant also is Veblen's refusal to conceive culture narrowly in an ameliorative role, offering compensation for the social problems triggered by the reshaping of individuals and social relations in accordance with the automatism and standardization of the machine system. Instead, he insists that this process be understood as a radical transformation of human culture, and one that will outlive its occasional Causian assumptions shared by Fedorov in his vision of a multi-unity allied in the common task and armed with the confidence in the capacity of science and engineering to reshape the human life world. All of the core themes of accelerationism appear in germ in the projects of these writers, along with the variety of forms descriptive, prescriptive, utopian, fictional, theoretical, scientific, realist, in which they will later be developed. The speculative extrapolation of the machine process, the affirmation that this process is inextricably social, technical, and epistemic, the questioning of its relation to capitalism, the indifferent form of exchange value and its corrosion of all previous social formations arid subjective habits, and its effect upon culture and the new possibilities it opens up for the human conceived not as an eternal given, fated to suffer the vicissitudes of nature, but as a historical being whose relation to nature, including its own, increasingly mediated through technical means, is mutable and in motion. Ferment. The second section belongs predominantly to a moment in modern French philosophy that sought to integrate a theoretical analysis of political economy with an understanding of the social construction of human desire. Galvanized by the still uncomprehended events of May 68 and driven to a wholesale rejection of the stagnant cataracts of orthodox party politics, these thinkers of the Marx-Freud synthesis suggest that emancipation from capitalism be sought not through the dialectic, but by way of the polymorphous perversion set free by the capitalist machine itself. In the works of Deleuze and Guattari, Lyotard, and Lipovitsky, the indifference of the value form, the machine composition of labor, and their merciless reformatting of all previous social relations is seen as the engine for the creation of a new fluid social body. The imminence with universal schizophrenia toward which capital draws social relations that promises emancipation here, rather than the party politics that, no doubt, paled by comparison with the oniric escapades of 68. It is at this point that the credo of accelerationism is for the first time openly formulated most explicitly by Jill Lipovitsky. Our evolutionary actions are not those which aim to overthrow the system of capital, which has never ceased to be revolutionary, but those which complete its rhythm in all its radically, that is to say, actions which accelerate the metamorphic process of bodies. In Decline of Humanity, Jacques Camus extends the reflections of Marx and Veblen on the autonomization of capital, arguing that, in testing to the limit certain ambivalent analyses in Marx's thought, it reveals shortcomings in his thinking of capital. Marx claims that capital blocks its own self-realization process, the way in which its revolutionary unconditional development of production promises eventually to subvert capitalist relations of production. Capital is thus at once a revolutionary force, as evidenced by its destruction of all previous social formations, and a barrier, a limited form or mere transitional moment on the way to this force's ultimate triumph in another mode of social relation. According to Camus, Marx here underestimates the extent to which, particularly through the runaway acceleration of the secondary productive forces of the autonomic form of machine capital, the revolutionary role of the proletariat is taken over by capitalism itself. Manifestly it leads to no crisis of contradiction, rather than the productive forces of humans having been developed by capital to the point that they exceed its relations of production. Productive forces, including human labor power, now exist only for capital and not for humans. Thus Kamat suggests we can read Marx not as a prophet of the decline of capital but instead as a Cassandra auguring the decadence of the human. Capital can and has become truly independent of human will, and any opportunity for an intervention that would develop its newly reformatted socio-technological beings into communist subjects is definitively lost. Along similar lines to contemporaries such as Althusser and Coletti, Kamat concludes, no contradiction, therefore no dialectic. On this we agree, the human being is dead, more exactly, the human being has been transformed by capital into a passive machine part. No longer possessed of any irreducible element that would allow it to revolt against capital. For Kamat the only response to this consummate integration of humans is absolute revolt. The entire historical product of capitalism is to be condemned. Indeed, we must reject production itself as a basis for the analysis of social relations. Revolutionary thought for Kamat, therefore, urges a refusal of Marx's valorization of productivism, and counsels absolute retreat. We can only leave this world. Kamat's work was thus a strong influence on anarcho-primitivist trends in political thought. To anything but an accelerationist, then, Kamat nevertheless sets the scene for accelerationism by describing this extreme predicament: faced with real subsumption, is there any alternative to pointless piecemeal reformism apart from total secession? Can the relation between revolutionary force, human agency, and capitalism be thought differently? Where does alienation end and domestication begin? Is growth in productive force necessarily convertible into a socialized wealth? Kamat's trenchant pessimism outlines accelerationism in negative. He commits himself to a belief that subsumption into the community of capital is a definitive endpoint in capital's transformation of the human. Still in search of a revolutionary thought, however, and despite his own analysis, he also commits himself to a faith in some underlying human essence that may yet resist, and that may be realized in an elsewhere of capital position underlying many radical political alternatives imagined today. In contrast, accelerationism, making a different analysis of the ambivalent forces at work in capital, will insist on the continuing dynamism and transformation of the human wrought by the unleashing of productive forces, arguing that it is possible to align with their revolutionary force but against domestication, and indeed that the only way out is to plunge further in. Gilles Deleuze Félix Guattari's Anti-Oedipus developed precisely the ambivalences noted by Kamat, modeling capitalism as a movement at once revolutionary, decoding and deterritorializing, gone constantly reterritorializing and indifferently reinstalling old codes as neo-archaic simulations of culture to contain the fluxes it releases. Foot is within this dynamic that a genuine accelerationist strategy explicitly emerges, in order to reformulate the question that haunts every left political discourse, namely whether there is a revolutionary path at all. It is not by chance that probably the most famous accelerationist passage in Deleuze and Guattari's work, included in the extract from Anti-Oedipus here, plays out against the backdrop of the dichotomy between a folk political approach, in this case Samir Amin's third-worldist separatism, and the exact opposite direction, to go still further, that is, in the movement of the market, of decoding and deterritorialization? For perhaps the flows are not yet deterritorialized enough, not decoded enough, from the viewpoint of a theory and a practice of a highly schizophrenic character. Not to withdraw from the process, but to go further, to accelerate the process. Famously, Deleuze and Guattari, at least in 1972, opt for the latter. Rather than contradictions precipitating collapse, on the contrary, ongoing crises remain an imminent source of capitalist productivity, and this also implies the production of ever new axioms capable of digesting any arising contradictions. For Deleuze and Guattari, there is no necessary conclusion to these processes, indeed the absence of any limit is their primary assumption, and yet they suggest that, as the capitalist socius draws into an ever closer immanence with universal schizophrenia, further deterritorializing, lines of flight are a real prospect. In his writings from the early 70s, Jean Fram, OIS Lyotard amplifies Deleuze and Guattari's heresies, at the same time as he joins Anti-Oedipus's struggle against reflective deceleration in theoretical writing and critique. In a series of extraordinary texts, the claim of the immanence of the political and libidinal is enacted within writing itself. In Libidinal Economy, Lyotard uncovers a set of repressed themes in Marx, with the latter's over itself seen as a libidinal dispositif split between an enjoyment of the extrapolation and imaginary acceleration of capitalism's liquefying tendencies, and the ever-deferred will to prosecute it for its iniquities, embodied in the dramatis personae of little girl Marx and old bearded prosecutor Marx. Lyotard strikingly reads Anti-Oedipus not primarily as a polemical antipsychoanalytical tract, but as a stealth weapon that subverts and transforms Marxism through the tacit retirement of those parts of its critical apparatus that merely nourish ressentiment and the petty power structures of party politics. He denounces the Marxist sad position of remonstrating and harping at the system to pay back what it owes to the proletariat, while simultaneously decrying the dislocations brought about by capitalism's liberation of generalist cynicism, the freedom from internalist guilt, the throwing off of inherited mores and obligations as illusory and alienated. From the viewpoint of a schizoanalytics informed by the decoding processes of capital, there are only perversions. Libidinal bodies and their liquid investments, and no natural position. Yet critique invests its energies in striving to produce the existence of an alienated proletariat as a wrong, a contradiction upon which it can exercise its moral authority. Instead, Lyotard, from the point of view of an immanence of technical, social, and libidinal bodies, asks, how can living labor be dismembered, how can the body be fragmented by capitalism's exchangeable value form, if bodies are already fragments and if the will to unity is just one perversion among others? Thus he proposes an energetics that not only voluntarily risks anarchic irrationalism, but issues in a scandalous advocacy of the industrial proletariat's enjoyment of their machinic dissection at the hands of capital. Lyotard dares us to admit it, the deracinating affect of capitalism, also, is a source of jouissance, a mobilization of desire. Saluting Anti-Oedipus as one of the most intense products of the new libidinal configuration that is beginning to gel inside capitalism, Lyotard summons a new dispositif that is like a virus thriving in the stomach of capital. In the restless yet indirect youth movements of the late 60s and early 70s, another figure is rising which will not be stifled by any pedantic theoretical critique. As Deleuze and Guattari assert, nothing ever died of contradictions, and the only thing that will kill capitalism is its own excess and the unserviceability loosed by it, an excess of wandering desire over the regulating mechanisms of anti-production. Eschewing critique, then, here writing forms a pact with the demon energy liberated by capital that liquidates all inheritance and solidity, staking everything on the unknown future it is unlocking. Few can read Lyotard's deliberately scandalous celebration of the prostitution of the proletariat without discomfort. Yet it succeeds in uncovering the deepest stakes of unstated Marxist dogma as to the human and labor power, if there never was any human, any primary economic productivity, but only libidinal bodies along with their investments, their fetishes. Where does theory find the moral leverage to claim to save the worker from the machines, the proletariat from Capitali, or to exhort them to save themselves? In Power of Repetition, Jill Lipovitsky gives a broad exposition of the ungrounded metaphysics of desire underpinning libidinal economy's analyses, a metaphysics Lyotard simultaneously disclaims as just another fiction or libidinal device. In laying out very clearly a dichotomy between the powers of repetition and reinstatement of identity, and the errant metamorphic tendencies of capital, Lipovitsky makes a crucial distinction. Although capitalism may appear to depend upon powers of anti-production which police it and ensure the minimal stability necessary for the extraction of profit, in fact these guard dogs are obstacles to the core tendency of capital qua precipitate experimentation in the recombination of bodies, and this latter tendency is the side that must be taken by emancipatory discourse and practice. Resisting the Marxist reflex to critique capitalist power, Lipovitsky states that there is no such thing, but only and always a multiplicity of powers, which in fact restrain capital's advance. He thus repeats Lyotard's call for chaos and permanent revolution. There is no way to prevent new alien recombinations settling back into new forms of power. We must match and exceed capital's inhuman speeds, keep moving in a permanent and accelerated metamorphic errancy. Lipovitsky also draws further attention to one of the important departures from Marx that Lyotard had expanded upon, for Deleuze and Guattari, more basic to an analysis of capitalism than human labor power is the way in which capitalism mobilizes time itself through the function of credit. As Marx himself declares in Grundriss, economy of time. To this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Lipovitsky confirms that the supposed contradictions of capital are a question of configurations of time, and accordingly his accelerationism pits capital's essentially destabilizing temporal looping of the present through the future against all stabilizing reinstantiations of the past. This futural orientation is also at work in Lyotard's attempt at an indistinction between description and prescription, between the theoretical and the exhortatory, something that will be extended in later accelerationisms. As Nick Land will write, there is no real option between a cybernetics of theory and a theory of cybernetics. The subject of theory can no longer affect to stand outside the process it describes, it is integrated as an immanent machine part in an open-ended experimentation that is inextricable from capital's continuous scrambling of its own limits, which operates via the reprocessing of the actual through its virtual futures, dissolving all bulwarks that would preserve the past. In hooking itself up to this haywire time machine, theory seeks to cast off its own inert obstacles. It would indeed be churlish to deny the enduring rhetorical power of these texts, and yet the hopes of their call to permanent revolution are poignant from a contemporary viewpoint, as we can glimpse in the starkness of Lipovitsky's exposition. Beneath the desperate joy with which they dance upon the ruins of politics and critique, there is a certain Kamaitian note of despair, acceleration for lack of anything better, as Lipovitsky says, and an unwitting anticipation of the integral part. That the spirit of permanent creative festivity would come to play in the neoconservative landscape of late 20th century consumer capitalism. Those writers included in the anticipations section had emphasized in their analyses that the incursion of the value form and of machine production are not a merely economic question, but one of the transformation of human culture and indeed of what it means to be human. As can clearly be seen in the mercurial topicality of Lyotard's energumen capitalism, under different cultural and socio-technological conditions, the same goes for the texts of this second phase of accelerationism. The position is set out in exemplary fashion by radical feminist activist and theoretician Shulamith Firestone. Beyond Fedorov's arguably short-sighted dismissal of the aesthetic response to the world as a squandering of energy that could be directed into the technological achievement of real transcendence, Firestone insists that the separation of these two modes of realizing the conceivable in the possible is an artifact of the same constraints as class barriers and sex dualism. She envisages an anti-cultural revolution that would fuse them, arguing that the body of scientific discovery, the new productive modes, must finally outgrow the empirical, capitalistic, mode of using them. In Firestone's call for this cultural revolution, the question is no longer, as in Fedorov, that of replacing imaginary transcendence with a practical project of transcendence, but of erasing the separation between imaginary vision and practical action. If we take Firestone's definition of culture as the attempt by man to realize the conceivable in the possible, then we can see at once that, as Veblen had indicated, the application of culture as a salve for the corrosive effects of machine culture on the subject merely indicates a split within culture itself, the Promethean potentiality of the human, evidenced in the accumulation of skills for controlling the environment. Technology is hobbled by the obstruction of the dialogue between aesthetic and scientific modes of thinking. With industry, science, and technology subsumed into commerce and exchange value, the question of other, aesthetic values becomes a matter of a compensatory outside of the market, a retreat into private, and marketized, pleasures. Closing this section of the volume, novelist J.G. Ballard echoes Firestone's call for a merging of artistic and technological modes, advocating the role of science fiction not only as the only possible realism in an increasingly artificialized society, but as an ingredient in its acceleration. SF dissolves fear into excited anticipation, implicitly preparing readers for a life radically different from their own. Accepting that the future is a better guide to the present than the past, SF is not involved in the elaboration of the meaning of the present, but instead participates in the construction of the future through its speculative recombination. The only meaning it registers is the as yet uncomprehended significance of the gleam on an automobile instrument panel. Like Firestone, Ballard cheerfully jettisons the genius cult of the individual artist and high culture, instead imagining the future of SF along the lines of an unceremonious integration of fiction into global industry and communications that is already underway. Punctuating the end of this phase of accelerationism, Ballard's world of the gleam of refrigerator cabinets, the conjunction of musculature and chromium artifact is echoed in the cut-up text Desi Revolution, where Lyotard refuses to cede the dream work of 68 to institutional politics and party shysters, countering its inevitable recuperation through an acceleration of the cut-up reality of the spectacle, an accelerated collage of fragments of alienation launching one last salvo against political and aesthetic representation. And the demonic alliance with capital's deterritorializing forces and the formal ferment it provoked in writing was pursued yet further by a small group of thinkers in the UK. Following Lyotard's lead, the authors of this third section attempt not simply to diagnose, but to propagate and accelerate the destitution of the human subject and its integration into the artificial mechanosphere. It is immediately apparent from the opening of Nick Land's circuitries that a darkness has descended over the festive atmosphere of desiring production envisaged by the likes of Deleuze and Guattari, Lyotard, and Lipovitsky. At the dawn of the emergence of the global digital technology network, these thinkers, rediscovering and reinterpreting the work of the latter, develop it into an anti-humanist anastrophism. Their texts relish its most violent and dark implications, and espouse radical alienation as the only escape from a human inheritance that amounts to imprisonment in a biodespotic security compound to which only capital has the access code. From this point of view, it seems that the terminal stages of libidinal economics, as affirmation, mistook the transfer of all motive force from human subjects to capital as the inauguration of an aleatory drift, an emancipation for the human, while postmodernism can do no more than mourn this miscognition. Accelerationism now gleefully explores what is escaping from human civilization 3, viewing modernity as an anastrophic collapse into the future, as outlined in Sadie Plant and Nick Land's Cyberpositive. The radical shift in tone and thematics, despite conceptual continuities, can be related to the intervening hiatus, what differed from the situation in France 1 or 2 decades earlier. Precisely that, particularly in popular culture in the UK, a certain relish for the inconceivable alienations outputted by the monstrous machine organism built by capital had emerged, along with a manifest disinterest in being saved from it by intellectuals or politicians, Marxist or otherwise. Of particular note here as major factors in the development of this new brand of accelerationism were the collective pharmaco-socio-sensory technological adventure of rave and drugs culture, and the concurrent invasion of the home environment by media technologies, VCRs, video games, computers, and popular investment in dystopian cyberpunk SF, including William Gibson's Neuromancer trilogy and the Terminator, Predator, and Blade Runner movies, which all became key texts for these writers. As Ballard had predicted, SF had become the only medium capable of addressing the disorienting reality of the present. Everything is SF spreading like cancer. Go's cyberculture employed these sonic, filmic, and novelistic efficiencies to turbocharge libidinal economics. Attaching it primarily to the interlocking regimes of commerce and digitization, and then atizing Lyotard's jouissance by valorizing a set of aesthetic affects that locked the human sensorium into a catastrophic desire for its dispersal into machinic delirium. The dystopian strains of Darkside and Jungle intensified alienation by sampling and looping the disturbing invocations of SF movie narratives. Accordingly, the cyberculture authors side not with the human but with the Terminator, the cyborg prosecuting a future war on the battleground of now, traveling back in time to eliminate human resistance to the rise of the machines, with Terminator/L's future hyperfluid commercium figured as a mimetic polyalloy capable of camouflaging itself as any object in order to infiltrate the present, and against the Blade Runner, ally of old bearded prosecutor Marx. Agent of biodespotic defense, charged with preventing the authentic, the human, from irreversible contamination, machinic incest, tasked with securing the retention of the fictitious figure of natural human ity or organic labor. Rediscovering Lipovetsky's repetitious production of interiority and identity on the libidinal surface in the figure of a negative cybernetics dedicated to command and control, cyberculture counters it with a positive cybernetics embodied in the runaway circuits of modernity, in which time itself is looped and the only command is that of the feverishly churning virtual futurity of capital as it disassembles the past and rewrites the present. Against an immunopolitics that insists on continually reinscribing the prophylactic boundary between human and its technological other in a futile attempt to shore up the human security system, it scans the darkest vistas of earlier machinic deliriums, echoing Butler in anticipating the end of the human dominion of terrestrial culture, welcoming the fatal inevitability of a looming non-human intelligence, Terminator's Skynet, Marx's fantastic virtuous soul refigured as a malign global owl. From the future whose fictioning is the only perspective from which contemporary reality makes sense. This jungle war fought between immunopolitics and cyborg insurgency, evacuating the stage of politics, realizes within theory the literal welding of the punk no with the looped-up machinic positivity of the cyber no demands. No hint of strategy. No logic. No hopes. No end. No community. No dialectics. No plans for an alternative state, CCRU, in a deliberate culmination of the most evil tendencies of accelerationism. Beyond a mere description of these processes, this provocation employs theory and fiction interchangeably, according to a remix and sample regime, as devices to construct the future it invokes. Thus the performance assemblages of the Collective Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, CCRU, of which the hypersemically overloaded texts here, text at sample velocity, were only partial components. The final section documents the contemporary convergence toward which the volume as a whole is oriented. While distancing itself from mere technological optimism, contemporary accelerationism retains an antipathy, a disgust even, for retreatist solutions, and an ambitious interest in reshaping and repurposing, rather than refusing, the technologies that are the historical product of capitalism. What is most conspicuously jettisoned from 70s and goes accelerationism is the tendency to reduce theoretical positions to libidinal figures. Gone is the attempt to write with rather than about the contemporary moment, and a call for Enlightenment values and an apparently imperious rationalism make an unexpected appearance. If prima facie at odds with the enthusiastic nihilism of its forerunners, however, today's accelerationisms can be seen as a refinement and rethinking of them through the prism of the decades that span the end of the 20th century and the birth of the 21st. Broadly speaking, today the anarchistic tendencies of French theory are tempered by a concern with the appropriation of socio-technological infrastructure and the design of post-capitalist economic platforms, and the anti-humanism of the cyberculture era is transformed, through its synthesis with the Promethean humanism found in the likes of Marx and Fedorov, into a rationalist inhumanism. Once again this apparent rupture can be understood through consideration of the intervening period, which had seen the wholesale digestion by the capitalist spectacle of the yearning for extra-capitalistic spaces, from creativity to ethical consumerism to political horizontalism, all of which capitalism had cheerfully supplied. In a strange reversal of cyberculture's prognostications, technology and the new modes of monetization now inseparable from it ushered in a banal resocialization process, a reinstalling of the most confining and identitarian neo-archaism of the human operating system. Even as they do the integrative work of Skynet. The very brand names of this ascendant regime iPod, MySpace, Facebook ridicule cyberculture's aspiration to vicariously participate in a dehumanizing adventure. Instead, we, indistinguishably, work for and consume it as a new breed of auto-spectacularized alto human being. At the same time as these social neo-archaism lock in, the depredations of capital pose an existential risk to humanity, while finance capital itself is in crisis, unable to bank on the future yet continuing to colonize it through instruments whose operations far outstrip human cognition. All the while, an apparently irreversible market cannibalization of what is left of the public sector and the absorption of the state into a corporate form continues worldwide, to the troubling absence of any coherent alternative. In short, it is not that the decoding and deterritorialization processes envisioned in the 70s, and the digital subsumption relished in the GOs, did not take place, only that the promise of enjoyment, the rise of an unserviceable youth, new fields of dehumanist experience, more dancing and less piety, were efficiently rerouted back into the very identitarian attractors of repetition without difference they were supposed to disperse and abolish, in sole favor of capital's investment in a stable future for its major beneficiaries. When Mark Fisher, former member of CCRU, returned in 2012 to the questions of accelerationism, outlining the current inconsistency and disarray in left political thought, the notion of a left accelerationism seemed an absurdity. And yet, as Fisher asks, who wants or truly believes in some kind of return to a past that can only be an artifact of the imaginary of capitalism itself? As Plant and Land had asked, to what could we wish to return? The intensification of socio-technological integration has gone hand in hand with a negative theology of an outside of capital, as Fisher remarks. The escapist nostalgia for a pre-capitalist world that mars political protest is also embedded in popular culture's simulations of the past. The accelerationist dystopia of Terminator has been replaced by the primitivist yearnings of Avatar. Fisher therefore states that, insofar as we seek egress from the immiseration of capitalist realism, we are all accelerationists, and yet, he challenges, accelerationism has never happened as a real political force. That is, insofar as we do not fall into a number of downright inconsistent and impossible positions. We must indeed, be all accelerationists, and this heresy must form part of any anti-capitalist strategy. A renewed accelerationism, then, would have to work through the fact that the energumen capital stirred up by Lyotard and co. ultimately delivered what Fisher has famously called capitalist realism. Point 4, and that, if one were to maintain the accelerationist gambit a la cyberculture at this point, it would simply amount to taking up arms for capitalist realism itself, rebuffing the complaint that capitalism did not deliver as sheer miserablism, compared to what? And after all, what is the alternative, and retracting the promises of jouissance and inconceivable alienations as narcissistic demands that have no place in an inhuman process? Isn't it enough that you're working for the Terminator, you want to enjoy it too, a dilemma that opens up a wider debate regarding the relation between aesthetic enjoyment and theoretical purchase in earlier accelerationism. Alex Williams Nixernisex #Accelerate, Manifesto for an Accelerationist Politics can be read as an attempt to honor Fisher's demand for a contemporary left accelerationist position. In provocation of the contemporary left's often endemic technological illiteracy, Cernisek and Williams insist on the necessity of precise cognitive mapping, and thus epistemic acceleration, for any progressive political theory and action today. With full confidence that alternatives are thinkable, they state the obvious, namely that neoliberal capitalism is not just unfair or unjust as a system, but is no longer a guarantor of dynamism or progress. Intended as a first draft of a longer theoretical and political project, MAP found immediate notoriety, being translated into numerous languages within months of appearing online, but was also criticized for not yet offering new solutions beyond focusing on three general demands: firstly for the creation of a new intellectual infrastructure, secondly for far-reaching media reform, and thirdly for the reconstitution of new forms of class power. Following the example of Marx, according to them, a paradigmatic accelerationist thinker Williams and Cernisek attempt to overcome the mistrust of technology on the left in the last decades. And closely affiliated to the rationalist wing of current speculative philosophy, they adopt the topos of folk psychology for their polemic against a folk politics, opposing a politics based on inherited and intuitively ready-to-hand categories with an accelerationist politics that conceives its program on the basis of a modernity of abstraction, complexity, globality, and technology that outstrips such categories. A key element of any left Promethean politics must be a conviction in a transformative potential of technology, including the transformative anthropology it entails, and an eagerness to further accelerate technological evolution. Thus this new accelerationism is largely dependent on maturing our understanding of the current regime of technology and value. Even though Antonio Negri's response is critical of what he calls the technological determinism of the manifesto, he agrees that the most crucial passage of the manifesto concerning the relation between machinic surplus value and social cooperation cannot really be understood independently of the technological dimension implied. Clearly it is not enough to valorize the real human force of labor over the perversions of techno-capital or to attempt to recover it, if the surplus added in production is derived primarily from socially productive cooperation, as Negri says, and if it must be admitted that this cooperation is technically mediated, then the project of reappropriation cannot circumvent the necessity to deal with the specific material and technical qualities that characterize this fixed capital today. With Negri's response, the first of several contributions by Italian authors linked to post-operaismo who address precisely this point, we are dealing with a tradition that is already heretical to official Marxism. Both in theory and in political practice the operaismo, workerism, of the 1960s and 70s was opposed to official party politics and its focus on the state. Operaism's molecular politics, focused on concrete activities in factories, is also the background for recent, post-operaistic, investigations of immaterial labor and biopower. In the present context this tradition contributes towards a greater insight into the nature of technological change, an insight which also owes something to the bitter experience following early optimism with regard to the Internet's liberatory possibilities. This allows a much subtler reading of the relation between technology and acceleration than cyberculture's championing of positive feedback and networks, which in certain ways reiterates the horizontalism of Lyotard's metaphysics of the flat libidinal band. Not only has this horizontalism, as MAP indicates, been an ineffective paradigm for political intervention, it also significantly misrepresents the mode of operation of network technology in general. For the latter's technological and subjectivizing power, as substantially anticipated in Veblen, resides in the progressive and hierarchical locking in of standardized hardware and software protocols, each of which cannot be understood as means to a particular end, but rather present an open set of possibilities. Tiziana Terranova suggests a reappropriation of this logic in the form of a red stack bringing together the types of autonomous electronic currencies that are currently emerging outside the bounds of nation-state or corporate governance, social media technology, and the bio-hypermedia that is thriving in the interference zone between digital and bodily identities. This vision of a digital infrastructure of the common enacts MAP's shift from abstract political theory, this is not a utopia, to an experimental collaboration with design, engineering, and programming so as to activate the latent potential of these technologies in the direction of another socius. In finally grasping the shift from the hegemony of material labor to the hegemony of immaterial labor, Negri, a particular focus is the increased importance of the algorithm as the general machine regime in the information economy, which takes the baton from Marx and Veblen's machine system in continually accumulating, integrating, linking, and synergizing informational fixed capital at every level of collective production, commercial circulation and consumption. As has been widely discussed, the rise of the algorithm runs parallel to the visible absorption into the integrated machine system of human cognitive and affective capacities, which are also now, in Marx's words, set in motion by an automaton or rather a global swarm of abstract automata. The algorithms at work in social media technologies and beyond present an acute test case for reappropriation. Unlike heavy metal machines, algorithms do not themselves embody a value, but rather are valuable insofar as they allow value to be extracted from social interaction. The real fixed capital today, as Negri suggests, is the value produced through intensive technically coordinated cooperation, producing a surplus beyond the sum of its parts, the network externalities which economists agree are the source of value in a connected economy. To reduce of the value of software to its capacity for monetization, as T. E. Ranova suggests, leaves unspoken the enthusiasm and creativity in evidence in open source software movements. Perhaps the latter are better thought of as a collective practice of supererogation, seizing on the wealth of opportunities already produced by capitalism as a historical product, in the form of hardware and software platforms, and which breaks the loop whereby this wealth is reabsorbed into the cycles of exchange value. This invocation of the open source movement is a powerful reminder that there are indeed other motivating value systems that may provide the libidinizing impulse that Fisher calls for in the search for alternative constructions. It also recalls Firestone's call for a cultural revolution in which the distinction between aesthetic imagination and technical construction is effaced. Next, Luciana Parisi turns to computational design to ask what we can learn from the new cutting-edge modes of production that are developing today. Carefully pairing apart the computational processes from their ideological representations, Parisi suggests that these new computational processes do indeed present a significant break from a model of rationality that seeks command and control through the top-down imposition of universal laws, aiming to symbolically condense and circumscribe a system's behavior and organization. And yet computation driven by material organization cannot be regarded as simply entering into a dynamic immanence with the intelligence of matter. Rather, these algorithmic operations have their own logic, and open up an artificial space of functions. A second nature. For Parisi, these developments in design figure the more general movement towards systems whose accelerated and extended search and evaluation capabilities, for example in big data applications, suggest a profound shift within the conception of computation itself. It is often claimed that through such advanced methods accelerated techno-capital invests the entire field of material nature, completely beyond the human field of perception. Such a strict dichotomy, Parisi argues, loses sight of the reality of abstraction in the order of algorithmic reason itself, moving too quickly from the Laplacian universe of mechanism governed by absolute laws to a vitalist universe of emergent materiality. Instead, as Parisi argues, the action of algorithms opens up a space of speculative reason as a Whiteheadian adventure of ideas in which the counteragency of reason is present as a motor for experimentation and the extraction of novelty. Reza Negarestani addresses a related dichotomy to the one Parisi critiques lies behind contemporary political defeatism and inertia, namely, the choice between either equating rationality with a discredite and malign notion of absolute mastery, or abandoning all claim for the special status of human sapience and rationality. In the grip of this dichotomy, any possible platform for political claims is nullified. Rather than an abdication of politics, for Negarestani, accelerationism must be understood precisely as the making possible of politics through a refusal of such a false alternative. In The Labor of the Inhuman, he sets out a precise argument to counter the general trend to identify the overcoming of anthropomorphism and human arrogance with a negation of the special status of the human and the capacities of reason. The predicament of a politics after the death of God and in the face of real subsumption, and the temptation either to destitute subjectivity, leaving the human as a mere cybernetic relay, or to cling to obsolete political prescriptions made on the basis of obsolete folk models of agency, is stripped down by Negarestani to its epistemic and functional kernel. Drawing on the normative functionalism of Wilfrid Sellars and Robert Brandom, he criticizes the anti-humanism of earlier accelerationisms as an overreaction no less nihilistically impotent than a yearning for substantial definitions of the human. In their place, Negarestani proposes an inhumanism that emerges once the question of what it means to be human is correctly posed, in the context of uses and practices. What is specific to the human is its access to the symbolic and socio-technological means to participate in the construction and revision of norms. The task of exploring what we are is therefore an ongoing labor whose iterative loops of concept and action yield non-monotonic outcomes. In this sense, understanding and committing to the human is synonymous with revising and constructing the human. Far from involving a voluntaristic impulse to freedom, this labor entails The navigation of a constraining field of collateral commitments and ramifications, through which the human responds to the demands of an agency, reason, which has no interest in preserving the initial self-image of the human, but whose unforeseeable ramifications are unfolded rough the human a future that writes its own past in so far as one views present commitments from the perspective of their future ramifications, yielding each time a new understanding of past actions. In other words, whereas the human cannot accelerate within the strictures of its inherited image, in merely rejecting reason it abdicates the possibility of revising of this image at all. Acceleration takes place when and insofar as the human repeatedly affirms its commitment to being impersonally piloted, not by capital, but by a program which demands that it cede control to collective revision, and which draws it towards an inhuman future that will prove to have always been the meaning of the human. A commitment works its way back from the future, and inconceivable vistas of intelligence open up through the common task or duty of the labor of the inhuman. In the absence of this indispensable platform of commitment and revision, Nigarestani insists, no politics, however shrill its protestations and however severe its prescriptions, has the necessary motor with which to carry a project forward. Indeed, it is this inability to cope with the consequences of committing to the real content of humanity that is, according to him, at the root of today's political inertia. In effect, then, Nigarestani replaces the infinite will without finality within reason rather than capital, and rethinks the inhuman futural feedback process through which it conducts human history not as a thanatropic compulsion but as social participation in the progressive and self-cultivating anastrophism of in/humanity. Design strategist Benedict Singleton, in a contemporary return to Fedorov's project, rethinks the question of the mastery of nature through the question of perhaps humankind's most Promethean project, space exploration. Continuing Nigarestani's examination of the pragmatic momentum that drives a continual opening up of new frontiers of action, he finds in the logic of design a way to think this escape otherwise than in the form of a creative leap of faith, as an escapology not an escapism, a twisted path in which the stabilization of new invariants provides the basis for new modes of action, and, reciprocally, new modes of action and new instruments for cognition enable new perspectives on where we have come from and where we are going. Design is a dense and ramified leveraging of the environment that makes possible the startling clarity of new observables, as well as enabling the transformation of apparently natural constants into manipulable variables required for constructing new worlds. Drawing out a language of scheming, crafting, and plotting that declares itself quite clearly in the vocabulary surrounding design, but which has been studiously ignored by a design theory rather too keen to ingratiate itself with humanist circles. Singleton elaborates a counter-history of design that affirms this plotting or manipulative mode of thought, and even its connotations of deception, drawing on Marcel Deschamps and Jean-Pierre Vernant's unearthing of the Greek notion of Métis cunning intelligence. As Singleton suggests, Métis is exemplified in the trap, which sees the predator adopting the point of view of the prey so that its own behavior is harnessed to ensure its extinction. Métis thus equates to a practice in which, in the absence of complete information, the adoption of hypothetical perspectives enables a transformation of the environment which in turn provides opportunities for further ruses, seeking to power its advance by craftily harnessing the factors of the environment and its expected behaviors to its own advantage. Important here is the distinguishing of this platform logic from a means-end planning model of design. In altering the parameters of the environment in order to create new spaces upon which yet more invention can be brought to bear, cunning intelligence gradually twists free of the conditions in which it finds itself naturally ensnared, generating paths to an outside that does not conform to the infinite homothetism of more of the same but instead opens up onto a series of convoluted plot twists, precisely the ramifying paths of the labor of the inhuman described by Nigarestani. Ultimately this escapology, Singleton insists, requires an abduction of ourselves by perspectives that relativize our spontaneous phenomenal grasp of the environment. Echoing Fedorov, he calls for a return to an audacity that, far from seeking to live in harmony with nature, seeks to spring man out of his proper place in the natural order so as to accelerate toward ever more alien spaces. Taking up this Promethean theme, Ray Brassier launches a swinging critique of some of the absurd consequences entailed by the countervailing call to humility, and uncovering their ultimately theological justification. Whence the antipathy toward any project of remaking the world, the hostility to the normative claim that not only ought things to be different but that they ought to be made different. Examining Jean-Pierre Dupuis's critique of human enhancement, Brassier shows how the inflation of human difference into ontological difference necessitates the same transcendental policing that Lane Hamilton Grant explores in his reading of Blade Runner. What is given the inherited image of the human and human society assumed as transcendental bond shall by no means be made or indeed remade. Certain limits must be placed on the ability of the human to revise its own definition, on pain of disturbing a certain fragile equilibrium. As Brassier remarks, since the conception of what a human can be and should tolerate is demonstrably historical, it is only possible to understand this invocation of a proper balance or limit as a theological sentiment. This reservation of an unconceptualizable transcendence beyond the limits of manipulation devolves into a farcical discourse on the reasonableness of the suffering inflicted by nature's indifference to the humanist suffering, subjection, and finitude which is understood to provide a precious resource of meaning for human life. However, Prometheanism consists precisely both in the refusal of this incoherency and in the affirmation that the core of the human project consists in generating new orientations and enses in Nigarestani's account of the production and consumption of norms, echoed here in the subjectivism without selfhood, autonomy without voluntarism that Brassier intimates must lie at the core of Prometheanism. The productivism of Marx, too, as Brassier reminds us, holds mankind capably of forging its own truth, of knowing and controlling that which is given to it, and of remaking it. Like Nigarestani, Brassier holds that the essential project here is one of integrating a descriptive account of the objective, not transcendental, constitution of rational subjectivation with an advocacy of the rational subject's accession to self-mastery. Against these new approaches, Nick Land, in Teleoplexy, insists that it is the practice of forward-looking capitalization alone that can produce the futural dynamic of acceleration. Against Williams and Cernisek, for whom capitalism cannot be identified as the agent of true acceleration, and Nigarestani, for whom the space of reasons is the future source from which intelligence assembles itself, Land argues that the complex positive feedback instantiated in market pricing mechanisms is the only possible referent for acceleration. And since it is capitalization alone that gives onto the future, the very question what do we want, the very conception of a conditional acts/irrationism and the concomitant assertion that planning is necessary, about which Mapp and Negri agree, in order to instrumentalize knowledge into action for Land amounts to nothing but a call for a compensatory movement to counteract acceleration. For him it is the state and politics per se that constitute constraints, not capital, and therefore the claim that capitalism has begun to constrain the productive forces of technology is senseless. Land's right accelerationism appears here as an inverted counterpart to the communitarian retreat in the face of real subsumption. Like the latter, it accepts that the historical genesis of technology in capitalism precludes the latter from any role in a post-capitalist future. If at its most radical accelerationism claims, in Camet's words, that there can be a revolution that is not for the human and draws the consequences of this, then one can either take the side of an inherited image of the human against the universal history of capital and dream of leaving this world, or one can accept that the means of production are going for a revolution on their own. This reappearance of accelerationism in its form as a foil for the left, even left accelerationism, with Land still fulfilling his role as the kind of antagonist that the left needs, Fisher rightly places the onus on the new accelerationisms to show how, between a prescription for nothing but despair and a excitable description that, at most, contributes infinitesimally to Skynet's burgeoning self-awareness, a space for action can be constructed. If left accelerationism is to succeed in unleashing latent productive forces, and if its putative use of existing infrastructure as a springboard to launch towards post-capitalism is to issue, even speculatively, in anything but a centralized bureaucracy administering the decaying empty shell of the historical product of capitalism, then the question of incentives and of an alternative feedback loop to that of capitalization will be central. This is one of the prescriptions that Patricia Reed makes in her review of the potentials and lacunae of the manifesto that concludes the volume. Among her other interventions is the suggestion that a corrective may be in order to address the more unpalatable undertones of its relaunch of the moderna new, less violent model of universalization. It also does not pass unnoticed by Reed that the MAP's rhetoric is rather modest in comparison to earlier accelerationism's enthusiastic invocations and exhortations, maximum slogan density. A tacit aim in the work of Plant, Land, Grant, and CCRU is an attempt to find a place for human agency once the motor of transformation that drives modernity is understood to be inhuman and indeed indifferent to the human. The attempt to participate vicariously in its positive feedback loop by fictioning or even mimicking it can be understood as an answer to this dilemma. The conspicuous fact that, shunned by the mainstream of both the continental philosophy and cultural studies disciplines which it hybridized, the cyberculture material had more subterranean influence on musicians, artists and fiction writers than on traditional forms of political theory or action. Indicates how its stance proved more appropriable as an aesthetic than effective as a political force. The new accelerationisms instead concentrate primarily on constructing a conceptual space in which we can once again ask what to do with the tendencies and machines identified by the analysis, and yet Fisher's initial return to accelerationism turned upon the importance of an instrumentalization of the libido for a future accelerationist politics. Reed accordingly takes MAP to task in its failure to minister to the positive production of desire, limiting itself to diagnostics and prognostics too vague to immediately impel participation. She rightly raises the question of the power of belief and of motivation. Whatever happened to jouissance? Where is the motor that will drive commitment to eccentric acceleration? Where is the libidinal dispositif that will recircuit the compelling incentives of consumer capitalism, so deeply embedded in popular imagination, and the bewildered enjoyment of the collective fantasies of temporary autonomous zones? As Negri says, rational imagination must be accompanied by the collective fantasy of new worlds. Certainly, however much one might rationalize the logic of speculation, it still maintains a certain bond with fiction, yet earlier accelerationisms had attempted to mobilize the force of imaginative fiction so as to adjust the human perspective to otherwise dizzying speculative vistas. In addition, as Reed notes, accelerationism, far from entailing a short-termism, involves taking a long view on history that traditional politics is unable to encompass in its procedures, based on finitude, and the timescale of the individual human, and equally needs to engage with algorithmic processes that happen beneath the perceptual thresholds of human cognition, terra nova parisi. Therefore, a part of the anthropological transformation at stake here involves the appropriation and development of a conceptual and effective apparatus that allows human perception and action some kind of purchase upon this Promethean scale. New science-fictional practices, if not necessarily in literary form. And once again Firestone's merging of the aesthetic with the technological culture. Before closing this introduction, it is worth returning in more detail to Marx, since much of the volume contends with his contributions, whether implicitly or explicitly. The disarray of the left fundamentally stems from the failure of a future that was thought inevitable, Camus, by Marxism, failure of capitalism to self-destruct as part of history's intrinsic organic development. For the conflict between productive forces and capitalist relations of production to reach a moment of dialectical sublation. Or for the proletariat to constitute itself into a revolutionary agent. And theoretical analysis of the resulting situation, real subsumption into the spectacle, seems to offer no positive possibility of opposition, yielding only modes of opposition frozen in cognitive dissonance between their disruptions and the inevitability of their recuperation. Accelerationism is significant in the way in which it confronts this plight through a return to a few fundamental questions posed by Marx upstream from various Marxist ROKL orthodoxies such as the dialectic, alienation, and the labor theory of value. Indeed, one feature of accelerationism is a repeated return to these fundamental insights each time under a set of stringent conditions related to the prevailing political conditions of the epoch, a radical repetition that sometimes demands violent rejections. For, as the map contends, there is an accelerationist strand to Marx's work which is far from being the result of a tendentious reading. According to the fragment, then, the development of large-scale integrated machine production is a sine qua non of capital's universal ascendancy, not an accidental moment, says Marx, later positing that intensity of machinic objectification equals intensity of capital. Machine production follows directly from, maximally affects, and enters into synergy with capital's exigency to reduce the need for human labor and to continually increase levels of production. Undoubtedly, the absorption of the worker into the burgeoning machine organism more clearly than ever reduces the worker to a tool of capital. And yet, crucially, Marx makes it clear that these two forms of subsumption under capital, and into a technical system of production are neither identical nor inseparable in principle. In the machine system, the unity of labor qua collectivity of living workers as foundation of production is shattered, with human labor appearing as a mere moment, infinitesimal and vanishing of an apparently autonomous production process. And although it reprocesses its original human material into a more satisfactory format for capital, for Marx the machine system does not preclude the possibility of other relations of production under which it may be employed. It is, however, inseparable from a certain metamorphosis of the human. Embedded in a system that is at once social, epistemic, depending on the scientific understanding and control of nature, and technological. Man no longer has a direct connection to production, but one that is mediated by a ramified, accumulated objective social apparatus. Constructed through the communication, technological embodiment, replication, and enhancement of knowledge and skills, what Marx calls the elevation of direct labor into social labor, wherein general social knowledge becomes a direct force of production. Once again, however, this estrangement is not identical with alienation through capital, nor is the former, considered apart from the strictures of the latter, necessarily a deplorable consequence. It is precisely at this point that Marx enters the speculative terrain of accelerationism, for in separating these two tendencies, the expanded field of production and the continuing metamorphoses of the human within it, and the monotonous regime of capital as the meta-machine that appropriates and governs this production process and its development, the question arises of whether, and how, the colossal sophistication, use value, and transformative power of one could be effectively freed of the limitations and iniquities of the other. Such is the kernel of the map's problematic and a point of divergence between the various strains of accelerationism. Williams and Czerniak, for example, urge us to devise means for a practical realization of this separability, whereas for Nickland and Lane Hamilton Grant, writing in the Gauze, Deleuze, and Guattari's immanentization of social and technical machines was to be consummated by rejecting their distinction between technical machines and the capitalist axiomatic. Since the new foundation created by integrated machine industry is dependent not upon direct labor but upon the application of technique and knowledge, according to Marx it usurps capitalism's primary foundation of production upon the extortion of surplus labor. Indeed, through it capital works toward its own dissolution. The total system of production qua complex ramified product of collective social labor tends to counteract the system that produced it. The vast increase in productivity made possible through the compaction of labor into the machine system, of course, ought also to free up time, making it possible for individuals to produce themselves as new subjects. How then to reconcile this emancipatory vision of the socio-technological process with the fact that the worker increasingly becomes a mere abstraction of activity, acted on by an alien power that mechanically vivisects its body, ruining its unity and tendentially replacing it, a power which, as Marx also notes, is non-correlated, that is, the worker finds it impossible to cognitively encompass it. Once again, Marx distinguishes between the machine system as manifestation of capital's illusory autonomy, confronting the worker as an alien soul whose wishes they must facilitate just as the worker's wages confront them as the apparent source of their livelihood, and the machine system seen as a concrete historical product. Even as the process of the subsumption of labor into machine production provides an index of the development of capital, it also indicates the extent to which social production becomes an immediate force in the transformation of social practice. The monstrous power of the industrial assemblage is indissociable from the development of the social individual. General social knowledge is absorbed as a force of production and thus begins to shape society. The conditions of the process of social life itself come under the control of the general intellect and are transformed in accordance with it. Labor then only exists as subordinated to the general interlocking social enterprise into which capital introduces it. Capital produces new subjects, and the development of the social individual is inextricable from the development of the system of mechanized capital. This suggests that the plasticity of the human and the social nature of technology can be understood as a benchmark for progressive acceleration. Marx's contention was that capitalism's abstraction of the socius generates an undifferentiated social being that can be subjectivated into the proletariat. That is, a situation where the machinic system remained in place and yet human producers no longer faced these means of production as alienating would necessarily entail a further transformation of the human. Since, according to Marx, in the machine system humans face the product of their labor through a ramified and complex network of mediation that is cognitively and practically debilitating and disempowering. This transformative anthropology, negri, is what every communist or communist, negris or terra novus post-operaismo, program has to take into account. Granted the in principle separability of machinic production and its capitalist appropriation, the helplessness of the worker in the face of social production would have to be resolved through a new social configuration. The worker would still be confronted with this technical edifice and unable to reconcile it with the unity of natural labor. And yet humans would enter into the direct production process as a different subject, ceasing to suffer from it because they would have attained a collective mastery over the process. The common objectified in the machine system no longer being appropriated by the axiomatic of capital. This participation would thus be a true social project or common task, rather than the endurance of a supposedly natural order of things with which the worker abstractly interfaces through the medium of monetary circulation. The metabolism of capital. While the capitalist, operating in a completely discontinuous sphere, draws off and accumulates its surplus. However, as Marx observes, and as Deleuze and Guattari emphasize, capitalism continues to operate as if its necessary assumption were still the miserable basis of the theft of labor time, even as the new foundation of machine production provides the material conditions to blow this foundation sky high. The extortion of human labor still lies at the basis of capitalist production despite the machinic surplus value, Deleuze and Guattari, of fixed capital. Since the social axiomatic of capital is disinterested in innovation for itself and is under the necessity to extract surplus value as conveniently as possible, and to maintain a reserve army of labor and free-floating capital, the central questions of accelerationism follow. What is the relation between the socially alienating effects of technology and the capitalist value system? Why and how are the emancipatory effects of the new foundation of machine production counteracted by the economic system of capital? What could the social human be if fixed capital were reappropriated within a new post-capitalist socius? Forward. At the core of new accelerationisms, and responding in depth to these questions so as to fill out the map's outlines, new philosophical frameworks suggested by Nigarestani, Singleton, and Brassey reaffirm Prometheanism, and bring together a transformative anthropology, a new conception of speculative and practical reason, and a set of schemas through which to understand the inextricably social, symbolic, and technological materials from which any post-capitalist order will have to be constructed. They advocate not accelerationism in a supposedly known direction, and even less sheer speed, but, as Reed suggests, eccentrication and, as Nigarestani, Brassey and Singleton emphasize in various ways, navigation within the spaces opened up through a commitment to the future that truly understands itself as such and acknowledges the nature of its own agency. In earlier accelerationisms, exploratory mutation, land, was only opened up through the search space of capital's forward investment in the future. As Land tells us, long-range processes are self-designing, but only in such a way that the self is perpetuated as something redesigned. However, for cybercultural acceleration, this self can be none other than capital's infinite will as it absorbs modernity into its infinite augmentation, its non-finally. In the account of Negar Estani, this non-finally is displaced into the space of reason progressively constructed by the advent of symbolic social technologies and the space of norms they make possible and continually transform, thus providing an underpinning to the map's aims and a framework within which its technological and social questions can be treated. In Singleton's understanding of design, the opportunistic and cunning appropriation of the powers of nature progressively ratchets open an uncircumscribable space of freedom, springing human intelligence from its parochial cage and extending it through prostheses and platforms. Whereas earlier moments of accelerationism had been a matter of a conviction in utopian projects or in the possible imminent collapse of capitalism, and subsequently a delirious summoning of revolutionary forces at work within it, today's accelerationism, no less optimistic in certain respects, is undoubtedly more sober, a fact that cannot be unconnected to the fact that it emerges in a climate of combined crisis and stagnation for capitalism. It is indeed interesting to note that accelerationism reappears at moments when the powers of capitalism appear to be in crisis and alternatives appear thin on the ground. As Fisher insists, today's crisis provides an opportune point at which to reassess those previous moments. The destiny of the authors included in the ferment section is instructive here. Deleuze and Guattari arguably diluted the stance of anti-Oedipus in A Thousand Plateaus with calls for caution in deterritorialization and a more circumspect analysis of capitalism. As Lane Grant recounts, Lyotard was soon to openly deplore his evil accelerationist moment, and instead in effect concurring with Camus's pessimism set out to develop minor strategies of aesthetic resistance. In similar fashion, Lipovetsky's 1983 collection tellingly entitled The Era of Emptiness 5 modulates the revolutionary tone to one of acquiescent approbation, although still concerned with an accelerating destabilization. He now sees at large ly operating through a process of personalization whose overall liberatory vector is balanced by a contraction into narcissism and the spectacular consumption of ubiquitous communication. The cyberculture phase, in extending Lyotard's own branching off from Deleuze and Guattari, arguably reproduced his failure to reckon with the powers of anti-production. Deleuze and Guattari drew attention not just to the positive schizophrenia of decoding and deterritorialization but to a certain schizophrenic dissociation within the technical or scientific worker himself, who is so absorbed in capital that the reflux of organized, axiomatized stupidity coincides with him. Dear, I discovered how to clone people at the lab today. Now we can go skiing in Aspen, as Firestone puts it. The transformation of surplus value of code into surplus value of flux necessitates that, just as technical knowledge is separated from aesthetics, so the potentially insurrectionary social import of machinically potentiated errant intelligence is itself split and its surplus drawn off safely by capital. Thus, under capital, the individual is sequestered from the immense forces of production they make possible qua social beings, and feedback is limited to a minimal reflux, a purchasing power qualitatively incommensurable with the massive flows of capital. In teleoplexy land continues to set store by the crossover between consumer devices and economically mobilizable technologies within consumer capitalism itself. Yet the earlier expectation that technology would of itself disrupt anti-production was over-optimistic in line with the contemporary Thatcherite spirit of free enterprise, which promised to empower every citizen with opportunities for self-realization through access to the market. The explosion in share ownership, consumer credit, and the burgeoning of consumer media and information technology did little to dislodge this dissociative mechanism that, for Deleuze and Guattari, constitutes capitalism's true police. Projects such as those of Iranova and Parisi, of examining and rebuilding technological platforms outside this value system and its ideological assumptions, benefit today from a greater appreciation of the subtlety of anti-production, and complement the new philosophical resources emerging within contemporary accelerationisms. Herein lies the real divergence between Land's consolidated right accelerationism and the burgeoning left accelerationisms, whereas one continues to see an ever-increasing accumulation of both collective intelligence and collective freedom, bound together in the monstrous form of capital itself. The other, as it develops, is proving more speculative and more ambitious in its conception of both intelligence and freedom, seeing capital as neither an inhuman hyper-intelligence nor the one true agent of history, but rather as an idiot savant driven to squander collective cognitive potential by redirecting it from any nascent process of collective self-determination back into the self-reinforcing libidinal dynamics of market mechanisms. In this respect, the work of Negarestani and Brassier forms the conceptual bulwark preventing left accelerationism from collapsing back into schizoid anarchy or techno-capitalist fatalism. By reviving the constitutive link between freedom and reason at the heart of German idealism, Kant and Hegel, reconfigured and repurposed by pragmatist functionalism, Sellers and Brandom, they not only provide a dynamic measure of the emancipatory promise of modernity at odds with capital's own monotonous modes of valuation, but equally demonstrate how its progressive realization implies, in contrast to the blind idiot cyborgate of capital, the constitution of a genuine collective political agency. This dialectic parallels that played out in artificial intelligence research between dominant strains developing AL capable of parochial problem solving and those increasingly concerned with characterizing artificial general intelligence, AGI. The shift from conceiving intelligence as a quantitatively homogeneous measure of adaptive problem solving to conceiving it as a qualitatively differentiated typology of reasoning capacities is the properly philosophical condition of the shift from the hyperstitional invocation of machinic intelligence of the cyberculture era to the active design of new systems of collective intelligence proposed by MAP. The labor of constructing an accelerationist politics, its machines and its humans, is a matter, as Marx says, of both discipline, as regards the human being in the process of becoming, and at the same time, practice, experimental science, materially creative and objectifying science, as regards the human being who has become, in whose head exists the accumulated knowledge of society. If this space of speculation outside of capital is not a mirage, if we surely do not yet know what a modern techno-social body can do, isn't this labor of the inhuman not just a rationalist, but also a vitalist one in the Spinozist sense, concerning the indissolubly technical and social human homo sub machina and the two aspects of its collective labor upon its world and itself, homo hominans and homo hominata? Fragi mention. Machines. KRLMARX. 1858. Once adopted into the production process of capital, the means of labor passes through different metamorphoses, whose culmination is the machine, or rather, an automatic system of machinery. The automatic one is merely its most complete, most adequate form, and alone transforms machinery into a system, set in motion by an automaton. A moving power that moves itself, this automaton consisting of numerous mechanical and intellectual organs, so that the workers themselves are cast merely as its concise linkages. In the machine, and even more in machinery as an automatic system, the use value, i.e. the material quality of the means of labor, is transformed into an existence adequate to fixed capital and to capital as such, and the form in which it was adopted into the production process of capital, the direct means of labor, is superseded by a form posited by capital itself and corresponding to it. In no way does the machine appear as the individual worker's means of labor. Its distinguishing characteristic is not in the least, as with the means of labor, to transmit the worker's activity to the object. This activity, rather, is posited in such a way that it merely transmits the machine's work, the machine's action, onto the raw material, supervises it and guards against interruptions. Not as with the instrument, which the worker animates and makes into his organ with his skill and strength, and whose handling therefore depends on his virtuosity. Rather, it is the machine which possesses skill and strength in place of the worker, is itself the virtuoso, with a soul of its own in the mechanical laws acting through it, and it consumes coal, oil, etc. Just as the worker consumes food, to keep up its perpetual motion. The worker's activity, reduced to a mere abstraction of activity, is determined and regulated on all sides by the movement of the machinery, and not the opposite. The science which compels the inanimate limbs of the machinery, by their construction, to act purposefully, as an automaton, does not exist in the worker's consciousness, but rather acts upon him through the machine as an alien power, as the power of the machine itself. The appropriation of living labor by objectified labourov, the power or activity which creates value by value existing for itself, which lies in the concept of capital, is posited, in production resting on machinery, as the character of the production process itself, including its material elements and its material motion. The production process has ceased to be a labor process in the sense of a process dominated by labor as its governing unity. Labor appears, rather, merely as a conscious organ, scattered among the individual living workers at numerous points of the mechanical system, subsumed under the total process of the machinery itself, as itself only a link of the system, whose unity exists not in the living workers, but rather in the living, active, machinery, which confronts his individual, insignificant doings as a mighty organism. In machinery, objectified labor confronts living labor within the labor process itself as the power which rules it, a power which, as the appropriation of living labor, is the form of capital. The transformation of the means of labor into machinery, and of living labor into a mere living accessory of this machinery, as the means of its action, also posits the absorption of the labor process in its material character as a mere moment of the realization process of capital. The increase of the productive force of labor and the greatest possible negation of necessary labor is the necessary tendency of capital, as we have seen. The transformation of the means of labor into machinery is the realization of this tendency. In machinery, objectified labor materially confronts living labor as a ruling power and as an active subsumption of the latter under itself, not only by appropriating it, but in the real production process itself. The relation of capital as value which appropriates value-creating activity is, in fixed capital existing as machinery, posited at the same time as the relation of the use value of capital to the use value of labor capacity. Further, the value objectified in machinery appears as a presupposition against which the value-creating power of the individual labor capacity is an infinitesimal, vanishing magnitude. The production in enormous mass quantities which is posited with machinery destroys every connection of the product with the direct need of the producer, and hence with direct use value. It is already posited in the form of the product's production and in the relations in which it is produced, that it is produced only as a conveyor of value, and its use value only as condition to that end. In machinery, objectified labor itself appears not only in the form of product or of the product employed as means of labor, but in the form of the force of production itself. The development of the means of labor into machinery is not an accidental moment of capital, but is rather the historical reshaping of the traditional, inherited means of labor into a form adequate to capital. The accumulation of knowledge and skills, of the general productive forces of the social brain, is thus absorbed into capital, as opposed to labor, and hence appears as an attribute of capital, and more specifically of fixed capital, in so far as it enters into the production process as a means of production proper. Machinery appears, then, as the most adequate form of fixed capital, and fixed capital, in so far as capital's relations with itself are concerned, appears as the most adequate form of capital as such. In another respect, however, in so far as fixed capital is condemned to an existence within the confines of a specific use value, it does not correspond to the concept of capital, which, as value, is indifferent to every specific form of use value, and can adopt or shed any of them as equivalent incarnations. In this respect, as regards capital's external relations, it is circulating capital which appears as the adequate form of capital, and not fixed capital. Further, in so far as machinery develops with the accumulation of society's science, Of productive force generally, general social labor presents itself not in labor but in capital. The productive force of society is measured in fixed capital, exists there in its objective form, and, inversely, the productive force of capital grows with this general progress, which capital appropriates free of charge. This is not the place to go into the development of machinery in detail, rather only in its general aspect, in so far as the means of labor, as a physical thing, loses its direct form, becomes fixed capital, and confronts the worker physically as capital. In machinery, knowledge appears as alien, external to him, and living labor as subsumed under self-activating objectified labor. The worker appears as superfluous to the extent that his action is not determined by capital's requirements. Asterisk. The full development of capital, therefore, takes place ere capital has posited the mode of production corresponding to it only when the means of labor has not only taken the economic form of fixed capital, but has also been suspended in its immediate form, and when fixed capital appears as machine within the production process, opposite labor, and the entire production process appears as not subsumed under the direct skillfulness of the worker, but rather as the technological application of science. It is hence the tendency of capital to give production a scientific character. Direct labor is reduced to a mere moment of this process. As with the transformation of value into capital, so does it appear in the further development of capital, that it presupposes a certain given historical development of the productive forces on one side. Science too is among these productive forces and, on the other, drives and forces them further onwards. Thus the quantitative extent and the effectiveness, intensity, to which capital is developed as fixed capital indicate the general degree to which capital is developed as capital, as power over living labor, and to which it has conquered the production process as such. Also, in the sense that it expresses the accumulation of objectified productive forces, and likewise of objectified labor. However, while capital gives itself its adequate form as use value within the production process only in the form of machinery and other material manifestations of fixed capital, such as railways etc., this in no way means that this use value machinery eschews capital, or that its existence as machinery is identical with its existence as capital, any more than gold would cease to have use value as gold if it were no longer money. Machinery does not lose its use value as soon as it ceases to be capital. While machinery is the most appropriate form of the use value of fixed capital, it does not at all follow that therefore subsumption under the social relation of capital is the most appropriate and ultimate social relation of production for the application of machinery. To the degree that labor timeth mere quantity of labor is posited by capital as the sole determinant element, to that degree does direct labor and its quantity disappear as the determinant principle of production off the creation of use values and is reduced both quantitatively, to a smaller proportion, and qualitatively, as an, of course, indispensable but subordinate moment, compared to general scientific labor, technological application of natural sciences, on one side, and to the general productive force arising from social combination in total production on the other side, a combination which appears as a natural fruit of social labor, although it is a historical product. Capital thus works towards its own dissolution as the form dominating production. While, then, in one respect the transformation of the production process from the simple labor process into a scientific process, which subjugates the forces of nature and compels them to work in the service of human needs, appears as a quality of fixed capital in contrast to living labor, while individual labor as such has ceased altogether to appear as productive, is productive, rather, only in these common labors which subordinate the forces of nature to themselves, and while this elevation of direct labor into social labor appears as a reduction of individual labor to the level of helplessness in face of the communality represented by and concentrated in capital, so does it now appear, in another respect, as a quality of circulating capital, to maintain labor in one branch of production by means of coexisting labor in another. In small-scale circulation, capital advances the worker the wages which the latter exchanges for products necessary for his consumption. The money he obtains has this power only because others are working alongside him at the same time, and capital can give him claims on alien labor, in the form of money, only because it has appropriated his own labor. This exchange of one's own labor with alien labor appears here not as mediated and determined by the simultaneous existence of the labor of others, but rather by the advance which capital makes. The worker's ability to engage in the exchange of substances necessary for his consumption during production appears as due to an attribute of the part of circulating capital which is paid to the worker, and of circulating capital generally. It appears not as an exchange of substances between the simultaneous labor powers, but as the metabolism stoffex of capital, as the existence of circulating capital. Thus all powers of labor are transposed into powers of capital, the productive power of labor into fixed capital, posited as external to labor and as existing independently of it, as object sachlich, and, in circulating capital, the fact that the worker himself has created the conditions for the repetition of his labor, and that the exchange of this, his labor, is mediated by the coexisting labor of others, appears in such a way that capital gives him an advance and posits the simultaneity of the branches of labor. These last two aspects actually belong to accumulation. Capital in the form of circulating capital posits itself as mediator between the different workers. Fixed capital, in its character as means of production, whose most adequate form is machinery, produces value, i.e. increases the value of the product, in only two respects: 1, insofar as it has value, i.e. is itself the product of labor. A certain quantity of labor in objectified form; 2, insofar as it increases the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor, by enabling labor, through an increase of its productive power, to create a greater mass of the products required for the maintenance of living labor capacity in a shorter time. It is therefore a highly absurd bourgeois assertion that the worker shares with the capitalist, because the latter, with fixed capital, which is, as far as that goes, itself a product of labor, and of alien labor merely appropriated by capital, makes labor easier for him; rather, he robs it of all independence and attractive character, by means of the machine, or makes his labor shorter. Capital employs machinery, rather, only to the extent that it enables the worker to work a larger part of his time for capital, to relate to a larger part of his time as time which does not belong to him, to work longer for another. Through this process, the amount of labor necessary for the production of a given object is indeed reduced to a minimum, but only in order to realize a maximum of labor in the maximum number of such objects. The first aspect is important, because capital here quite unintentionally reduces human labor, expenditure of energy, to a minimum. This will redound to the benefit of emancipated labor, and is the condition of its emancipation. From what has been said, it is clear how absurd Lauderdale is when he wants to make fixed capital into an independent source of value, independent of labor time. It is such a source only insofar as it is itself objectified labor time, and insofar as it posits surplus labor time. The employment of machinery itself historically presupposes superfluous hands. Machinery inserts itself to replace labor only where there is an overflow of labor powers. Only in the imagination of economists does it leap to the aid of the individual worker. It can be effective only with masses of workers, whose concentration relative to capital is one of its historic presuppositions, as we have seen. It enters not in order to replace labor power where this is lacking, but rather in order to reduce massively available labor power to its necessary measure. Machinery enters only where labor capacity is on hand in masses. From the moment, when fixed capital has developed to a certain extent, and this extent, as we indicated, is the measure of the development of large industry generally, hence fixed capital increases in proportion to the development of large industry's productive forces. It is itself the objectification of these productive forces. As presupposed product from this instant on, every interruption of the production process acts as a direct reduction of capital itself, of its initial value. The value of fixed capital is reproduced only insofar as it is used up in the production process. Through disuse it loses its use value without its value passing on to the product. Hence, the greater the scale on which fixed capital develops, in the sense in which we regard it here, the more does the continuity of the production process or the constant flow of reproduction become an externally compelling condition for the mode of production founded on capital. In machinery, the appropriation of living labor by capital achieves a direct reality in this respect as well. It is, firstly, the analysis and application of mechanical and chemical laws, arising directly out of science, which enables the machine to perform the same labor as that previously performed by the worker. However, the development of machinery along this path occurs only when large industry has already reached a higher stage, and all the sciences have been pressed into the service of capital, and when, secondly, the available machinery itself already provides great capabilities. Invention then becomes a business, and the application of science to direct production itself becomes a prospect which determines and solicits it. But this is not the road along which machinery, by and large, arose, and even less the road on which it progresses in detail. This road is, rather, dissection and/is through the division of labor, which gradually transforms the worker's operations into more and more mechanical ones, so that at a certain point a mechanism can step into their places. THUS, the specific mode of working here appears directly as becoming transferred from the worker to capital in the form of the machine, and his own labor capacity devalued thereby. Hence the worker's struggle against machinery. What was the living worker's activity becomes the activity of the machine. Thus the appropriation of labor by capital confronts the worker in a coarsely sensuous form. Capital absorbs labor into itself as though its body were by love possessed. 1. The exchange of living labor for objectified labor. The positing of social labor in the form of the contradiction of capital and wage labourers, the ultimate development of the value relation and of production resting on value. Its presupposition is and remains the mass of direct labor time, the quantity of labor employed, as the determinant factor in the production of wealth. But to the degree that large industry develops, the creation of real wealth comes to depend less on labor time and on the amount of labor employed than on the power of the agencies set in motion during labor time, whose powerful effectiveness is itself in turn out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production, but depends rather on the general state of science and on the progress of technology, or the application of this science to production. The development of this science, especially natural science, and all others with the latter, is itself in turn related to the development of material production. Agriculture, example, becomes merely the application of the science of material metabolism, its regulation for the greatest advantage of the entire body of society. Real wealth manifests itself, rather, and large industry reveals these in the monstrous disproportion between the labor time applied and its product, as well as in the qualitative imbalance between labor, reduced to a pure abstraction, and the power of the production process it superintends. Labor no longer appears so much to be included within the production process, rather, the human being comes to relate more as watchman and regulator to the production process itself. What holds for machinery holds likewise for the combination of human activities and the development of human intercourse. No longer does the worker insert a modified natural thing Naturgegenstand as middle link between the object and himself, rather, he inserts the process of nature, transformed into an industrial process, as a means between himself and inorganic nature. Mastering it, he steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. The theft of alien labor time, on which the present wealth is based, appears a miserable foundation in face of this new one, created by large-scale industry itself. As soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and hence exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. With that, production based on exchange value breaks down, and the direct, material production process is stripped of the form of penury and antithesis. The free development of individualities, and hence not the reduction of necessary labor time so as to posit surplus labor, but rather the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, which then corresponds to the artistic, scientific etc. development of the individuals in the time set free, and with the means created, for all of them. Capital itself is the moving contradiction, in that it presses to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor time, on the other side, as sole measure and source of wealth. Hence it diminishes labor time in the necessary form so as to increase it in the superfluous form, hence posits the superfluous in growing measure as a condition question of life or death for the necessary. On the one side, then, it calls to life all the powers of science and of nature, as of social combination and of social intercourse, in order to make the creation of wealth independent, relatively, of the labor time employed on it. On the other side, it wants to use labor time as the measuring rod for the giant social forces thereby created, and to confine them within the limits required to maintain the already created value as value. Forces of production and social relations, two different sides of the development of the social individual, appear to capital as mere means, and are merely means for it to produce on its limited foundation. In fact, however, they are the material conditions to blow this foundation sky high. Truly wealthy a nation, when the working day is 6 rather than 12 hours. Wealth is not command over surplus labor time, real wealth, but rather, disposable time outside that needed in direct production, for every individual and the whole society too. Nature builds no machines, no locomotives, railways, electric telegraphs, self-acting mules etc. These are products of human industry, natural material transformed into organs of the human will over nature, or of human participation in nature. They are organs of the human brain, created by the human hand, the power of knowledge, objectified. The development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real life process. The creation of a large quantity of disposable time apart from necessary labor time for society generally and each of its members, i.e. room for the development of the individual's full productive forces, hence those of society also. This creation of not labor time appears in the stage of capital, as of all earlier ones, as not labor time, free time, for a few. What capital adds is that it increases the surplus labor time of the mass by all the means of art and science, because its wealth consists directly in the appropriation of surplus labor time, since value is directly its purpose, not use value. It is thus, despite itself, instrumental in creating the means of social disposable time, in order to reduce labor time for the whole society to a diminishing minimum, and thus to free everyone's time for their own development. But its tendency always, on the one side, to create disposable time, on the other, to convert it into surplus labor. If it succeeds too well at the first, then it suffers from surplus production, and then necessary labor is interrupted, because no surplus labor can be realized by capital. The more this contradiction develops, the more does it become evident that the growth of the forces of production can no longer be bound up with the appropriation of alien labor, but that the mass of workers must themselves appropriate their own surplus labor. Once they have done so, and disposable time thereby ceases to have an antithetical existence, then, on one side, necessary labor time will be measured by the needs of the social individual, and, on the other, the development of the power of social production will grow so rapidly that, even though production is now calculated for the wealth of all, disposable time will grow for all. For real wealth is the developed productive power of all individuals. The measure of wealth is then not any longer, in any way, labor time, but rather disposable time. Labor time as the measure of value posits wealth itself as founded on poverty, and disposable time as existing in and because of the antithesis to surplus labor time, or the positing of an individual's entire time as labor time, and his degradation therefore to mere worker. Subsumption under Jabur. The most developed machinery thus forces the worker to work longer than the savage does, or than he himself did with the simplest, crudest tools. If the entire labor of a country were sufficient only to raise the support of the whole population, there would be no surplus labor. Consequently, nothing that could be allowed to accumulate as capital. If in 1 year the people raises enough for the support of 2 years, 1 year's consumption must perish, or for 1 year men must cease from productive labor. But the possessors of the surplus produce, or capital, employ people upon something not directly and immediately productive, e.g. in the erection of machinery. So it goes on. 3. Real economy saving consists of the saving of Jabur time, minimum and minimization of production costs, but this saving is identical with development of the productive force. Hence in no way abstinence from consumption, but rather the development of power, of capabilities of production, and hence both of the capabilities as well as the means of consumption. The capability to consume is a condition of consumption, hence its primary means, and this capability is the development of an individual potential, a force of production. The saving of Jabur time is equal to an increase of free time, i.e. time for the full development of the individual, which in turn reacts back upon the productive power of labor as itself the greatest productive power. From the standpoint of the direct production process, it can be regarded as the production of fixed capital, this fixed capital being man himself. It goes without saying, by the way, that direct labor time itself cannot remain in the abstract antithesis to free time in which it appears from the perspective of bourgeois economy. Labor cannot become play, as Fourier would like, although it remains his great contribution to have expressed the suspension not of distribution, but of the mode of production itself, in a higher form, as the ultimate object. Free time, which is both idle time and time for higher activity, ha naturally transformed its possessor into a different subject, and he then enters into the direct production process as this different subject. This process is then both discipline, as regards the human being in the process of becoming, and, at the same time, practice ausobung, experimental science, materially creative and objectifying science, as regards the human being who has become, in whose head exists the accumulated knowledge of society. The writer commences: there was a time, when the earth was to all appearance utterly destitute both of animal and vegetable life, and when, according to the opinion of our best philosophers, it was simply a hot round ball with the crust gradually cooling. Now if a human being had existed while the earth was in this state and had been allowed to see it as though it were some other world with which he had no concern, and if at the same time he were entirely ignorant of all physical science, would he not have pronounced it impossible that creatures possessed of anything like consciousness should be evolved from the seeming cinder which he was beholding? Would he not have denied that it contained any potentiality of consciousness? Yet in the course of time consciousness came. Is it not possible then that there may be even yet new channels dug out for consciousness, though we can detect no signs of them at present? The writer, after enlarging on the above for several pages, proceeded to inquire whether traces of the approach of such a new phase of life could be perceived at present, whether we could see any tenements preparing which might in a remote futurity be adapted for it, whether, in fact, the primordial CEU of such a kind of life could be now detected upon earth. In the course of his work he answered this question in the affirmative and pointed to the higher machines. There is no security, to quote his own words, against the ultimate development of mechanical consciousness, in the fact of machines possessing little consciousness now. A mollusk has not much consciousness. Reflect upon the extraordinary advance which machines have made during the last few hundred years, and note how slowly the animal and vegetable kingdoms are advancing. The more highly organized machines are creatures not so much of yesterday, as of the last 5 minutes, so to speak, in comparison with past time. Assume for the sake of argument that conscious beings have existed for some 20 million years, see what strides machines have made. In the last 1,000. May not the world last 20 million years longer? If so, what will they not in the end become? Is it not safer to nip the mischief in the bud and to forbid them further progress? But who can say that the vapor engine has not a kind of consciousness? Where does consciousness begin, and where end? Who can draw the line? Who can draw any line? Is not everything interwoven with everything? Is not machinery linked with animal life in an infinite variety of ways? The shell of a hen's egg is made of a delicate whiteware and is a machine as much as an egg cup is. The shell is a device for holding the egg, as much as the egg cup for holding the shell. Both are phases of the same function. The hen makes the shell in her inside. But it is pure pottery. She makes her nest outside of herself for convenience sake, but the nest is not more of a machine than the eggshell is. A machine is only a device. Then returning to consciousness, and endeavoring to detect its earliest manifestations, the writer continued, there is a kind of plant that eats organic food with its flowers. When a fly settles upon the blossom, the petals close upon it and hold it fast till the plant has absorbed the insect into its system, but they will close on nothing but what is good to eat. Of a drop of rain or a piece of stick they will take no notice. Curious that so unconscious a thing should have such a keen eye to its own interest. If this is unconsciousness, where is the use of consciousness? Shall we say that the plant does not know what it is doing merely because it has no eyes, or ears, or brains? If we say that it acts mechanically, and mechanically only, shall we not be forced to admit that sundry other and apparently very deliberate actions are also mechanical? If it seems to us that the plant kills and eats a fly mechanically, may it not seem to the plant that a man must kill and eat a sheep mechanically? Either, he proceeds, a great deal of action that has been called purely mechanical and unconscious must be admitted to contain more elements of consciousness than has been allowed hitherto, and in this case germs of consciousness will be found in many actions of the higher machines, or, assuming the theory of evolution but at the same time denying the consciousness of vegetable and crystalline action, the race of man has descended from things which had no consciousness at all. In this case there is no a priori improbability in the descent of conscious, and more than conscious, machines from those which now exist. Except that which is suggested by the apparent absence of anything like a reproductive system in the mechanical kingdom. This absence however is only apparent. As I shall presently show. Do not let me be misunderstood as living in fear of any actually existing machine. There is probably no known machine which is more than a prototype of future mechanical life. The present machines are to the future as the early saurians to man. The largest of them will probably greatly diminish in size. Some of the lowest vertebrate attained a much greater bulk than has descended to their more highly organized living representatives, and in like manner a diminution in the size of machines has often attended their development and progress. Take the watch, for example, examine its beautiful structure, observe the intelligent play of the minute members which compose it, yet this little creature is but a development of the cumbrous clocks that preceded it. It is no deterioration from them. A day may come when clocks, which certainly at the present time are not diminishing in bulk, will be superseded owing to the universal use of watches, in which case they will become as extinct as ichthyosauri, while the watch, whose tendency has for some years been to decrease in size rather than the contrary, will remain the only existing type of an extinct race. But returning to the argument, I would repeat that I fear none of the existing machines. What I fear is the extraordinary rapidity with which they are becoming something very different to what they are at present. No class of beings have in any time past made so rapid a movement forward. Should not that movement be jealously watched, and checked while we can still check it? And is it not necessary for this end to destroy the more advanced of the machines which are in use at present, though it is admitted that they are in themselves harmless? As yet the machines receive their impressions through the agency of man's senses. One traveling machine calls to another in a shrill accent of alarm and the other instantly retires, but it is through the ears of the driver that the voice of the one has acted upon the other. Had there been no driver, the collie would have been deaf to the caller. There was a time when it must have seemed highly improbable that machines should learn to make their wants known by sound, even through the ears of man. May we not conceive, then, that a day will come when those ears will be no longer needed, and the hearing will be done by the delicacy of the machine's own construction, when its language shall have been developed from the cry of animals to a speech as intricate as our own? It is possible that by that time children will learn the differential calculus as they learn now to speak from their mothers and nurses, or that they may talk in the hypothetical language, and work rule of three sums, as soon as they are born, but this is not probable. We cannot calculate on any corresponding advance in man's intellectual or physical powers which shall be a set-off against the far greater development which seems in store for the machines. Some people may say that man's moral influence will suffice to rule them, but I cannot think it will ever be safe to repose much trust in the moral sense of any machine. Again, might not the glory of the machines consist in their being without this same boasted gift of language? Silence, it has been said by one writer, is a virtue which renders us agreeable to our fellow creatures. But other questions come upon us. What is a man's eye but a machine for the little creature that sits behind in his brain to look through? A dead eye is nearly as good as a living one for some time after the man is dead. It is not the eye that cannot see, but the restless one that cannot see through it. Is it man's eyes, or is it the big seeing engine which has revealed to us the existence of worlds beyond worlds into infinity? What has made man familiar with the scenery of the moon, the spots on the sun, or the geography of the planets? He is at the mercy of the seeing engine for these things, and is powerless unless he tack it onto his own identity, and make it part and parcel of himself. Or, again, is it the eye, or the little seeingine, which has shown us the existence of infinitely minute organisms which swarm unsuspected around us? And take man's vaunted power of calculation. Have we not engines which can do all manner of sums more quickly and correctly than we can? What pre-Eiseman in hypothetics at any of our colleges of unreason can compare with some of these machines in their own line? In fact, wherever precision is required man flies to the machine at once, as far preferable to himself. Our sumengines never drop a figure, nor our looms a stitch. The machine is brisk and active. When the man is weary, it is clear-eyed and collected. When the man is stupid and dull, it needs no slumber. When man must sleep or drop, ever at its post, ever ready for work, its alacrity never flags, its patience never gives in, its might is stronger than combined hundreds, and swifter than the flight of birds. It can burrow beneath the earth, and walk upon the largest rivers and sink not. This is the green tree. What then shall be done in the dry? Who shall say that a man does see or hear? He is such a hive and swarm of parasites that it is doubtful whether his body is not more theirs than his, and whether he is anything but another kind of ant-heap after all. May not man himself become a sort of parasite upon the machines? An affectionate machine tickling aphid? It is said by some that our blood is composed of infinite living agents which go up and down the highways and byways of our bodies as people in the streets of a city. When we look down from a high place upon crowded thoroughfares, is it possible not to think of corpuscles of blood traveling through veins and nourishing the heart of the town? No mention shall be made of sewers, nor of the hidden nerves which serve to communicate sensations from one part of the town's body to another, nor of the yawning jaws of the railway stations, whereby the circulation is carried directly into the heart which receive the venous lines, and disgorge the arterial, with an eternal pulse of people. And the sleep of the town, how lifelike, with its change in the circulation. Here the writer became again so hopelessly obscure that I was obliged to miss several pages. He resumed, "It can be answered that even though machines should hear never so well and speak never so wisely, they will still always do the one or the other for our advantage, not their own, that man will be the ruling spirit and the machine the servant, that as soon as a machine fails to discharge the service which man expects from it, it is doomed to extinction, that the machines stand to man simply in the relation of lower animals, the vapor engine itself being only a more economical kind of horse, so that instead of being likely to be developed into a higher kind of life than man's, they owe their very existence and progress to their power of ministering to human wants, and must therefore both now and ever be man's inferiors. This is all very well. But the servant glides by imperceptible approaches into the master, and we have come to such a pass that, even now, man must suffer terribly on ceasing to benefit the machines. If all machines were to be annihilated at one moment, so that not a knife nor lever nor rag of clothing nor anything whatsoever were left to man but his bare body alone that he was born with, and if all knowledge of mechanical laws were taken from him so that he could make no more machines, and all machinamata food destroyed so that the race of man should be left as it were naked upon a desert island, we should become extinct in 6 weeks. A few miserable individuals might linger, but even these in a year or two would become worse than monkeys. Man's very soul is due to the machines, it is a machinamata thing, he thinks as he thinks, and feels as he feels, through the work that machines have wrought upon him, and their existence is quite as much a sine qua non for his, as his for theirs. This fact precludes us from proposing the complete annihilation of machinery, but surely it indicates that we should destroy as many of them as we can possibly dispense with, lest they should tyrannize over us even more completely. True, from a low materialistic point of view, it would seem that those thrive best who use machinery wherever its use is possible with profit, but this is the art of the machines they serve that they may rule. They bear no malice towards man for destroying a whole race of them provided he creates a better instead, on the contrary, they reward him liberally for having hastened their development. It is for neglecting them that he incurs their wrath, or for using inferior machines, or for not making sufficient exertions to invent new ones, or for destroying them without replacing them, yet these are the very things we ought to do, and do quickly, for though our rebellion against their infant power will cause infinite suffering, what will not things come to, if that rebellion is delayed? They have preyed upon man's groveling preference for his material over his spiritual interests, and have betrayed him into supplying that element of struggle and warfare without which no race can advance. The lower animals progress because they struggle with one another, the weaker die, the stronger breed and transmit their strength. The machines being of themselves unable to struggle, have got man to do their struggling for them, as long as he fulfills this function duly, all goes well with him, at least he thinks so, but the moment he fails to do his best for the advancement of machinery by encouraging the good and destroying the bad, he is left behind in the race of competition, and this means that he will be made uncomfortable in a variety of ways, and perhaps die. So that even now the machines will only serve on condition of being served, and that too upon their own terms. The moment their terms are not complied with, they jib, and either smash both themselves and all whom they can reach, or turn churlish and refuse to work at all. How many men at this hour are living in a state of bondage to the machines? How many spend their whole lives, from the cradle to the grave, in tending them by night and day? Is it not plain that the machines are gaining ground upon us, when we reflect on the increasing number of those who are bound down to them as slaves, and of those who devote their whole souls to the advancement of the Mechanical kingdom? The vapor engine must be fed with food and consume it by fire even as man consumes it, it supports its combustion by air as man supports it, it has a pulse and circulation as man has. It may be granted that man's body is as yet the more versatile of the two, but then man's body is an older thing. Give the vapor engine but half the time that man has had, give it also a continuance of our present infatuation, and what may it not ere long attain to? There are certain functions indeed of the vapor engine which will probably remain unchanged for myriads of years, which in fact will perhaps survive when the use of vapor has been superseded. The piston and cylinder, the beam, the flywheel, and other parts of the machine will probably be permanent, just as we see that man and many of the lower animals share like modes of eating, drinking, and sleeping. thus they have hearts which beat as ours, veins and ardor ies, eyes, ears, and noses, they sigh even in their sleep, and weep, and yawn, they are affected by their children, they feel pleasure and pain, hope, fear, anger, shame, they have memory and prescience, they know that if certain things happen to them they will die, and they feed death as much as we do, they communicate their thoughts to one another, and some of them deliberately act in concert. The comparison of similarities is endless. I only make it because some may say that since the vapor engine is not likely to be improved in the main particulars, it is unlikely to be henceforward extensively modified at all. This is too good to be true. It will be modified and suited for an infinite variety of purposes, as much as man has been modified so as to exceed the brutes in skill. In the meantime the stoker is almost as much a cook for his engine as our own cooks for ourselves. Consider also the colliers and peatmen and coal merchants and coal trains, and the men who drive them, and the ships that carry coals. What an army of servants do the machines thus employ! Are there not probably more men engaged in tending machinery than in tending men? Do not machines eat as it were by mannery? Are we not ourselves creating our successors in the supremacy of the earth? Daily adding to the beauty and delicacy of their organization, daily giving them greater skill and supplying more and more of that self-regulating self-acting power which will be better than any intellect? What a new thing it is for a machine to feed at all! The plow, the spade, and the cart must eat through man's stomach, the fuel that sets them going must burn in the furnace of a man or of horses. Man must consume bread and meat or he cannot dig, the bread and meat are the fuel which drive the spade. If a plow be drawn by horses, the power is supplied by grass or beans or oats, which being burnt in the belly of the cattle give the power of working. Without this fuel the work would cease, as an engine would stop if its furnaces were to go out. A man of science has demonstrated that no animal has the power of originating mechanical energy, but that all the work done in its life by any animal, and all the heat that has been emitted from it, and the heat which would be obtained by burning the combustible matter which has been lost from its body during life, and by burning its body after death, make up altogether an exact equivalent to the heat which would be obtained by burning as much food as it has used during its life, and an amount of fuel which would generate as much heat as its body if burned immediately after death. I do not know how he has found this out, but he is a man of science. How then can it be objected against the future vitality of the machines that they are, in their present infancy, at the beck and call of beings who are themselves incapable of originating mechanical energy? The main point, however, to be observed as affording cause for alarm is, that whereas animals were formerly the only stomachs of the machines, there are now many which have stomachs of their own, and consume their food themselves. This is a great step towards their becoming, if not animate, yet something so near akin to it, as not to differ more widely from our own life than animals do from vegetables. And though man should remain, in some respects, the higher creature, is not this in accordance with the practice of nature, which allows superiority in some things to animals which have, on the whole, been long surpassed? Has she not allowed the ant and the bee to retain superiority over man in the organization of their communities and social arrangements, the bird in traversing the air, the fish in swimming, the horse in strength and fleetness, and the dog in self-sacrifice? It is said by some with whom I have conversed upon this subject, that the machines can never be developed into animate or quasi-animate existences, inasmuch as they have no reproductive system, nor seem ever likely to possess one. If this be taken to mean that they cannot marry, and that we are never likely to see a fertile union between two vapor engines with the young ones playing about the door of the shed, however greatly we might desire to do so, I will readily grant it. But the objection is not a very profound one. No one expects that all the features of the now existing organizations will be absolutely repeated in an entirely new class of life. The reproductive system of animals differs widely from that of plants, but both are reproductive systems. Has nature exhausted her phases of this power? Surely if a machine is able to reproduce another machine systematically, we may say that it has a reproductive system. What is a reproductive system, if it be not a system for reproduction? And how few of the machines are there which have not been produced systematically by other machines? But it is man that makes them do so. Yes, but is it not insects that make many of the plants reproductive, and would not whole families of plants die out if their fertilization was not affected by a class of agents utterly foreign to themselves? Does anyone say that the red clover has no reproductive system because the humble bee, and the humble bee only, must aid and abet it before it can reproduce? No one. The humble bee is a part of the reproductive system of the clover. Each one of ourselves has sprung from minute animalcules whose entity was entirely distinct from our own, and which acted after their kind with no thought or heed of what we might think about it. These little creatures are part of our own reproductive system, then why not we part of that of the machines? The misery is that man has been blind so long already. In his reliance upon the use of steam he has been betrayed into increasing and multiplying. To withdraw steam power suddenly will not have the effect of reducing us to the state in which we were before its introduction. There will be a general break-up and time of a hierarchy such as has never been known. It will be as though our population were suddenly doubled, with no additional means of feeding the increased number. The air we breathe is hardly more necessary for our animal life than the use of any machine, on the strength of which we have increased our numbers, is to our civilization. It is the machines which act upon man and make him man, as much as man who has acted upon and made the machines, but we must choose between the alternative of undergoing much present suffering, or seeing ourselves gradually superseded by our own creatures, till we rank no higher in comparison with them, than the beasts of the field with ourselves. Herein lies our danger. For many seem inclined to acquiesce in so dishonorable a future. They say that although man should become to the machines what the horse and dog are to us, yet that he will continue to exist, and will probably be better off in a state of domestication under the beneficent rule of the machines than in his present wild condition. We treat our domestic animals with much kindness. We give them whatever we believe to be the best for them, and there can be no doubt that our use of meat has increased their happiness rather than detracted from it. In like manner there is reason to hope that the machines will use us kindly, for their existence will be in a great measure dependent upon ours. They will rule us with a rod of iron, but they will not eat us. They will not only require our services in the reproduction and education of their young, but also in waiting upon them as servants, in gathering food for them, and feeding them, in restoring them to health when they are sick, and in either burying their dead or working up their deceased members into new forms of mechanical existence. The very nature of the motive power which works the advancement of the machines precludes the possibility of man's life being rendered miserable as well as enslaved. Slaves are tolerably happy if they have good masters, and the revolution will not occur in our time, nor hardly in 10,000 years, or 10 times that. Is it wise to be uneasy about a contingency which is so remote? Man is not a sentimental animal where his material interests are concerned, and though here and there some ardent soul may look upon himself and curse his fate that he was not born a vapor engine, yet the mass of mankind will acquiesce in any arrangement which gives them better food and clothing at a cheaper rate, and will refrain from yielding to unreasonable jealousy merely because there are other destinies more glorious than their own. The power of custom is enormous, and so gradual will be the change, that man's sense of what is due to himself will be at no time rudely shocked. Our bondage will steal upon us noiselessly and by imperceptible approaches, nor will ever be such a clashing of desires between man and the machines as will lead to an encounter between them. Among themselves the machines will war eternally, but they will still require man as the being through whose agency the struggle will be principally conducted. In point of fact there is no occasion for anxiety about the future happiness of man so long as he continues to be in any way profitable to the machines. He may become the inferior race, but he will be infinitely better off than he is now. Is it not then both absurd and unreasonable to be envious of our benefactors? And should we not be guilty of consummate folly if we were to reject advantages which we cannot obtain otherwise, merely because they involve a greater gain to others than to ourselves? Com on. Ta sk. Nicolai Fedorov. 1906. A classless agricultural commune, where the intellectuals would be the teachers and where cottage industries would be carried on during the winter months, would end competition, speculation, social unrest, revolutions and even international wars, because all those vital forces now squandered on quarreling would find a boundless field of application. In the worldwide activity of the classless rural communes there would be scope for peaceful labor and also for daring courage, the spirit of adventure, the thirst for sacrifice, novelty, and exploits. And any commune is likely to have a percentage of such innate abilities. Out of such stuff were made knights errant, the ascetics who opened up the forests of the far north, Cossacks, runaway serfs, and the like. Now they would be the explorers, the new explorers of celestial space. The prejudice that the celestial expanse is unattainable to man has grown gradually over the centuries, but cannot have existed ab initio. Only the loss of tradition and the separation of men of thought from men of action gave birth to this prejudice. However, for the sons of man the celestial worlds are the future homes of the ancestors, since the skies will be attainable only to the resurrected and the resurrecting. The exploration of outer space is only the preparation for these future dwelling places. The spread of humanity over the planet was accompanied by the creation of new, artificial, organs and coverings. The purpose of humanity is to change all that is natural, a free gift of nature, into what is created by work. Outer space, expansion beyond the limits of the planet, demands precisely such radical change. The great feat of courage now confronting humanity requires the highest martial virtues such as daring and self-sacrifice, while excluding that which is most horrible in war, taking the lives of people like oneself. The destiny of the earth convinces us that human activity cannot be bounded by the limits of the planet. We must ask whether our knowledge of its likely fate, its inevitable extinction, obliges us to do something or not. Can knowledge be useful, or is it a useless frill? In the first case we can say that Earth itself has become conscious of its fate through man, and this consciousness is evidently active path of salvation. The mechanic has appeared just as the mechanism has started to deteriorate. It is absurd to say that nature created both the mechanism and the mechanic. One must admit that God is educating man through his own human experience. God is the king who does everything for man but also through man. There is no purposefulness in nature, right is for man to introduce it, and this is his supreme raison d'etre. The Creator restores the world through us and brings back to life all that has perished. That is why nature has been left to its blindness, and mankind to its lusts. Through the labor of resuscitation, man as an independent, self-created, free creature freely responds to the call of divine love. Therefore humanity must not be idle passengers, but the crew of its terrestrial craft propelled by forces the nature of which we do not even know, is it photo, thermo, or electro-powered. We will remain unable to discover what force propels it until we are able to control it. In the second case, that is to say, if the knowledge of the final destiny of our Earth is unnatural, alien, and useless to it, then there is nothing else to do than to become passively fossilised in contemplating the slow destruction of our home and graveyard. The possibility of a real transcendence from one world to another only seems fantastic. The necessity of such movements is self-evident to those who dare take a sober look at the difficulties of creating a truly moral society, in order to remedy all social ills and evils, because to forego the possession of celestial space is to forego the solution of the economic problem posed by Malthus and, more generally, of a moral human existence. What is more of a fantasy to think how to realize a moral ideal while closing one's eyes to the tremendous obstacles in the way, or to boldly recognize these obstacles. Of course, one can give up morality, but that implies giving up being human. What is more fantastic to create a moral society by postulating the existence of other beings in other worlds and envisioning the emigration thither of souls, the existence of which cannot be proven, or to transform this transcendental migration into an imminent one? A thought is, to make such a migration the goal of human activity. The obstacle to the building of a moral society is the absence of a cause or task great enough to absorb all the energies of those who spend them at present on discord. In world history we know of no event which, although threatening the end of the society in question, could unite all its forces and stop all quarrels and hostilities within that society. All periods of history have witnessed aspirations that reveal humanity as unwilling to remain confined within the narrow limits of our earth. The so-called states of ecstasy and ravishments into heaven were manifestations of such aspirations. Is this not a proof that unless mankind finds a wider field of activity, eras of common sense, or rather of fatigue and disillusionment with fruitless longings, will be succeeded by eras of enthusiasm, ecstatic visions, and so on? Throughout history these moods have alternated. Our era confirms all this, for we see alongside the kingdom of this world, with its filthy reality, a kingdom of God in the form of revivalist movements, spiritualistic table-turning, and the like. So long as there are no real translations to other worlds, people will resort to fantasies, ecstatic odor and drug abuse. Even common drunkenness is apparently caused by the absence of a wider, purer, all-absorbing activity. The three particular problems: the regulation of atmospheric phenomena, the control of the motion of the earth and the search for new lands, to colonize, form one general problem, that of survival or, more precisely, the return to life of our ancestors. Death can be called real only when all means of restoring life, at least all those that exist in nature and have been discovered by the human race, have been tried and have failed. It should not be assumed that we hope that a special force will be discovered for this purpose. What we should assume is that the transformation of the blind force of nature into a conscious force will be that agent. Mortality is an inductive conclusion. We know that we are the offspring of a multitude of deceased ancestors. But however great the number of the deceased, this cannot be the basis for an incontrovertible acceptance of death, because it would entail an abdication of our filial duty. Death is a property, a state conditioned by causes. It is not a quality which determines what a human being is and must be. To ensure good harvests, agriculture must extend beyond the boundaries of the earth, since the conditions which determine harvests and, in general, plant and animal life do not depend on soil alone. If the hypotheses are correct that the solar system is a galaxy with an 11-year electromagnetic cycle during which the quantity of sunspots and magnetic, the northern lights, and electric storms reach in turn their maximum and minimum, and that the meteorological process depends on these fluctuations, it follows that good and bad harvests do so too. Consequently, the entire telluric solar process must be brought into the field of agriculture. If, moreover, it is true that interactions between phenomena are of an electrical nature and that this force is akin to or even identical with that of the nervous impulses which serve will and consciousness, then it follows that the present state of the solar system can be compared to an organism in which the nervous system has not yet fully developed and has not yet become differentiated from its muscular and other systems. Man's economic needs require the organization of just such a regulatory apparatus, without which the solar system would remain a blind, untrammeled, death-bearing entity. The problem consists, on the one hand, in elaborating the paths which would transmit to human consciousness everything going on in the solar system and, on the other, in establishing the conductors by means of which all that is happening in it, all that is procreating, could become an activity of restoration. So long as no such paths for informing consciousness exist, so long as we have no more than conductors directing activity, mere revolutions and upheavals, the world will present a strange, distorted order, which could better be described as disorder, indifferent nature, unfeeling and unconscious, will continue to shine with eternal beauty, one while a being conscious of the beauty of insurruption will feel both excluded and excluding. Could a being which is neither excluded nor excluding be the creator of what is a chaos rather than a cosmos? Of course we cannot know what the world was like in the beginning because we only know it as it is. However, judging by the Creator, we can to some extent presume or imagine what a world of innocence and purity could have been. Could we not envision, too, that the relations of the first humans with the world were similar to those of an infant not yet in control of his organs, who has not yet learned to manage them? In other words, Could the first humans have been beings who should, and could, without suffering or pain, have created such organs as would have been capable of living in other worlds, in all environments? But man preferred pleasure and failed to develop, to create organs adapted to all environments, and these organs, namely, cosmic forces, became atrophied and paralyzed, and the earth became an isolated planet. Thought and being became distinct. Man's creative activity of developing organs corresponding to various environments was reduced to feeding and then to devouring. Man placed himself at the mercy of fate, that is to say, the annual rotation of the earth. He submitted to the earth. Childbirth replaced the artistry of reproducing oneself in other beings, a process comparable to the birth of the Son from the Father, or the procession of the Holy Ghost. Later, proliferation increased the struggle, which was fostered by an unbridled surge of procreation, and with the increase in birth, mortality increased too. The conditions which could have regulated this concatenation of phenomena disappeared, and gradually there came revolutions, storms, drought and earthquakes. The solar system became an uncontrolled world, a star with an 11-year cycle or some other periodicity of various catastrophes. Such is the system we know. One way or another, to confirm us in our knowledge, the solar system must be transformed into a controlled economic entity. The immensity of the solar system is sufficient to inspire awe and, naturally, objectors will stress our smallness. When we turn our attention to small particles which consist of an enormous number of even smaller ones and which should also be brought within human economic management, then the objection will be our own size. Indeed, for infusoria these tiny particles seem very great, and yet they are more accessible to them than to us. The problem is obviously not one of size, and our relative smallness or bigness only indicates the difficulty, a severe difficulty, but not an impossibility. For a vast intellect able to encompass in one formula the motions both of the largest celestial bodies in the universe and of the tiniest atoms, nothing would remain unknown, the future as well as the past would be accessible to him. The collective mind of all humans working for many generations together would of course be vast enough. All that is needed is concord, multi-unity. In its bearing on modern life and modern business, the machine process means something more comprehensive and less external than a mere aggregate of mechanical appliances for the mediation of human labor. It means that, but it means something more than that. The civil engineer, the mechanical engineer, the navigator, the mining expert, the industrial chemist and mineralogist, the electriciante, work of all these falls within the lines of the modern machine process, as well as the work of the inventor who devises the appliances of the process and that of the mechanician who puts the inventions into effect and oversees their working. The scope of the process is larger than the machine. 1 In those branches of industry in which machine methods have been introduced, many agencies which are not to be classed as mechanical appliances, simply, have been drawn into the process, and have become integral factors in it. Chemical properties of minerals, example, are counted on in the carrying out of metallurgical processes with much the same certainty and calculable effect as are the motions of those mechanical appliances by whose use the minerals are handled. The sequence of the process involves both the one and the other, both the apparatus and the materials, in such intimate interaction that the process cannot be spoken of simply as an action of the apparatus upon the materials. It is not simply that the apparatus reshapes the materials reshape themselves by the help of the apparatus. Similarly, in such other processes as the refining of petroleum, oil, or sugar, in the work of the industrial chemical laboratories, in the use of wind, water, or electricity, etc. Wherever manual dexterity, the rule of thumb, and the fortuitous conjunctures of the seasons have been supplanted by a reasoned procedure on the basis of a systematic knowledge of the forces employed, there the mechanical industry is to be found, even in the absence of intricate mechanical contrivances. It is a question of the character of the process rather than a question of the complexity of the contrivances employed. Chemical, agricultural, and animal industries, as carried on by the characteristically modern methods and in due touch with the market, are to be included in the modern complex of mechanical industry. Point 2. No one of the mechanical processes carried on by the use of a given outfit of appliances is independent of other processes going on elsewhere. Each draws upon and presupposes the proper working of many other processes of a similarly mechanical character. None of the processes in the mechanical industries is self-sufficing. Each follows some and precedes other processes in an endless sequence, into which each fits and to the requirements of which each must adapt its own working. The whole concert of industrial operations is to be taken as a machine process, made up of interlocking detail processes, rather than as a multiplicity of mechanical appliances each doing its particular work in severalty. This comprehensive industrial process draws into its scope and turns to account all branches of knowledge that have to do with the material sciences, and the whole makes a more or less delicately balanced complex of sub-processes. Point 3. Looked at in this way, the industrial process shows two well-marked general characteristics. A. The running maintenance of interstitial adjustments between the several sub-processes or branches of industry, wherever in their working they touch one another in the sequence of industrial elaboration, and b. An unremitting requirement of quantitative precision, accuracy in point of time and sequence, in the proper inclusion and exclusion of forces affecting the outcome, in the magnitude of the various physical characteristics, weight, size, density, hardness, tensile strength, elasticity, temperature, chemical reaction, actinic sensitiveness, etc., of the materials handled as well as of the appliances employed. This requirement of mechanical accuracy and nice adaptation to specific uses has led to a gradual pervading enforcement of uniformity, to a reduction to staple grades and staple character in the materials handled, and to a thorough standardizing of tools and units of measurement. Standard physical measurements are of the essence of the machine's regime, the like is true of the finished products. Modern consumers in great part supply their wants with commodities that conform to certain staple specifications of size, weight, and grade. The consumer, that is to say the vulgar consumer, furnishes his hose, his table, and his person with supplies of standard weight and measure, and he can to an appreciable degree specify his needs and his consumption in the notation of the standard gauge. As regards the mass of civilized mankind, the idiosyncrasies of the individual consumers are required to conform to the uniform gradations imposed upon consumable goods by the comprehensive mechanical processes of industry. Local color, it is said, is falling into abeyance in modern life, and where it is still found it tends to assert itself in units of the standard gauge. The machine process pervades the modern life and dominates it in a mechanical sense. Its dominance is seen in the enforcement of precise mechanical measurements and adjustment, and the reduction of all manner of things, purposes, and acts, necessities, conveniences, and amenities of life, to standard units. The point of immediate interest here is the further bearing of the machine process upon the growth of culture, the disciplinary effect which this movement for standardization and mechanical equivalence has upon the human material. This discipline falls more immediately on the workmen engaged in the mechanical industries, and only less immediately on the rest of the community which lives in contact with this sweeping machine process. Wherever the machine process extends, it sets the pace for the workmen, great and small. The pace is set, not wholly by the particular processes in the details of which the given workman is immediately engaged, but in some degree by the more comprehensive process at large into which the given detail process fits. It is no longer simply that the individual workman makes use of one or more mechanical contrivances for effecting certain results. Such used to be his office in the earlier phases of the use of machines, and the work which he now has in hand still has much of that character. But such a characterization of the workman's part in industry misses the peculiarly modern feature of the case. He now does this work as a factor involved in a mechanical process whose movement controls his motions. It remains true, of course, as it always has been true, that he is the intelligent agent concerned in the process, while the machine, furnace, roadway, or retort are inanimate structures devised by man, and subject to the workman's supervision. But the process comprises him and his intelligent motions, and it is by virtue of his necessarily taking an intelligent part in what is going forward that the mechanical process has its chief effect upon him. The process standardizes his supervision and guidance of the machine. Mechanically speaking, the machine is not his to do with it as his fancy may suggest. His place is to take thought of the machine and its work in terms given him by the process that is going forward. His thinking in the premises is reduced to standard units of gauge and grade. If he fails of the precise measure, by more or less, the exigencies of the process check the aberration and drive home the absolute need of conformity. There results a standardization of the workman's intellectual life in terms of mechanical process, which is more unmitigated and precise the more comprehensive and consummate the industrial process in which he plays a part. This must not be taken to mean that such work need lower the degree of intelligence of the workman. No doubt the contrary is nearer the truth. He is a more efficient workman the more intelligent he is, and the discipline of the machine process ordinarily increases his efficiency even for work in a different line from that by which the discipline is given. But the intelligence required and inculcated in the machine industry is of a peculiar character. The machine process is a severe and insistent disciplinarian in point of intelligence. It requires close and unremitting thought, but it is thought which runs in standard terms of quantitative precision. Broadly, other intelligence on the part of the workman is useless, or it is even worse than useless, for a habit of thinking in other than quantitative terms blurs the workman's quantitative apprehension of the facts with which he has to do. 5. In so far as he is a rightly gifted and fully disciplined workman, the final term of his habitual thinking is mechanical efficiency, understanding mechanical in the sense in which it is used above. But mechanical efficiency is a matter of precisely adjusted cause and effect. What the discipline of the machine industry inculcates, therefore, in the habits of life and of thought of the workman, is regularity of sequence and mechanical precision, and the intellectual outcome is an habitual resort to terms of measurable cause and effect. Together with the relative neglect and disparagement of such exercise of the intellectual faculties as does not run on these lines. Of course, in no case and with no class does the discipline of the machine process mold the habits of life and of thought fully into its own image. There is present in the human nature of all classes too large a residue of the propensities and aptitudes carried over from the past and working to a different result. The machine's regime has been of too short duration, strict as its discipline may be, and the body of inherited traits and traditions is too comprehensive and consistent to admit of anything more than a remote approach to such a consummation. The machine process compels a more or less unremitting attention to phenomena of an impersonal character and to sequences and correlations not dependent for their force upon human predilection nor created by habit and custom. The machine throws out anthropomorphic habits of thought. It compels the adaptation of the workman to his work, rather than the adaptation of the work to the workman. The machine technology rests on a knowledge of impersonal, material cause and effect, not on the dexterity, diligence, or personal force of the workman. Still less on the habits and propensities of the workman's superiors. Within the range of this machine-guided work, and within the range of modern life so far as it is guided by the machine process, the course of things is given mechanically, impersonally, and the resultant discipline is a discipline in the handling of impersonal facts for mechanical effect. It inculcates thinking in terms of opaque, impersonal cause and effect, to the neglect of those norms of validity that rest on usage and on the conventional standards handed down by usage. Usage counts for little in shaping the processes of work of this kind or in shaping the modes of thought induced by work of this kind. The machine process gives no insight into questions of good and evil, merit and demerit, except in point of material causation, nor into the foundations or the constraining force of law and order, except such mechanically enforced law and order as may be stated in terms of pressure, temperature, velocity, tensile strength, etc. 6. The machine technology takes no cognizance of conventionally established rules of precedence. It knows neither manners nor breeding and can make no use of any of the attributes of worth. Its scheme of knowledge and of inference is based on the laws of material causation, not on those of immemorial custom, authenticity, or authoritative enactment. Its metaphysical basis is the law of cause and effect, which in the thinking of its adepts has displaced even the law of sufficient reason. 7 The range of conventional truths, or of institutional legacies, which it traverses is very comprehensive, being, indeed, all-inclusive. It is but little more in accord with the newer, 18th-century conventional truths of natural rights, natural liberty, natural law, or natural religion, than with the older norms of the true, the beautiful, and the good which these displaced. Anthropomorphism, under whatever disguise, is of no use and of no force here. The discipline of the modern industrial employments is relatively free from the bias of conventionality, but the difference between the mechanical and the business occupations in this respect is a difference of degree. It is not simply that conventional standards of certainty fall into abeyance for lack of exercise. Among the industrial classes, the positive discipline exercised by their work in good part runs counter to the habit of thinking in conventional, anthropomorphic terms, whether the conventionality is that of natural rights or any other. And in respect of this positive training away from conventional norms, there is a large divergence between the several lines of industrial employment. In proportion as a given line of employment has more of the character of a machine process and less of the character of handicraft, the matter-of-fact training which it gives is more pronounced. In a sense more intimate than the inventors of the phrase seem to have appreciated, the machine has become the master of the man who works with it and an arbiter in the cultural fortunes of the community into whose life it has entered. The intellectual and spiritual training of the machine in modern life, therefore, is very far-reaching. It leaves but a small proportion of the community untouched, but while its constraint is ramified throughout the body of the population, and constrains virtually all classes at some points in their daily life, it falls with the most direct, intimate, and unmitigated impact upon the skilled mechanical classes, for these have no respite from its mastery, whether they are at work or at play. The ubiquitous presence of the machine, with its spiritual concomitant workday ideals and scepticism of what is only conventionally valid, is the unequivocal mark of the Western culture of today as contrasted with the culture of other times and places. It pervades all classes and strata in a varying degree, but on an average in a greater degree than at any time in the past, and most potently in the advanced industrial communities and in the classes immediately in contact with the mechanical occupations. As the comprehensive mechanical organization of the material side of life has gone on, a heightening of this cultural effect throughout the community has also supervened, and with a farther and faster movement in the same direction a farther accentuation of this modern complexion of culture is fairly to be looked for, unless some remedy be found. And as the concomitant differentiation and specialization of occupations goes on, a still more unmitigated discipline fails upon ever-widening classes of the population, resulting in an ever-weakening sense of conviction, allegiance, or piety toward the received institutions. The natural decay business enterprise. Broadly, the machine discipline acts to disintegrate the institutional heritage, of all degrees of antiquity and authenticity, whether it be the institutions that embody the principles of natural liberty or those that comprise the residue of more archaic principles of conduct still current in civilized life. It thereby cuts away that ground of law and order on which business enterprise is founded. The further cultural bearing of this disintegration of the received order is no doubt sufficiently serious and far-reaching, but it does not directly concern the present inquiry. It comes in question here only in so far as such a deterioration of the general cultural tissues involves a setback to the continued vigor of business enterprise. But the future of business enterprise is bound up with the future of civilization, since the cultural scheme is, after all, a single one, comprising many interlocking elements, no one of which can be greatly disturbed without disturbing the working of all the rest. In its bearing on the question in hand, the social problem at large presents this singular situation. The growth of business enterprise rests on the machine technology as its material foundation. The machine industry is indispensable to it, it cannot get along without the machine process, but the discipline of the machine process cuts away the spiritual, Institutional foundations of business enterprise. The machine industry is incompatible with its continued growth. It cannot, in the long run, get along with the machine process. In their struggle against the cultural effects of the machine process, therefore, business principles cannot win in the long run, since an effectual mutilation or inhibition of the machine system would gradually push business enterprise to the wall, whereas with a free growth of the machine system business principles would presently fall into abeyance. The institutional basis of business enterprise. The system of natural rights appears to be a peculiarly unstable affair. There is no way of retaining it under changing circumstances, and there is no way of returning to it after circumstances have changed. It is a hybrid growth, a blend of personal freedom and equality on the one hand and of prescriptive rights on the other hand. The institutions and points of law under the natural rights scheme appear to be of an essentially provisional character. There is relatively great flexibility and possibility of growth and change. Natural rights are singularly insecure under any change of circumstances. The maxim is well approved that eternal vigilance is the price of natural liberty. When, as now, this system is endangered by socialistic or anarchistic disaffection, there is no recourse that will carry the institutional apparatus back to a secure natural rights basis. The system of natural liberty was the product of a peaceful regime of handicraft and petty trade, but continued peace and industry presently carried the cultural growth beyond the phase of natural rights by giving rise to the machine process and the large business, and these are breaking down the structure of natural rights. By making these rights nugatory on the one hand and by cutting away the spiritual foundations of them on the other hand. Natural rights being a byproduct of peaceful industry, they cannot be reinstated by our course to warlike habits and a coercive government. Since warlike habits and coercion are alien to the natural rights spirit. Nor can they be reinstated by a recourse to settled peace and freedom, since an era of settled peace and freedom would push on the dominance of the machine process and the large business, which break down the system of natural liberty. When the question is cast up as to what will come of the conf1ict of institutional forces called the social problem, it is commonly made a question of remedies. What can be done to save civilized mankind from the vulgarization and disintegration wrought by the machine industry? Now, business enterprise and the machine process are the two prime movers in modern culture, and the only recourse that holds a promise of being effective. Therefore, is a recourse to the workings of business traffic. And this is a question, not of what is conceivably, ideally, idyllically possible for the business community to do if they will take thought and act advisedly and concertedly toward a chosen cultural outcome. But of what is the probable cultural outcome to be achieved through business traffic carried on for business ends, not for cultural ends. It is a question not of what ought to be done, but of what is to take place. Persons who are solicitous for the cultural future commonly turn to speculative advice as to what ought to be done toward holding fast that which is good in the cultural heritage. And what ought further to be done to increase the talent that has been intrusted to this generation. The practical remedy offered is commonly some proposal for palliative measures. Some appeal to philanthropic, aesthetic, or religious sentiment, some endeavor to conjure with the name of one or another of the epiphenomena of modern culture. Something must be done, it is conceived, and this something takes the shape of charity organizations, clubs, and societies for social purity, for amusement, education, and manual training of the indigent classes. For colonization of the poor, for popularization of churches, for clean politics, for cultural missionary work by social settlements, and the like. These remedial measures whereby it is proposed to save or to rehabilitate certain praiseworthy but obsolescent habits of life and of thought are, all and several, beside the point so far as touches the question in hand. Not that it is hereby intended to cast a slur on these meritorious endeavors to save mankind by treating symptoms. The symptoms treated are no doubt evil, as they are said to be, or if they are not evil, the merits of that particular question do not concern the present inquiry. The endeavors in question are beside the point in that they do not fall into the shape of a business proposition. They are, on the whole, not so profitable a line of investment as certain other ventures that are open to modern enterprise. Hence, if they traverse the course of business enterprise and of industrial exigencies, they are nugatory, being in the same class with the labor of Sisyphus, whereas if they coincide in effect with the line along which business and industrial exigencies move, they are a work of supererogation, except so far as they may be conceived to accelerate a change that is already underway. L. THETWOMODES of cultural HI story. SHULAMITH Firestone. 1970. For our analysis we shall define culture in the following way: culture is the attempt by man to realize the conceivable in the possible. Man's consciousness of himself within his environment distinguishes him from the lower animals, and turns him into the only animal capable of culture. This consciousness, his highest faculty, allows him to project mentally states of being that do not exist at the moment, able to construct a past and future. He becomes a creature of time, a historian and a prophet. More than this, he can imagine objects and states of being that have never existed and may never exist in the real world, becomes a maker of art. Thus, for example, though the ancient Greeks did not know how to fly, still they could imagine it. The myth of Icarus was the formulation in fantasy of their conception of the state flying. But man was not only able to project the conceivable into fantasy. He also learned to impose it on reality, by accumulating knowledge, learning experience, about that reality and how to handle it. He could shape it to his liking. This accumulation of skills for controlling the environment. Technology, is another means to reaching the same end, the realization of the conceivable in the possible. Thus, in our example, if, in the BC era, man could fly on the magic carpet of myth or fantasy, by the 20th century, his technology, the accumulation of his practical skills, had made it possible for him to fly. In actuality, he had invented the airplane. Another example, in the biblical legend, the Jews, an agricultural people stranded for 40 years in the desert, were provided by God with manna, a miraculous substance that could be transformed at will into food of any color, texture, or taste. Modern food processing, especially with the Green Revolution, will probably soon create a totally artificial food production. Perhaps with this chameleon attribute. Again, in ancient legend, man could imagine mixed species, e.g., the centaur or the unicorn, or hybrid births, like the birth of an animal from a human, or a virgin birth. The current biological revolution, with its increasing knowledge of the reproductive process, could know if only the first crude stages generate these monstrosities in reality. Brownies and elves, the golem of medieval Jewish lore, Mary Shelley's monster in F. R. Inkenstein, were the imaginative constructions that preceded by several centuries the corresponding technological acumen. Many other fantastical constructions, ghosts, mental telepathy, Methuselah's Ajir, remain to be realized by modern science. These two different responses, the idealistic and the scientific, do not merely exist simultaneously, there is a dialogue between the two. The imaginative construction precedes the technological, though often it does not develop until the technological know-how is in the air. For example, the art of science fiction developed, in the main, only a half-century in advance of, and now coexists with, the scientific revolution that is transforming it into a reality. For example, an innocuous one, the moon flight. The phrases way out, far out, spaced, the observation it's like something out of science fiction are common language. In the aesthetic response, because it always develops in advance, and is thus the product of another age, the same realization may take on a sensational or idealistic cast, example Frankenstein's monster, as opposed to, let us say, General Electric's CAM, cybernetic anthropomorphic machines, handyman. An artist can never know in advance just how his vision might be articulated in reality. Culture then is the sum of, and the dynamic between, the two modes through which the mind attempts to transcend the limitations and contingencies of reality. These two types of cultural responses entail different methods to achieve the same end, the realization of the conceivable in the possible. In the first one, the individual denies the limitations of the given reality by escaping from it altogether, to define, create, his own possible. In the provinces of the imagination, objectified in some way with her through the development of a visual image within some artificial boundary, say 4 square feet of canvas, through visual images projected through verbal symbols, poetry, with sound ordered into a sequence, music, or with verbal ideas ordered into a progression, theology, philosophy, he creates an ideal world governed by his own artificially imposed order and harmony, a structure in which he consciously relates each part to the whole, a static, and therefore timeless, construction. The degree to which he abstracts his creation from reality is unimportant, for even when he most appears to imitate, he has created an illusion governed by its own perhaps hidden set of artificial laws. Degas said that the artist had to lie in order to tell the truth. This search for the ideal, realized by means of an artificial medium, we shall call the aesthetic mode. In the second type of cultural response, the contingencies of reality are overcome, not through the creation of an alternate reality, but through the mastery of reality's own workings. The laws of nature are exposed, then turned against it, to shape it in accordance with man's conception. If there is a poison, man assumes there is an antidote; if there is a disease, he searches for the cure. Every fact of nature that is understood can be used to alter it. But to achieve the ideal through such a procedure takes much longer, and is infinitely more painful, especially in the early stages of knowledge. For the vast and intricate machine of nature must be entirely understood, and there are always fresh and unexpected layers of complexity before it can be thoroughly controlled. Thus, before any solution can be found to the deepest contingencies of the human condition, example death, natural processes of growth and decay must be catalogued, smaller laws related to larger ones. This scientific method, also attempted by Marx and Engels in their materialist approach to history, is the attempt by man to master nature through the complete understanding of its mechanics. The coaxing of reality to conform with man's conceptual ideal, through the application of information extrapolated from itself, we shall call the technological mode. We have defined culture as the sum of, and the dialectic between, the two different modes through which man can resolve the tension created by the flexibility of his mental faculties within the limitations of his given environment. The correspondence of these two different cultural modes with the two sexes respectively is unmistakable. We have noted how those few women directly creating culture have gravitated to disciplines within the aesthetic mode. There is a good reason for this: the aesthetic response corresponds with female behavior. The same terminology can be applied to either subjective, intuitive, introverted, wishful, dreamy, or fantastic, concerned with the subconscious, the ID, emotional, even temperamental, hysterical. Correspondingly, the technological response is the masculine response, objective, logical, extroverted, realistic, concerned with the conscious mind, the ego, rational, mechanical, pragmatic and down-to-earth, stable. Thus the aesthetic is the cultural recreation of that half of the psychological spectrum that has been appropriated to the female, whereas the technological response is the cultural magnification of the male half. Just as we have assumed the biological division of the sexes for procreation to be the fundamental natural duality from which grows all further division into classes, so we now assume the sex division to be the root of this basic cultural division as well. The interplay between these two cultural responses, the male technological mode and the female aesthetic mode, recreates at yet another level the dialectic of the sexes as well as its superstructure, the caste and the economic class dialectic. And just as the merging of the divided sexual, racial, and economic classes is a precondition for sexual, racial, or economic revolution respectively, so the merging of the aesthetic with the technological culture is the precondition of a cultural revolution. And just as the revolutionary goal of the sexual, racial, and economic revolutions is, rather than a mere leveling of imbalances of class, an elimination of class categories altogether, so the end result of a cultural revolution must be, not merely the integration of the two streams of culture, but the elimination of cultural categories altogether, the elimination of culture itself as we know it. But before we discuss this ultimate cultural revolution or even the state of cultural division in our own time, let us see how this third level of the sex dialectic interaction between the technological and aesthetic modes operated to determine the flow of cultural history. Asterisk. At first technological knowledge accumulated slowly. Gradually man learned to control the crudest aspects of his environment, discovered the tool, control of fire, the wheel, the melting of ore to make weapons and plows, even. Eventually, the alphabet, but these discoveries were few and far between, because as yet he had no systematic way of initiating them. Eventually, however, he had gathered enough practical knowledge to build whole systems, example medicine or architecture, to create juridical, political, social, and economic institutions. Civilization developed the primitive hunting horde into an agricultural society, and finally, through progressive stages, into feudalism, capitalism, and the first attempts at socialism. But in all this time, man's ability to picture an ideal world was far ahead of his ability to create one. The primary cultural forms of ancient civilizations, religion and its offshoots, mythology, legend, primitive art and magic, prophecy and history, were in the aesthetic mode. They imposed only an artificial, imaginary order on a universe still mysterious and chaotic. Even primitive scientific theories were only poetic metaphors for what would later be realized empirically. The science and philosophy and mathematics of classical antiquity, forerunners of modern science, by sheer imaginative prowess, operating in a vacuum independently of material laws, anticipated much of what was later proven, Democritus atoms and Lucretius substance foreshadowed by thousands of years the discoveries of modern science. But they were realized only within the realm of the imaginary aesthetic mode. In the Middle Ages the Judeo-Christian heritage was assimilated with pagan culture, to produce medieval religious art and the metaphysics of Thomas Aquinas and the scholastics. Though concurrently Arab, science, an outgrowth of the Greek Alexandrian period, 3rd century BC to 7th century AD, was amassing considerable information in such areas as geography, astronomy, physiology, mathematics. Tabulation essential to the later empiricism. There was little dialogue. Western science with its alchemy, its astrology, the humors of medieval medicine, was still in a pseudo-scientific stage, or in our definition, still operating according to the aesthetic mode. This medieval aesthetic culture, composed of the classical and Christian legacies, culminated in the humanism of the Renaissance. Until the Renaissance, then, culture occurred in the aesthetic mode because, prior to that time, technology had been so primitive, the body of scientific knowledge so far from complete. In terms of the sex dialectic, this long stage of cultural history corresponds with the matriarchal stage of civilization. The female principle, dark, mysterious, uncontrollable, reigned, elevated by man himself, still in awe of unfathomable nature. Men of culture were its high priests of homage, until and through the Renaissance all men of culture were practitioners of the ideal aesthetic mode, thus, in a sense, artists. The Renaissance, the pinnacle of cultural humanism, was the golden age of the aesthetic, female, mode. And also the beginning of its end. By the 16th century culture was undergoing a change as profound as the shift from matriarchy to patriarchy in terms of the sex dialectic, and corresponding to the decline of feudalism in the class dialectic. This was the first merging of the aesthetic culture with the technological, in the creation of modern, empirical, science. In the Renaissance, Aristotelian scholasticism had remained powerful, though the first cracks in the dam were already apparent. But it was not until Francis Bacon, who first proposed to use science to extend more widely the limits of the power and the greatnesses of man, that the marriage of the modes was consummated. Bacon and Locke transformed philosophy, the attempt to understand life, from abstract speculation detached from the real world, metaphysical ICS, ethics, theology, aesthetics, logic, to an uncovering of the real laws of nature through proof and demonstration, empirical science. In the empirical method propounded by Francis Bacon, insight and imagination had to be used only at the earliest stage of the inquiry. Tentative hypotheses would be formed by induction from the facts, and then consequences would be deduced logically and tested for consistency among themselves and for agreement with the primary facts and results of ad hoc experiments. The hypothesis would become an accepted theory only after all tests had been passed, and would remain, at least until proven wrong, a theory capable of predicting phenomena to a high degree of probability. The empirical view held that by recording and tabulating all possible observations and experiments in this manner, the natural order would emerge automatically. Though at first the question why was still asked as often as the question how, after information began to accumulate, each discovery building upon the last to complete the jigsaw, the speculative, the intuitive, and the imaginative gradually became less valuable. When once the initial foundations had been laid by men of the stature of Kepler, Galileo, and Newton, thinkers still in the inspired aesthetic science tradition, hundreds of anonymous technicians could move to fill in the blanks, leading to, in our own time, the dawn of a golden age of science to the technological mode what the Renaissance had been to the aesthetic mode. The cultures today. Now, in 1970, we are experiencing a major scientific breakthrough. The new physics, relativity, and the astrophysical theories of contemporary science had already been realized by the first part of this century. Now, in the latter part, we are arriving, with the help of the electron microscope and other new tools, at similar achievements in biology, biochemistry, and all the life sciences. Important discoveries are made yearly by small, scattered work teams all over the United States, and in other countries as well of the magnitude of DNA in genetics, or of Urey and Miller's work in the early 50s on the origins of life. Full mastery of the reproductive process is in sight, and there has been significant advance in understanding the basic life and death process. The nature of aging and growth, sleep and hibernation, the chemical functioning of the brain and the development of consciousness and memory are all beginning to be understood in their entirety. This acceleration promises to continue for another century, or however long it takes to achieve the goal of empiricism, total understanding of the laws of nature. This amazing accumulation of concrete knowledge in only a few hundred years is the product of philosophy's switch from the aesthetic to the technological mode. The combination of pure science in the aesthetic mode, with pure technology, caused greater progress toward the goal of technologic realization of the conceivable in the actual than had been made in thousands of years of previous history. Empiricism itself is only the means, a quicker and more effective technique, for achieving technology's ultimate cultural goal, the building of the ideal in the real world. One of its own basic dictates is that a certain amount of material must be collected and arranged into categories before any decisive comparison, analysis, or discovery can be made. In this light, the centuries of empirical science have been little more than the building of foundations for the breakthroughs of our own time and the future. The amassing of information and understanding of the laws and mechanical processes of nature, pure research, is but a means to a larger and total understanding of nature in order, ultimately, to achieve transcendence. In this view of the development and goals of cultural history, Engels' final goal, quoted above in the context of political revolution, is again worthy of quotation. The whole sphere of the conditions of life which environ man, and have hitherto ruled him, now comes under the dominion and control of man, who for the first time becomes the real conscious lord of nature. Empirical science is to culture what the shift to patriarchy was to the sex dialectic, and what the bourgeois period is to the Marxian dialectical at THIRD stage prior to revolution. Moreover, the three dialectics are integrally related to one another vertically as well as horizontally, the empirical science growing out of the bourgeoisie, The bourgeois period is in itself a stage of the patriarchal period, follows the humanism of the aristocracy, the female principle, the matriarchy, and with its development of the empirical method in order to amass real knowledge, development of modern industry. In order to amass capital, eventually puts itself out of business. The body of scientific discovery, the new productive modes, must finally outgrow the empirical, capitalistic, mode of using them. And just as the internal contradictions of capitalism must become increasingly apparent, so must the internal contradictions of empirical science cease in the development of pure knowledge to the point where it assumes a life of its own, example the atomic bomb. As long as man is still engaged only in the means charting of the ways of nature, the gathering of pure knowledge, his final realization, mastery of nature, his knowledge, because it is not complete, is dangerous. So dangerous that many scientists are wondering whether they shouldn't put a lid on certain types of research. But this solution is hopelessly inadequate. The machine of empiricism has its own momentum, and is, for such purposes, completely out of control. Could one actually decide what to discover or not discover? That is, by definition, antithetical to the whole empirical process that Bacon set in motion. Many of the most important discoveries have been practically laboratory accidents, with social implications barely realized by the scientists who stumbled into them. For example, as recently as 5 years ago, Professor F.C. Stewart of Cornell discovered a process called cloning. By placing a single carrot cell in a rotating nutrient, he was able to grow a whole sheet of identical carrot cells, from which he eventually recreated the same carrot. The understanding of a similar process for more developed animal cells, were it to slip out as did experiments with mind-expanding drugs, could have some awesome implications. Or, again, imagine parthenogenesis, virgin birth, as practiced by the green fly, actually applied to human fertility. Another internal contradiction in empirical science, the mechanistic, deterministic, soulless scientific worldview, which is the result of the means to, rather than the inherently noble and often forgotten ultimate purpose of empiricism, the actualization of the ideal in reality. The cost in humanity is particularly high to the scientist himself, who becomes little more than a cultural technician. For, ironically enough, to properly accumulate knowledge of the universe requires a mentality the very opposite of comprehensive and integrated. Though in the long run the efforts of the individual scientist could lead to domination of the environment in the interest of humanity, temporarily the empirical method demands that its practitioners themselves become objective, mechanistic, over-precise. The public image of the white-coated Dr. Jekyll with no feelings for his subjects, mere guinea pigs, is not entirely false. There is no room for feelings in the scientist's work. He is forced to eliminate or isolate them in what amounts to an occupational hazard. At best he can resolve this problem by separating his professional from his personal self, by compartmentalizing his emotion. Thus, though often well versed in an academic way about the arts, the frequency of this, at any rate, is higher than of artists who are well versed in science. The scientist is generally out of touch with his direct emotions and senses, or, at best, he is emotionally divided. His private and public life are out of whack, and because his personality is not well integrated, he can be surprisingly conventional. Dear, I discovered how to clone people at the lab today. Now we can go skiing at Aspen. He feels no contradiction in living by convention, even in attending church, for he has never integrated the amazing material of modern science with his daily life. Often it takes the misuse of his discovery to alert him to that connection which he has long since lost in his own mind. The catalogue of scientific vices is familiar, it duplicates, exaggerates the catalogue of male vices in general. This is to be expected. If the technological mode develops from the male principle, then it follows that its practitioners would develop the warpings of the male personality in the extreme. But let us leave science for the moment. Winding up for the ultimate cultural revolution, to see what meanwhile had been happening to the aesthetic culture proper. With philosophy in the broadest classical sense including pure science defecting, aesthetic culture became increasingly narrow and ingrown, reduced to the arts and humanities in the refined sense that we now know them. Art, hereafter referring to the liberal arts, especially the arts and letters, had always been, in its very definition, a search for the ideal, removed from the real world. But in primitive days it had been the handmaiden of religion, articulating the common dream, objectifying other worlds of the common fantasy, example the art of the Egyptian tombs, to explain and excuse this one. Thus even though it was removed from the real world, it served an important social function, it satisfied artificially those wishes of society that couldn't yet be realized in reality. Though it was patronized and supported only by the aristocracy, the cultured elite, it was never as detached from life as it later became, for the society of those times was, for all practical purposes, synonymous with its ruling class, whether priesthood, monarchy, or nobility. The masses were never considered by society to be a legitimate part of humanity, they were slaves, nothing more than human animals, drones, or serfs, without whose labor the small cultured elite could not have maintained itself. The gradual squeezing out of the aristocracy by the new middle class, the bourgeoisie, signaled the erosion of aesthetic culture. We have seen that capitalism intensified the worst attributes of patriarchalism. How? For example, the nuclear family emerged from the large, loose family household of the past, to reinforce the weakening sex class system, oppressing women and children more intimately than ever before. The cultural mode favored by this new, heavily patriarchal bourgeoisie was the male technological mode, objective, realistic, factual, common sense rather than the effeminate, otherworldly, romantic idealist aesthetic mode. The bourgeoisie, searching for the ideal in the real, soon developed the empirical science that we have described. To the extent that they had any remaining use for aesthetic culture, it was only for realistic art, as opposed to the idealistic art of classical antiquity, or the abstract religious art of primitive or medieval times. For a time they went in for a literature that described reality, best exemplified by the 19th century novel and decorative easel art, still lives, portraits, family scenes, interiors. Public museums and libraries were built alongside the old salons and private galleries. But with its entrenchment as a secure, primary, class, the bourgeoisie no longer needed to imitate aristocratic cultivation. More important, with the rapid development of their new science and technology, the little practical value they had for art was eclipsed. The scientific development of the camera, the bourgeoisie soon had little need for portrait painters, the little that painters or novelists had been able to do for them, the camera could do better. Modern art was a desperate, but finally self-defeating, retaliation, épater les bourgeois, for these injuries, the evaporation of its social function, the severance of the social umbilical cord, the dwindling of the old sources of patronage. The modern art tradition, associated primarily with Picasso and Cézanne, and including all the major schools of the 20th century: Cubism, Constructivism, Futurism, Expressionism, Surrealism, Abstract Expressionism, and so on, is not an authentic expression of modernity as much as it is a reaction to the realism of the bourgeoisie. Post-Impressionism deliberately renounced all reality-affirming conventions. Indeed, the process began with Impressionism itself, which broke down the illusion into its formal values, swallowing reality whole and spitting it up again as art to lead eventually to an art for art's sake so pure, a negation of reality so complete as to make it ultimately meaningless, sterile, even absurd. Cab drivers or Philistine, they know a Putan when they see one. The deliberate violating, deforming, fracturing of the image, called modern art, was nothing more than a 50-year idol smashing, eventually leading to our present cultural impasse. In the 20th century, its lifeblood drained, its social function nullified altogether, art is thrown back on whatever wealthy classes remain, those nouveau riches particularly in America, still suffering from a cultural inferiority complex who still need to prove they have arrived by evidencing a taste for culture. The sequestering of intellectuals in ivory tower universities, where, except for the sciences, they have little effect on the outside world, no matter how brilliant, and they aren't because they no longer have the necessary feedback. The abstruse, often literally unintelligible jargon of the social sciences, the cliquish literary quarterlies with their esoteric poetry, the posh five youth street galleries and museums, it is no accident that they are right next door to Saks Fifth Avenue and Bonwit T.E.L.R., staffed and supplied by, for the most part, fawning Riquitos hairdresser types, and not least the vulturous critical establishment thriving on the remains of what was once a great and vital culture. Testify to the death of aesthetic humanism. For the centuries that science climbed to new heights, art decayed. Its forced inbreeding transformed it into a secret code. By definition escapist from reality, it now turned in upon itself to such degree that it gnawed away its own vitals. It became diseased, neurotically self-pitying, self-conscious, focused on the past, as opposed to the futurist orientation of the technological culture, and thus frozen into conventions and academia's orthodoxies, of which avant-garde is only the latest pining for remembered glories, the grand old days when beauty was in flower. It became pessimistic and nihilistic, increasingly hostile to the society at large, the Philistines. And when the cocky young science attempted to woo art from its ivory tower, eventually garroted with false promises of the courting lover, "You can come down now, we're making the world a better place every day," art refused more vehemently than ever to deal with him, much less accept his corrupt gifts, retreating ever deeper into her daydreams. Neoclassicism, Romanticism, Expressionism, Surrealism, Existentialism. The individual artist or intellectual saw himself as either a member of an invisible elite, a highbrow, or as a down-and-outer, mingling with whoever was deemed the dregs of his society. In both cases, whether playing aristocrat or bohemian, he was on the margin of the society as a whole. The artist had become a freak. His increasing alienation from the world around him, the new world that science had created, was, especially in its primitive stages, an incredible horror, only intensifying his need to escape to the ideal world of Arthy's lack of an audience, led to a mystique of genius. Like an ascetic Saint Simeon on his pedestal, the genius in the garret was expected to create masterpieces in a vacuum. But his artery to the outside world had been severed. His task, increasingly impossible, often forced him into literal madness or suicide. Painted into a corner with nowhere else to go, the artist has got to begin to come to terms with the modern world. He is not too good at it, like an invalid shut away too long. He doesn't know anything about the world anymore, neither politics, not science, nor even how to live or love. Until now, yes, even now, though less and less so, sublimation, that warping of personality, was commendable. It was the only, albeit indirect, way to achieve fulfillment. But the artistic process has almost outlived its usefulness. And its price is high. The first attempts to confront the modern world have been for the most part misguided. The Bauhaus, a famous example, failed at its objective of replacing an irrelevant easel art. Only a few optical illusions and designy chairs marked the grave, ending up with a hybrid, neither art nor science, and certainly not the sum of the two. They failed because they didn't understand science on its own terms. To them, seeing in the old aesthetic way, it was simply a rich new subject matter to be digested whole into the traditional aesthetic system. It is as if one were to see a computer as only a beautifully ordered set of lights and sounds, missing completely the function itself. The scientific experiment is not only beautiful, an elegant structure, another piece of an abstract puzzle, something to be used in the next collage, but scientists, too, in their own way, see science as this abstraction divorced from life. It has a real intrinsic meaning of its own, similar to, but not the same as, the presence, the ensoy, of modern painting. Many artists have made the mistake of thus trying to annex science, to incorporate it into their own artistic framework, rather than using it to expand that framework. Is the current state of aesthetic culture all bleak? No, there have been some progressive developments in contemporary art. We have mentioned how the realistic tradition in painting died with the camera. This tradition had developed over centuries to a level of illusionism with the brush examine a Bhagaruth that was the equal of, better than, the early photography, then considered only another graphic medium, like etching. The beginning of the new art of film and the realistic tradition of painting overlapped, peaked. In artists like Degas, who used a camera in his work. Then realistic art took a new course, either it became decadent, academic, divorced from any market and meaning. Example: the nudes that linger on in art classes and second-rate galleries. Or it was fractured into the expressionist or surrealist image, posing an alternate internal or fantastical reality. Meanwhile, however, the young art of film, based on a true synthesis of the aesthetic and technological modes, as empiricism itself had been, carried on the vital realistic tradition. And just as with the marriage of the divided male and female principles, empirical science bore fruit, so did the medium of film. But, unlike other aesthetic media of the past, it broke stone down the very division between the artificial and the real, between culture and life itself, on which the aesthetic mode is based. Other related developments, the exploration of artificial materials, example plastics, the attempt to confront plastic culture itself, pop art, the breakdown of traditional categories of media, mixed media, and of the distinctions between art and reality itself, happenings, environments. But I find it difficult to unreservedly call these latter developments progressive, as yet they have produced largely puerile and meaningless works. The artist does not yet know what reality is, let alone how to affect it. Paper cups lined up on the street, pieces of paper thrown into an empty lot, no matter how many ponderous reviews they get in art news, are a waste of time. If these clumsy attempts are at all hopeful, it is only insofar as they are signs of the breakdown of fine art. The merging of the aesthetic with the technological mode will gradually suffocate pure high art altogether. The first breakdown of categories, the remerging of art with a technologized reality, indicate that we are now in the transitional pre-evolutionary period, in which the three separate cultural streams, technology, applied science, pure research, and pure modern art, will melt together along with the rigid sex categories they reflect. The sex-based polarity of culture still causes many casualties. If even the pure scientist, example nuclear physicist, let alone the applied scientist, example engineer, suffers from too much male, becoming authoritarian, conventional, emotionally insensitive, narrowly unable to understand his own work within the scientific let alone cultural or social jigsaw, the artist, in terms of the sex division, has embodied all the imbalances and suffering of the female personality, temperamental, insecure, paranoid, defeatist, narrow. And the recent withholding of reinforcements from behind the front, the larger society, has exaggerated all this enormously. His overdeveloped ID has nothing left to balance it. Where the pure scientist is skis, or worse, ignorant of emotional reality altogether, the pure artist rejects reality because of its lack of perfection, and, in modern centuries, for its ugliness. Point 2. And who suffers the most, the blind scientist, or the lame artist? Culturally, we have had only the choice between one sex role or the other, either a social marginality leading to self-consciousness, introversion, defeatism, pessimism, oversensitivity, and lack of touch with reality, or a split professionalized personality, emotional ignorance, the narrow views of the specialist. Conclusion: the anti-culture revolution. I have tried to show how the history of culture mirrors the sex dichotomy in its very organization and development. Culture develops not only out of the underlying economic dialectic, but also out of the deeper sex dialectic. Thus, there is not only a horizontal dynamic, but a vertical one as well, Each of these three strata forms one more story of the dialectics of history based on the biological dualism. At present we have reached the final stages of patriarchalism, capitalism, corporate capitalism, and of the TWO cultures at once. We shall soon have a triplicate set of preconditions for revolution, the absence of which is responsible for the failure of revolutions of the past. The difference between what is almost possible and what exists is generating revolutionary forces. Point 3 We are nearing. I believe we shall have, perhaps within a century, if the snowball of empirical knowledge doesn't smash first of its own velocity, a cultural revolution, as well as a sexual and economic one. The cultural revolution, like the economic revolution, must be predicated on the elimination of the sex dualism at the origins not only of class, but also of cultural division. What might this cultural revolution look like? Unlike cultural revolutions of the past, it would not be merely a quantitative escalation, more and better culture, in the sense that the Renaissance was a high point of the aesthetic mode, or that the present technological breakthrough is the accumulation of centuries of practical knowledge about the real world. Great as they were, neither the aesthetic nor the technological culture, even at their respective peaks, ever achieved universality. Either it was holistic but divorced from the real world, or it achieved progress, at the price of cultural schizophrenia, and the effortlessness and dryness of objectivity. What we shall have in the next cultural revolution is the reintegration of the male, technological mode, with the female, aesthetic mode, to create an androgynous culture surpassing the highs of either cultural stream, or even of the sum of their integrations. More than a marriage, rather an abolition of the cultural categories themselves, a mutual cancellation, a matter-antimatter explosion, ending with a poof, of culture itself. We shall not miss it. We shall no longer need it. By then humanity will have mastered nature totally, will have realized in actuality its dreams. With the full achievement of the conceivable in the actual, the surrogate of culture will no longer be necessary. The sublimation process, a detour to wish fulfillment, will give way to direct satisfaction in experience, as felt now only by children, or adults on drugs. Though normal adults play to varying degrees, the example that illustrates more immediately to almost everyone the intense level of this future experience, ranking 0 on a scale of accomplishment, nothing to show for it but nevertheless somehow always worth everyone's while, is love-making. Control and delay of ID satisfaction by the ego will be unnecessary, the ID can lie free. Enjoyment will spring directly from being and acting itself, the process of experience, rather than from the quality of achievement. When the male technological mode can at last produce in actuality what the female aesthetic mode had envisioned, we shall have eliminated the need for either decline of the capitalist mode of production or decline of humanity. Jacques Scamatte. 1973. It has often been thought and written that communism would blossom after the destruction of the capitalist mode of production, which would be undermined by such contradictions that its end would be inevitable. But numerous events of this century have unfortunately brought other possibilities into view: the return to barbarism, as analyzed by R. Luxemburg and the entire left wing of the Armen workers' movement, by Adorno and the Frankfurt School, the destruction of the human species, as is evident to each and all today, finally a state of stagnation in which the capitalist mode of production survives by adapting itself to a degenerated humanity which lacks the power to destroy it. In order to understand the failure of a future that was thought inevitable, we must take into account the domestication of human beings implemented by all class societies and mainly by capital, and we must analyze the autonomization of capital. We do not intend to treat these historical deviations exhaustively in a few pages. By commenting on a passage in Marx's Grundrisse, we can show that it is possible to understand the autonomization of capital on the basis of Marx's work, and we can also see the contradictions in Marxist thought and its inability to solve the problem. The passage is from the chapter on the process of circulation. To understand it, we should keep in mind what Marx had said shortly before this passage. Circulation time thus appears as a barrier to the productivity of labor equals an increased us in necessary labor time equals a decrease in Cir. Plus labor time equals a decrease in surplus value equals an obstruction. A barrier to the self-realization process Selbstverwertungsprozess of capital. Here Marx makes an extremely important digression. There appears here the universalizing tendency of capital, which distinguishes it from all previous stages of production and thus becomes the presupposition of a new mode of production, which is founded not on the development of the forces of production for the purpose of reproducing or at most expanding a given condition, but where the free, unobstructed, progressive and universal development of the forces of production is itself the presupposition of society and hence of its reproduction, where advance beyond the point of departure is the only presupposition. 2. What makes capital a barrier is not stated here, whereas its revolutionary, positive aspect is emphasized. This aspect is emphasized on many other pages of the Grundriss, and of capital the tendency toward universal development of the forces of production. However, and this is what interests us here, capital cannot realize this, it will be the task of another, superior mode of production. The future of society here takes the form of an indefinite, cumulative movement. This tendency which capital possesses, but which at the same time, since capital is a limited form of production, contradicts it and hence drives it towards dissolution, distinguishes capital from all earlier modes of production, and at the same time contains this element, that capital is posited as a mere point of transition. 3. Hence capital is driven towards dissolution by this contradiction. It is a pity that Marx did not here mention what he understands by limited form of production, since this keeps us from seeing clearly what he means by contradiction in this specific case. This conditions the understanding of the statement that the capitalist mode of production is a transitory form of production. Even without an explanation of the contradiction, we can understand it as follows: the capitalist mode of production is not eternal. Marx's polemical argument against the bourgeois ideologues. This is the content of his main statements. But another argument is embedded in the preceding one: the capitalist mode of production is revolutionary and makes possible the passage to another, superior social form where human beings will no longer be dominated by the sphere of necessity, the sphere of the production of material life, and where alienation will cease to exist. Today, after the blossoming of Marxism as a theory of development, another part of this sentence appears basic: there is a continuum between the two periods. What is a transition if not the opposite of a break? This continuum consists of the development of the forces of production, from which follows the shameful but real relationship, Marx-Lenin-Stalin. But this is not our topic. Our aim is to determine what constitutes the productive forces and for whom they exist, according to Marx in the Grundriss. All previous forms of society are what is the same of the forces of social production founded on the development of wealth. Wealth resides in the productive forces and in the results of their action. There is a contradiction here which, according to Marx, characterizes the totality of human history. Wealth is necessary and therefore sought, but it destroys societies. Societies must therefore oppose its development. This is not the case in the capitalist mode of production. It thus destroys all other social formations, which exalts the productive forces, but for whom? Those thinkers of antiquity who were possessed of consciousness therefore directly denounced wealth as the dissolution of the community Gemeinwesen. The feudal system, for its part, founded on urban industry, trade, modern agriculture, even as a result of individual inventions like gunpowder and the printing press. With the development of wealth and hence also new powers and expanded intercourse on the part of individuals, the economic conditions on which the community Gemeinwesen rested were dissolved, along with the political relations of the various constituents of the community which corresponded to those conditions: religion, in which it was viewed in idealized form, and both religion and political relations rested in turn on a given relation to nature, into which all productive force resolves itself, the character, outlook, etc. of the individuals. The development of science alone the most solid form of wealth, both its product and its producer was sufficient to dissolve these communities. But the development of science, this ideal and at the same time practical wealth, is only one aspect, one form in which the development of the human productive forces, i.e. of wealth, appears. Considered ideally, the dissolution of a given form of consciousness sufficed to kill a whole epoch. In reality, this barrier to consciousness corresponds to a definite degree of development of the forces of material production and hence of wealth. True, there was not only a development on the old basis, but also a development of this basis itself. 5. For Marx, the productive forces are human, from the human being, and they are for the human being, for the individual. Science as a productive force, thus also wealth, as was already shown in the 18 LJ manuscripts and in the German ideology, is determined by the development of these forces and corresponds to the appearance of a large number of externalizations, a greater possibility to appropriate nature. Even if it takes an ambiguous form, the blossoming of the human being is possible. It is the moment in the development of the dominant class, individuals can find a model of a fuller life. For Marx, the capitalist mode of production, by pushing the development of productive forces, makes possible a liberating autonomization of the individual. This is its most important revolutionary aspect. The highest development of this basis itself, the flower into which it transforms itself, but it is always this basis, this plant as flower, hence wilting after the flowering and as a consequence of the flowering, is the point at which it is itself worked out, developed, into the form in which it is compatible with the highest development of the forces of production, hence also the richest development of the individuals. As soon as this point is reached, the further development appears as decay, and the new development begins from a new basis. 6 There is decay because the development of individuals is blocked. It is not possible to use this sentence to support the theory of the decline of the capitalist mode of production. 7. Since it would have to be stated that the decline started, not at the beginning of this century, but minimally in the middle of the previous century, or else it would have to be shown that the decline of individuals is simultaneously the decline of capital, which contradicts what can be observed. Marx himself repeatedly explained that the development of capital was accompanied by the destruction of human beings and of nature. When did the development of productive forces accompany the development of individuals in different societies? When was the capitalist mode of production revolutionary for itself and for human beings? Do the productive forces advance continually, in spite of moments when individuals decay? Marx said, the further development appears as decay. Do the productive forces stagnate? Does the capitalist mode of production decay? 8 The remainder of Marx's digression confirms that the decay refers to human beings. Individuals blossom when the productive forces allow them to develop, when the evolution of one parallels the evolution of the other. By means of a comparison with the pre-capitalist period, Marx shows that capital is not hostile to wealth but, on the contrary, takes up its production. Thus it takes up the development of productive forces. Previously the development of human beings, of their community, was opposed to the development of wealth. Now there is something like symbiosis between them. For this to happen, a certain mutation was necessary. Capital had to destroy the limited character of the individual. This is another aspect of its revolutionary character. We saw earlier that property in the conditions of production was posited as identical with a limited, definite form of the community. Gemeinwesen, hence of the individual with the characteristics, limited characteristics and limited development of his productive forces required to form such a community Gemeinwesen. This presupposition was itself in turn the result of a limited historic stage of the development of the productive forces, of wealth as well as the mode of creating it. The purpose of the community Germain. Wesson, of the individual as well as the condition of product iones. The reproduction of these specific conditions of production and of the individuals, both singly and in their social groupings and relations as living carriers of these conditions. Capital posits the production of wealth itself and hence the universal development. 8 various authors have spoken of stagnation and declining production between the 2 world wars. Bordiga always rejected the theory of the decline of the capitalist mode of production as a gradualist deformation of Marx's theory. See Le renversement de la praxis dans la théorie marxiste, in Invariantly, Serie 1. Of the productive forces. The constant overthrow of its prevailing presuppositions, as the presupposition of its reproduction. Value. Excludes no use value, i.e. includes no particular kind of consumption, etc., of intercourse etc. as absolute condition, and likewise every degree of the development of the social forces of production, of intercourse, of knowledge etc. appears to it only as a barrier which it strives to overpower. 9. This passage has momentous consequences. There is no reference to the proletariat. It is the revolutionary role of capital to overthrow the prevailing presuppositions. Marx had already said this, in a more striking manner. It is destructive towards all of this, and constantly revolutionizes it, tearing down all the barriers which hem in the development of the forces of production, the expansion of needs, the all-sided development of production, and the exploitation and exchange of natural and mental forces. 10. We are forced to take a new approach toward the manner in which Marx situated the proletarian class in the context of the continual upheaval carried out by the capitalist mode of production. What is immediately evident is that the capitalist mode of production is revolutionary in relation to the destruction of ancient social relations, and that the proletariat is defined as revolutionary in relation to capital. But it is at this point that the problem begins. Capitalism is revolutionary because it develops the productive forces. The proletariat cannot be revolutionary if, after its revolution, it develops or allows a different development of the productive forces. How can we tangibly distinguish the revolutionary role of one from that of the other? How can we justify the destruction of the capitalist mode of production by the proletariat? This cannot be done in a narrowly economic context. Marx never faced this problem because he was absolutely certain that the proletarians would rise against capital. But we have to confront this problem if we are going to emerge from the impasse created by our acceptance of the theory according to which the production relations come into conflict with the development of the productive forces, forces which were postulated to exist for the human being, since if this were not the case, why would human beings rebel? If the productive forces do not exist for human beings but for capital, and if they conflict with production relations, then this means that these relations do not provide the proper structure to the capitalist mode of production, and therefore there can be revolution which is not for human beings, for example, the general phenomenon which is called fascism. Consequently, capital escapes. In the passage we are examining, Marx makes a remarkable statement about the domination of capital. Its own presupposition values posited as product, not as a loftier presupposition hovering over production. 11. Capital dominates value. Since labor is the substance of value, it follows that capital dominates human beings. Marx refers only indirectly to the presupposition which is also a product, wage labor, namely the existence of a labor force which makes valorization possible. The barrier to capital is that this entire development proceeds in a contradictory way, and that the working out of the productive forces, of general wealth etc., knowledge etc., appears in such a way that the working individual alienates himself sich in tot 3 relates to the conditions brought out of him by his labor as those not of his own but of an alien wealth and of his own poverty. 1. 2. How can this be a limit for capital? One might suppose that underconsumption by the workers causes crises, and the final crisis. This is one possibility, at least it appears that way at certain times. Marx always refused to ground a theory of crises on this point, but this did not keep him from mentioning this underconsumption. For Marx, capital has a barrier because it despoils the working individual. We should keep in mind that he is arguing against apologists for capital and wants to show that the capitalist mode of production is not eternal and does not achieve human emancipation. Yet in the course of his analysis he points to the possibility for capital to escape from human conditions. We perceive that it is not the productive forces that become autonomous, but capital, since at a given moment the productive forces become a barrier which it strives to overpower. This takes place as follows: the productive forces are no longer productive forces of human beings but of capital, they are for capital. Point 13 The despoliation, alienation, of the working individual cannot be a barrier for capital, unless Marx means barrier in the sense of a weakness. Such a weakness would make capitalism inferior to other modes of production, particularly if we contrast this weakness to the enormous development of productive forces which it impels. In Marx's work there is an ambiguity about the subject to which the productive forces refer: are they for the human being or for capital? This ambiguity grounds two interpretations of Marx. The ethical interpretation, see especially Rubel, emphasizes the extent to which Marx denounces the destruction of the human being by capital, and vigorously insists that the capitalist mode of production can only be a transitory stage. The interpretation of Althusser and his school holds that Marx does not succeed in eliminating the human being from his economic analyses, which reflects his inability to abandon ideological discourse, from which follows Althusser's problem of correctly locating the epistemological break. It is possible to get out of this ambiguity. If capital succeeds in overcoming this barrier, it achieves full autonomy. This is why Marx postulates that capital must abolish itself. This abolition follows from the fact that it cannot develop the productive forces for human beings while it makes possible a universal, varied development which can only be realized by a superior mode of production. This contains a contractation: capital escapes from the grasp of human beings, but it must perish because it cannot develop human productive forces. This also contradicts Marx's analysis of the destruction of human beings by capital. How can destroyed human beings rebel? We can, if we avoid these contradictions. Consider Marx a prophet of the decline of capital, but then we will not be able to understand his work or the present situation. The end of Marx's digression clarifies these contradictions. But this antithetical form is itself fleeting, and produces the real conditions of its own suspension. The result is, the tendentially and potentially general development of the forces of production of wealth as such as a basis, likewise, the universality of intercourse. Hence the world market as a basis. The basis as the possibility of the universal development of the individual, and the real development of the individuals from this basis as a constant suspension of its barrier, which is recognized as a barrier, not taken for a sacred limit, not an ideal or imagined universality of the individual, but the universality of his real and ideal relations. Hence also the grasping of his own history as a process, and the recognition of nature, equally present as practical power over nature, as his real body. The process of development itself posited and known as the presupposition of the same. For this, however, necessary above all that the full development of the forces of production has become the condition of production, and not that specific conditions of production are posited as a limit to the development of the productive forces. 14. If this process is to concern individuals, capital has to be destroyed and the productive forces have to be for human beings. In the article La Kapdetle Movement Proletarian, 15 we referred to this passage to indicate that the human being is a possibility, giving a foundation to the statement, the revolution must be human. This is in no way a discourse on the human being conceived as invariant in every attribute, a conception which would merely be a restatement of the immutability of human nature. But we have to point out that this is still insufficient, since the development of productive forces which, according to Marx, will take place in a superior mode of production, is precisely the same development presently carried out by capital. The limit of Marx is that he conceived communism as a new mode of production where productive forces blossom. These forces are undoubtedly important, but their existence at a certain level does not adequately define communism. For Marx, capital overcomes its contradictions by engulfing them and by mystifying reality. It can only apparently overcome its narrow base, its limited nature which resides in the exchange of capital money against labor force. Capital must inevitably come into conflict with this presupposition, thus Marx speaks of the opposition between private appropriation and socialization of production. Private appropriation of what? Of surplus value, which presupposes the proletarian, and thus the wage relation. But the entire development of capital, and Marx's own explanations are a precious aid in understanding it, makes the mystification effective, making capital independent of human beings, thus enabling it to avoid the conflict with its presupposition. One might say that the conflict nevertheless persists, as a result of the total process, socialization. This is true. But the socialization of production and of human activity, the universal development of the productive forces and thus the destruction of the limited character of the human being, all this was only a possible ground for communism, it did not pose communism automatically. Furthermore, the action of capital tends constantly to destroy communism, or at least to inhibit its emergence and realization. To transform this possible ground into reality, human intervention is necessary. But Marx himself showed that capitalist production integrates the proletariat. How could the destruction of human beings and of nature fail to have repercussions on the ability of human beings to resist capital and, a fortiori, to rebel? Some will think we are attributing to Marx a position which is convenient to us. We will cite an extraordinary passage. What precisely distinguishes capital from the master-servant relation is that the worker confronts capital as consumer and possessor of exchange values, and that in the form of the possessor of money, in the form of money he becomes a simple center of circulation known of TDS. Infinitely many centers, in which his specificity as worker is extinguished. 1.6. One of the modalities of the reabsorption of the revolutionary power of the proletariat has been to perfect its character as consumer, thus catching it in the mesh of capital. The proletariat ceases to be the class that negates, after the formation of the working class it dissolves into the social body. Marx anticipates the poets of the consumer society and, as in other instances, he explains a phenomenon which is observed only later and then falsely, if only in terms of the name given to it. The preceding observations do not lead to a fatalistic conception, this time negative, such as, whatever we do, there's no way out, it's too late, or any other mindless defeatism which would generate a sickening patchwork reformism. First we have to draw the lesson. Capital has run away from human and natural barriers, human beings have been domesticated, this is their decadence. The revolutionary solution cannot be found in the context of a dialectic of productive forces where the individual would be an element of the contradiction. Present-day scientific analyses of capital proclaim a complete disregard for human beings who, for some, are nothing but a residue without consistency. This means that the discourse of science is the discourse of capital, or that science is possible only after the destruction of human beings, it is a discourse on the pathology of the human being. Thus it is insane to ground the hope of liberation on science. The position is all the more insane where, as with Althusser, it cannot make its own break, liquidate its archaeology, since it remains faithful to a proletariat which in this conception is merely an object of capital, an element of the structure. But this inefficient, destroyed human being is the individual produced by class societies. and on this we agree, the human being is dead. The only possibility for another human being to appear is our struggle against our domestication, our emergence from it. Humanism and scientism, and the followers of ethical science a la mano are the most absolute slaves of capital, are two expressions of the domestication of humanity. All those who nurse the illusion of the decadence of capital revive ancient humanist conceptions or give birth to new scientific myths. They remain impermeable to the revolutionary phenomenon running through our world. Until now all sides have argued as if human beings remained unchanged in different class societies and under the domination of capital. This is why the role of the social context was emphasized. Man who was fundamentally good, was seen to be modified positively or negatively by the social context, by the materialist philosophers of the 18th century, while Marxists emphasized the role of an environment conditioned by the development of productive forces. Change was not denied, and after Marx it was repeated that history was a continual transformation of human nature. Nevertheless it was held explicitly or implicitly that an irreducible element continued to allow human beings to revolt against the oppression of capital. And capitalism itself was described in a Manichean manner, on one side the positive pole, the proletariat, the liberating class, on the other the negative pole, capital. Capital was affirmed as necessary and as having revolutionized the life of human beings. But it was described as an absolute evil in relation to the good, the proletariat. The phenomenon which emerges today does not in the least destroy the negative evaluation of capital, but forces us to generalize it to the class which was once antagonistic to it and carried within itself all the positive elements of human development and today of humanity itself. This phenomenon is the recomposition of a community and of human beings by capital, reflecting human community like a mirror. The theory of the looking glass could only arise when the human being became a tautology, a reflection of capital. Within the world of the despotism of capital, this is how society appears as of today. Neither a good nor an evil can be distinguished. Everything can be condemned. Negating forces can only arise outside of capital. Since capital has absorbed all the old contradictions, the revolutionary movement has to reject the entire product of the development of class societies. This is the crux of its struggle against domestication, against the decadence of the human species. This is the essential moment of the process of formation of revolutionaries, absolutely necessary for the production of revolution. Civilized. Capitalist machine. Let us return to the dualism of money, to the two boards, the two inscriptions, the one going into the account of the wage earner, the other into the balance sheet of the enterprise. Measuring the two orders of magnitude in terms of the same analytical unit is a pure fiction, a cosmic swindle, as if one were to measure intergalactic or intra-atomic distances in meters and centimeters. There is no common measure between the value of the enterprises and that of the labor capacity of wage earners. That is why the falling tendency has no conclusion. A quotient of differentials is indeed calculable if it is a matter of the limit of variation of the production flows from the viewpoint of a full output, but it is not calculable if it is a matter of the production flow and the labor flow on which surplus value depends. Thus the difference is not cancelled in the relationship that constitutes it as a difference in nature. The tendency has no end, it has no exterior limit that it could reach or even approximate. The tendency's only limit is internal, and it is continually going beyond it, but by displacing this limit, that is, by reconstituting it, by rediscovering it as an internal limit to be surpassed again by means of a displacement, thus the continuity of the capitalist process engenders itself in this break of a break that is always displaced, in this unity of the skis and the flow. In this respect already the field of social immanence, as revealed under the withdrawal and the transformation of the state, is continually expanding, and acquires a consistency entirely its own, which shows the manner in which capitalism for its part was able to interpret the general principle according to which things work well only providing they break down, crises being the means immanent to the capitalist mode of production. If capitalism is the exterior limit of all societies, This is because capitalism for its part has no exterior limit, but only an interior limit that is capital itself and that it does not encounter, but reproduces by always displacing it. Jean-Joseph rigorously analyzes the mathematical phenomenon of the curve without a tangent, and the direction it is apt to take in economy as well as linguistics. If the movement does not tend toward any limit, if the quotient of differentials is not calculable, the present no longer has any meaning. The quotient of differentials is not resolved, the differences no longer cancel one another in their relationship. No limit opposes the break/abrasure, or the breaking of this break. The tendency finds no end, the thing in motion never quite reaches what the immediate future has in store for it, it is endlessly delayed by accidents and deviations. Such is the complex notion of a continuity within the absolute breakpoint. 2. In the expanded immanence of the system, the limit tends to reconstitute in its displacement the thing it tended to diminish in its primitive emplacement. Now this movement of displacement belongs essentially to the deterritorialization of capitalism. As Samir Emin has shown, the process of deterritorialization here goes from the center to the periphery, that is, from the developed countries to the underdeveloped countries, which do not constitute a separate world, but rather an essential component of the worldwide capitalist machine. It must be added, however, that the center itself has its organized enclaves of underdevelopment, its reservations and its ghettos as interior peripheries. Pierre Maussa has defined the United States as a fragment of the Third World that has succeeded and has preserved its immense zones of underdevelopment. And if it is true that the tendency to a falling rate of profit or to its equalization asserts itself at least partially at the center, carrying the economy toward the most progressive and the most automated sectors, a veritable development of underdevelopment and the periphery ensures a rise in the rate of surplus value, in the form of an increasing exploitation of the peripheral proletariat in relation to that of the center. For it would be a great error to think that exports from the periphery originate primarily in additional sectors or archaic territorialities. On the contrary, they come from modern industries and plantations that generate an immense surplus value, to a point where it is no longer the developed countries that supply the underdeveloped countries with capital, but quite the opposite. So true is it that primitive accumulation is not produced just once at the dawn of capitalism, but is continually reproducing itself. Capitalism exports filiative capital. At the same time as capitalist deterritorialization is developing from the center to the periphery, the decoding of flows on the periphery develops by means of a disarticulation that ensures the ruin of traditional sectors, the development of extravert economic circuits, a specific hypertrophy of the tertiary sector, and an extreme inequality in the different areas of productivity and in incomes. 3. Each passage of a flux is a deterritorialization, and each displaced limit, a decoding. Capitalism schizophrenizes more and more on the periphery. It will be said that, even so, at the center the falling tendency retains its restricted sense, i.e., the relative diminution of surplus value in relation to total capital, a diminution that is ensured by the development of productivity, automation, and constant capital. This problem was raised again recently by Maurice Clavel in a series of decisive and willfully incompetent questions, that is, questions addressed to Marxist economists by someone who doesn't quite understand how one can maintain human surplus value as the basis for capitalist production, while recognizing that machines too work or produce value. That they have always worked, and that they work more and more in proportion to man, who thus ceases to be a constituent part of the production process, in order to become adjacent to this process. Hence there is a machinic surplus value produced by constant capital, which develops along with automation and productivity, and which cannot be explained by factors that counteract the falling tendency, the increasing intensity of the exploitation of human labor, the diminution of the price of the elements of constant capital, etc. Since, on the contrary, these factors depend on it. It seems to us, with the same indispensable incompetence, that these problems can only be viewed under the conditions of the transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. In defining pre-capitalist regimes by a surplus value of code, and capitalism by a generalized decoding that converted the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. We were presenting things in a summary fashion, we were still acting as though the matter were settled once and for all, at the dawn of a capitalism that had lost all code value. This is not the case, however. On the one hand, codes continue to exist even as an archaism, but they assume a function that is perfectly contemporary and adapted to the situation within personified capital, the capitalist, the worker, the merchant, the banker. But on the other hand, and more profoundly, every technical machine presupposes flows of a particular type, flows of code that are both interior and exterior to the machine, forming the elements of a technology and even a science. It is these flows of code that find themselves encasted, coded, or overcoded in the pre-capitalist societies in such a way that they never achieve any independence, the blacksmith, the astronomer. But the decoding of flows in capitalism has freed, deterritorialized, and decoded the flows of code just as it has the others to such a degree that the automatic machine has always increasingly internalized them in its body or its structure as a field of forces, while depending on a science and a technology, on a so-called intellectual labor distinct from the manual labor of the worker, the evolution of the technical object. In this sense, it is not machines that have created capitalism, but capitalism that creates machines, and that is constantly introducing breaks and cleavages through which it revolutionizes its technical modes of production. But several correctives must be introduced in this regard. These breaks and cleavages take time, and their extension is very wide-ranging. By no means does the diachronic capitalist machine allow itself to be revolutionized by one or more of its synchronous technical machines, and by no means does it confer on its scientists and its technicians an independence that was unknown in the previous regimes. Doubtless it can let a certain number of scientists, mathematicians, for example, schizophrenize in their corner, and it can allow the passage of socially decoded flows of code that these scientists organize into axiomatics of research that is said to be basic. But the true axiomatic is elsewhere. Leave the scientists alone to a certain point, let them create their own axiomatic, but when the time comes for serious things. For example, non-determinist physics, with its corpuscular flows, will have to be brought into line with determinism. The true axiomatic is that of the social machine itself, which takes the place of the old codings and organizes all the decoded flows, including the flows of scientific and technical code, for the benefit of the capitalist system and in the service of its ends. That is why it has often been remarked that the Industrial Revolution combined an elevated rate of technical progress with the maintenance of a great quantity of obsolescent equipment, along with a great suspicion concerning machines and science. An innovation is adopted only from the perspective of the rate of profit its investment will offer by the lowering of production costs. Without this prospect, the capitalist will keep the existing equipment, and stand ready to make a parallel investment in equipment in another area. 5 Thus the importance of human surplus value remains decisive, even at the center and in highly industrialized sectors. What determines the lowering of costs and the elevation of the rate of profit through machinic surplus value is not innovation itself, whose value is no more measurable than that of human surplus value. It is not even the profitability of the new technique considered in isolation, but its effect on the overall profitability of the firm in its relationships with the market and with commercial and financial capital. This implies diachronic encounters and countersectings such as one already sees, for example, in the early part of the 19th century, between the steam engine and textile machines or techniques for the production of iron. In general, the introduction of innovations always tends to be delayed beyond the time scientifically necessary, until the moment when the market forecasts justify their exploitation on a large scale. Here again, alliance capital exerts a strong selective pressure on machinic innovations within industrial capital. In brief, there where the flows are decoded, the specific flows of code that have taken a technical and scientific form are subjected to a properly social axiomatic that is much severer than all the scientific axiomatics, much severer too than all the old codes and overcodes that have disappeared, the axiomatic of the world capitalist market. In brief, the flows of code that are liberated in science and techniques by the capitalist regime engender a machinic surplus value that does not directly depend on science and techniques themselves, but on capitala surplus value that is added to human surplus value and that comes to correct the relative diminution of the latter, both of them constituting the whole of the surplus value of flux that characterizes the system. Knowledge, information, and specialized education are just as much parts of capital, knowledge capital, as is the most elementary labor of the worker. And just as we found, on the side of human surplus value insofar as it resulted from decoded flows, an incommensurability or a fundamental asymmetry, no assignable exterior limit, between manual labor and capital, or between two forms of money, here too, on the side of the machinic surplus value resulting from scientific and technical flows of code, we find no commensurability or exterior limit between scientific or technical laborevin when highly remunerate than the profit of capital that inscribes itself with another sort of writing. In this respect the knowledge flow and the labor flow find themselves in the same situation, determined by capitalist decoding or deterritorialization. But if it is true that innovations are adopted only insofar as they entail a rise in profits through a lowering of costs of production, and if there exists a sufficiently high volume of production to justify them, the corollary that derives from this proposition is that investment in innovations is never sufficient to realize or absorb the surplus value of flux that is produced on the one side as on the other. 6 Marx has clearly demonstrated the importance of the problem. The ever-widening circle of capitalism is completed, while reproducing its imminent limits on an ever larger scale, only if the surplus value is not merely produced or extorted, but absorbed or realized. 7 If the capitalist is not defined in terms of enjoyment, the reason is not merely that his aim is the production for production's sake that generates surplus value, it also includes the realization of this surplus value. An unrealized surplus value of flux is as if not produced, and becomes embodied in unemployment and stagnation. It is easy to list the principal modes of absorption of surplus value. Outside the spheres of consumption and investment, advertising, civil government, militarism, and imperialism. The role of the state in this regard, within the capitalist axiomatic, is the more manifest in that what it absorbs is not sliced from the surplus value of the firms, but added to their surplus value by bringing the capitalist economy closer to full output within the given limits, and by widening these limits in time, especially within an order of military expenditures that are in no way competitive with private enterprise. Quite the contrary, it took a war to accomplish what the New Deal had failed to accomplish. The role of a politico-military economic complex is the more manifest in that it guarantees the extraction of human surplus value on the periphery and in the appropriated zones of the center, but also because it engenders for its own part an enormous machinic surplus value by mobilizing the resources of knowledge and information capital, and finally because it absorbs the greater part of the surplus value produced. The state, its police, and its army form a gigantic enterprise of anti-production, but at the heart of production itself, and conditioning this production. Here we discover a new determination of the properly capitalist field of immanence, not only the interplay of the relations and differential coefficients of decoded flows, not only the nature of the limits that capitalism reproduces on an ever wider scale as interior limits, but the presence of anti-production within production itself. The apparatus of anti-production is no longer a transcendent instance that opposes production, limits it, or checks it. On the contrary, it insinuates itself everywhere in the productive machine and becomes firmly wedded to it in order to regulate its productivity and realize surplus value, which explains, for example, the difference between the despotic bureaucracy and the capitalist bureaucracy. This effusion from the apparatus of anti-production is characteristic of the entire capitalist system. The capitalist effusion is that of anti-production within production at all levels of the process. On the one hand, it alone is capable of realizing capitalism's supreme goal, which is to produce lack in the large aggregates, to introduce lack where there is always too much, by effecting the absorption of overabundant resources. On the other hand, it alone doubles the capital and the flow of knowledge with a capital and an equivalent flow of stupidity that also affects an absorption and a realization, and that ensures the integration of groups and individuals into the system. Not only lack amid overabundance, but stupidity in the midst of knowledge and science. It will be seen in particular how it is at the level of the state and the military that the most progressive sectors of scientific or technical knowledge combine with those feeble archaism bearing the greatest burden of current functions. Here André Gortz's double portrait of the scientific and technical worker takes on its full meaning. Although he has mastered a flow of knowledge, information, and training, he is so absorbed in capital that the reflux of organized, axiomatized stupidity coincides with him, so that, when he goes home in the evening, he rediscovers his little desiring machines by tinkering with a television set. 0 Despair. 8. Of course the scientist American Samoa Such has no revolutionary potential. He is the first integrated agent of integration, a refuge for bad conscience, and the FORCED destroyer of his own creativity. Let us consider the more striking example of a career A/American, with abrupt mutations. Just as we imagine such a career to be, Gregory Bateson begins by fleeing the civilized world, by becoming an ethnologist and following the primitive codes and the savage flows. Then he turns in the direction of flows that are more and more decoded, those of schizophrenia, from which he extracts an interesting psychoanalytic theory. Then, still in search of a beyond, of another wall to break through, he turns to dolphins, to the language of dolphins, to flows that are even stranger and more deterritorialized. But where does the dolphin flux end, if not with the basic research projects of the American Army, which brings us back to preparations for war and to the absorption of surplus value? In comparison to the capitalist state, the socialist states are children, but children who learned something from their father concerning the axiomatizing role of the state. But the socialist states have more trouble stopping unexpected flow leakage except by direct violence. What on the contrary is called the coopting power of capitalism can be explained by the fact that its axiomatic is not more flexible, but wider and more englobing. In such a system no one escapes participation in the activity of anti-production that drives the entire productive system. But it is not only those who man and supply the military machine who are engaged in an anti-human enterprise. The same can be said in varying degrees of many millions of other workers who produce, and create wants for goods and services which no one needs. And so interdependent are the various sectors and branches of the economy that nearly everyone is involved in one way or another in these anti-human activities. The farmer supplying food to troops fighting in Vietnam, the tool and die makers turning out the intricate machinery needed for a new automobile model, the manufacturers of paper and ink and TV sets whose products are used to control the minds of the people, and so on and so on. 9. Thus the three segments of the ever-widening capitalist reproduction process are joined, three segments that also define the three aspects of its immanence. 1. The one that extracts human surplus value on the basis of the differential relation between decoded flows of labor and production, and that moves from the center to the periphery while nevertheless maintaining vast residual zones at the center. 2. The one that extracts machinic surplus value, on the basis of an axiomatic of the flows of scientific and technical code, in the core areas of the center. 3. And the one that absorbs or realizes these two forms of surplus value of flux by guaranteeing the emission of both, and by constantly injecting anti-production into the producing apparatus. Schizophrenization occurs on the periphery, but it occurs at the center and at the core as well. The definition of surplus value must be modified in terms of the machinic surplus value of constant capital, which distinguishes itself from the human surplus value of variable capital and from the non-measurable nature of this aggregate of surplus value of flux. It cannot be defined by the difference between the value of labor capacity and the value created by labor capacity, but by the incommensurability between two flows that are nonetheless immanent to each other, by the disparity between the two aspects of money that express them, and by the absence of a limit exterior to their relationship, one measuring the true economic force, the other measuring a purchasing power determined as income. The first is the immense deterritorialized flow that constitutes the full body of capital. An economist of the caliber of Bernard Schmidt finds strange lyrical words to characterize this flow of infinite debt, an instantaneous creative flow that the banks create spontaneously as a debt owing to themselves, a creation ex nihilo that, instead of transferring a pre-existing currency as means of payment, hollows out at one extreme of the full body a negative money, a debt entered as a liability of the banks, and projects at the other extreme a positive money, a credit granted the productive economy by the banks, a flow possessing a power of mutation that does not enter into income and is not assigned to purchases, a pure availability, non-possession and non-wealth. 10 The other aspect of money represents the reflux. That is, the relationship that it assumes with goods as soon as it acquires a purchasing power through its distribution to workers or production factors. Through its allotment in the form of income, a relationship that it loses as soon as the latter are converted into real goods, at which point everything recommences by means of a new production that will first come under the sway of the first aspect. The incommensurability of the two aspects, the flux and the reflux, shows that nominal wages fail to embrace the totality of the national income. Since the wage earners allow a great quantity of revenues to escape, these revenues are tapped by the firms and in turn form an afflux by means of a conjunction, a flow this time uninterrupted of raw profit, constituting at one go an undivided quantity flowing over the full body, however diverse the uses for which it is allocated: interest, dividends, management salaries, purchase of production goods, etc. The incompetent observer has the impression that this whole economic schema, this whole story, is profoundly schizo. The aim of the theory is clear, a theory that refrains, however, from employing any moral reference. Who is robbed, is the serious implied question that echoes Clavel's ironic question. Who is alienated? Yet no one is or can be robbed, just as, according to Gavel, one no longer knows who is alienated or who does the alienating. Who steals? Certainly not the finance capitalist as the representative of the great instantaneous creative flow, which is not even a possession and has no purchasing power. Who is robbed? Certainly not the worker who is not even bought. Since the reflux or salary distribution creates the purchasing power, instead of presupposing it. Who would be capable of stealing? Certainly not the industrial capitalist as the representative of the afflux of profit, since profits do not flow in the reflux, but side by side with, deviating from rather than penalizing the flow that creates incomes. How much flexibility there is in the axiomatic of capitalism, always ready to widen its own limits so as to add a new axiom to a previously saturated system. You say you want an axiom for wage earners, for the working class and the unions? Well then, let's see what we can do, and thereafter profit will flow alongside wages, side by side, reflux and afflux. An axiom will be found even for the language of dolphins. Marx often alluded to the golden age of the capitalist, when the latter didn't hide his own cynicism. In the beginning, at least, he could not be unaware of what he was doing, extorting surplus value. But how this cynicism has grown to the point where he is able to declare, no, nobody is being robbed. For everything is then based on the disparity between two kinds of flows, as in the fathomless abyss where profit and surplus value are engendered, the flow of merchant capital's economic force and the flow that is derisively named purchasing power, a flow made truly impotent that represents the absolute impotence of the wage earner as well as the relative dependence of the industrial capitalist. This is money and the market, capitalism's true police. In a certain sense, capitalist economists are not mistaken when they present the economy as being perpetually in need of monetarization, as if it were always necessary to inject money into the economy from the outside according to a supply and a demand. In this manner the system indeed holds together and functions, and perpetually fulfills its own immanence. In this manner it is indeed the global object of an investment of desire. The wage earner's desire, the capitalist's desire, everything moves to the rhythm of one and the same desire, founded on the differential relation of flows having no assignable exterior limit, and where capitalism reproduces its immanent limits on an ever-widening and more comprehensive scale. Hence it is at the level of a generalized theory of flows that one is able to reply to the question, how does one come to desire strength while also desiring one's own impotence? How was such a social field able to be invested by desire? And how far does desire go beyond so-called objective interests, when it is a question of flows to set in motion and to break? Doubtless Marxists will remind us that the formation of money as a specific relation within capitalism depends on the mode of production that makes the economy a monetary economy. The fact remains that the apparent objective movement of capital, which is by no means a failure to recognize or an illusion of consciousness, shows that the productive essence of capitalism can itself function only in this necessarily monetary or commodity form that controls it, and whose flows and relations between flows contain the secret of the investment of desire. It is at the level of flows, the monetary flows included, and not at the level of ideology, that the integration of desire is achieved. So what is the solution? Which is the revolutionary path? Psychoanalysis is of little help, entertaining as it does the most intimate of relations with money, and recording while refusing to recognize it an entire system of economic monetary dependences at the heart of the desire of every subject it treats. Psychoanalysis constitutes for its part a gigantic enterprise of absorption of surplus value. But which is the revolutionary path? Is there one? To withdraw from the world market, as Armen advises third world countries to do, in a curious revival of the fascist economic solution? Or might it be to go in the opposite direction? To go still further, that is, in the movement of the market, of decoding and deterritorialization? For perhaps the flows are not yet deterritorialized enough, not decoded enough, from the viewpoint of a theory and a practice of a highly schizophrenic character. Not to withdraw from the process, but to go further, to accelerate the process, as Nietzsche put it, in this matter, the truth is that we haven't seen anything yet. 1972. Criticism's not the time to think. Think ahead of time. John Cage to Daniel Charles 1. Belmer places a mirror perpendicular to a photo of a female nude, and turns it around, observing that, through the abstract split of the contact line, unrecognizable blooms of flesh emerge, or are reabsorbed back into it when the mirror travels in the other direction. The end of representation? Or representation in its modern version, where what is interesting is no longer the full body, now denounced as a poor harmony, a false totality, poor and false because now impracticable, or in fact a/ways impracticable, notwithstanding the brief collective phantasm of romanticism following the caesura of modernity, Hölderlin, J.P. Richter and Hegel, and still Marx, but the non-organic, dismembered body, flattened onto itself, folded, entwined, reduced to puddles and shreds, glued together fragments, a non-set of partial objects stitched together in a cacophonous miracle? The end of representation, if to represent is to present, in its absence, something but still representation if to represent is to present anyway, to present the unpresentable, to represent in the sense of making representations to someone, remonstrances, to remonstrate. For what is remonstrated is disorder. An outmoded sense of the word? Here it is there a rupture of modernity? Is it true that after Cézanne there is no longer anything but shreds? Yes, of course. But this is not the question. What is possible is that before Cézanne, in the Baroque, certainly, in that which turns the clear obscure shadows efflorescing and cutting up bodies in a kind of bad butchery where the meat is not separated according to its grain but against the grain, as in de la Tour and of course already in Caravaggio, what this system of values means we can see very well once the color video camera takes possession of it and prints it on film, in place of the spectacle that Zurich's Living Theatre played for the last time, the evasive liquidity of colors diluting the human into the inhuman, into chemism and chromatics, the truth of the Baroque. It is formless in form. Thus already in the Baroque, and perhaps even already in perspectivist foreshortening, isn't Montaigne's lamentation of Christ Alice, when she shrinks so much that her chin hits her feet, and in the angular sadism of Brunelleschi's legitimate construction. A box to cut women into pieces. The iron chin strap into which Dorrier fixes his head so as to keep it still facing the woman laid out behind the stretched wicker network, in the impossible perspicacity of Pierrot, who gives us distances just as cut out, just as meticulously linear as his foreground Cid may be. That what is important in this whole representational and primitive and classical and baroque dispositif is not the rule, the synthesis, the beautiful totality, the thing lost or found, the completion of unifying eros, but distortion, quartering, difference and exteriority to all form, the formless and the disfigured. Then, according to this hypothesis, the moderns who multiply modalities and inscriptions with their theatres with multiple or transformable scenes, the total theatre of Piscator and Gropius, with the infinite diversity of pictorial inscriptions that they continue to class as painting, with the explosion of the music of sonorous intensities drifting in the element of silence noises, with anti-book and non-book books, travel bookstanti, they continue representation disfiguration? Believing they were going to have done with it, didn't they displace and prove it? Opening the box, making the scenic space spread out all around the spectator. Below, above, certainly undoing the strict axial relation of the chin strap, the ramp and the rail and the gate, and even the auditorium/stage division, but retaining the mirrored pane. Placing it before the old one? And then it's a deforming mirror, warped, with blind spots, laughter, and wrinkles producing distortions, savage, aleatory anamorphoses, like the lenses of the cameras of underground film, and of course already in Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, and yet nevertheless the gap between the latter and some nude of Bouguereau, as Gombrich shows, is perhaps no more than that between flat and distorted glass, cubism being certainly a defeated academicism, but cubism and academicism remaining, both, representation. Here is a depressed thinking, a pious, nihilist thinking. You never have the thing itself, you only ever have its representation, and even when you think you've flushed it out in its original fragmentation, you still only have its representation, the differed fragmented thing. It is the thinking that continues representation as a complement to piety, as the production of exteriority in the interior. But what if this wasn't the real problem? What if, with modern inscription, it was the exterior/interior limit that was disqualified, spanned? If we must take seriously not representation once again, but production tout court, not representative effacement but inscription, not repetition, but difference qua irreparable, not signification, but energetics, not mediation through the building of the stage, but the immediacy of producing no matter where, not localization, but perpetual delocalization? The time is coming no longer to stop at observing the capture and erasure of libidinal fluxes in an order of which representation and its junctive-disjunctive partitionings are, or would be, the last word, for this capture and this erasure are capitalism. The time is coming to serve and to encourage their errant divagation over all the surfaces and splits immediately flooded, with bodies, with history, the earth, language. An attitude that would not even be revolutionary in the sense of an overthrowing, an overturning, or connected to any expertise in these theatrical operations, and thus still a distribution of energy according to the edifice and artifice of representation, but revolutionary in the sense of willa, in the sense of willing that what could be, should be. To write according to this attitude is to forget. The forgetting of formal propriety first of all, of good style. No longer the French-style canals, parks, groves, and ponds of the rarefied writing of yore, no longer the gracious hexagonal epigones of assured taste, nor the thousand effaced connotations. When the eye of Deleuze and Guattari blinks, it's massive, like a sluice gate. Their book is a voluminous displacement of waters, sometimes unleashed in a torrent, sometimes stationary, doing work below, but always moving, with waves, currents and countercurrents. What is involved is not signification, but an energetics. The book adds nothing. But it carries along a great deal, it transports everything. It is a pantograph that conducts electrical energy from the high voltage line and makes it possible to transform it into the rotation of wheels on rails, for the traveler in landscapes, reveries, musics, in works transformed, destroyed, carried away in their turn. The pantograph itself is moving very fast. It is not a book of philosophy, that is to say a religion. Still less the religion of those who no longer believe in anything, the religion of writing. Rather, writing is treated as a machinery, it absorbs energy and metamorphoses it into a metamorphic potential in the reader. And then the forgetting of critique. Anti-Oedipus, despite its title, is not a book of critique. Instead, like Nietzsche's Antichrist, it is a positive, positional book, an energetic position inscribed in discourse, where negation of the enemy takes place not through Aufhebung, but through forgetting. Just as atheism is the continuation of religion in negative form, the modern form of religion, even, the only form in which modernity could continue to be religious, so critique makes itself the object of its object, establishes itself in the field of the other, accepting the dimensions, directions, and space of the other even as it contests them. In Deleuze and Guattari's book you find everywhere a quite explicit contempt for the category of transgression, and thus, implicitly, for all of bodily, because either one gets out immediately, without wasting time critiquing. Simply because one is elsewhere than the enemy's domain, or else one critiques. Keeping one foot inside while stepping outside with the other positivity underscore of the negative, but in fact nothingness of this positivity. It is this critical non-force that is found in Feuerbach and Adorno. As Marx said in 1844, socialism doesn't need atheism. Because the question of atheism is positionally the same as that of religion, it remains a critique. What is important here is not its negativity, but its positioning, the way the problem is posed. From atheism, which Marx saw as utopian communism, to socialism. No frontier is crossed. There is no overgrowth. No critique, there is a displacement. Desire has wandered nomadically into another space. Another dispositif has been activated, it works otherwise. And if it works, it is not by virtue of the other. Older machine having been critiqued. For the same reason. All things being equal. The following lines will not be a critique. Contrary to all expectations, or precisely because the sensational title is an illusory effect. What the book subverts most profoundly is what it does not critique, Marxism. This does not imply that, symmetrically, it does not subvert psychoanalysis, which it attacks. On the contrary, beneath the different ways in which the regimes of this machine that is the book function, depending on whether it operates with Freud or with Marx, there remains an evident identity of position. Those parts of Marx that are quietly buried are no less serious or important than those parts of Freud that are flung into the roaring blaze of anti-Oedipus's counterfire. On one hand, the book machine unplugs itself from the psychoanalytical dispositif and exposes it, forces it to expose itself, just like the man with the tape recorder did, pulling back and projecting all the libidinal energy that was supposed to flow away into the transferential relationship. Projecting it onto the paranoiac configuration of the arch-estate which, according to Deleuze and Guattari, underlies the dispositif of psychoanalytical practice. On the other hand, on the contrary, the book pumps out Marxism's theoretical and practical flows, cutting them off here and there, dropping whole parts of the Marxist dispositif without a word. And yet the two elders are in fact placed under the same sign, all the ways in which libidinal economy communicates with political economy in their works. This is what is truly a transformative force and thus a potential departure. On the contrary, all the ways in which the libidinal conceals the political in Freud or the political the libidinal in Marx must be leapt out of and danced upon. Thus we find that everything that is unconsciously political in psychoanalysis is profoundly subverted. Such is the visible axis of the book, Anti-Oedipus as anti-state, rupture with the despotic configuration unconsciously present in psychoanalysis. But in parallel with this, everything unconsciously libidinal in Marxism must be thought out, the libido imprisoned in the religious scaffolding of dialectical politics or economic catastrophism, repressed in the suspended analyses of commodity fetishism and the naturality of labor. Yet the book is anti-Oedipus and not anti-party, assuming that the party is, on the socio-political surface of inscription, the analog of Oedipus on the corporeal surface. Is this not giving too much importance to psychoanalysis in the repressive mechanisms that regulate the circulation of capital? Is this critical virulence not too clamorous? Is it not precisely this that will allow the intellectual left to make the book into a gadget, a seasonal commodity, thereby neutralizing it? Is not its true virulence in its silence? By branching off the present short work from the larger work of the book at precisely the point where the latter says nothing, we seek to set off some flows that cannot be exchanged by the merchants and or the politicians. Thus we reaffirm what the book affirms. We show how it is one of the most intense products of the new libidinal figure that is beginning to gel inside of capitalism. It doesn't matter whether what we do ends up being melodic. See Wolf to Stockhausen. Marxism says, there is a frontier. A limit beyond which the organization of flows called capital, capitalist relations of production, comes apart, and the whole set of correspondences between money and commodities, capital and labor force, and other parameters besides, is disrupted. And it is the very growth in the productive capacities in the most modern capitalism which, reaching this limit, will cause the dispositif of production and circulation to falter, and cannot fail to let through, to set free more energy flows, allowing to be swept away their system of regulation within capital, that is, the relations of production. All Marxist politics is built on this assumption. It seeks in this frontier, this limit, this chain, this or that link or stone seemingly ready to give way, the weakest link or the strongest link, one that is so important that the whole edifice can be brought down with it. This whole politics is a politics of limits and of negativity. There is, or so it requires, some exteriority beyond the reach of capital, at the same time as it extends the law of value to new objects, or rather reformats all the old objects that were formerly coded according to the intricate rules of production of trades, according to religious rituals, and according to the customs of older, more savage cultures, so that they may be decoded and made into modern objects stripped of all constraints other than that of exchangeability, at the same time as all that, capital itself approaches a limit it cannot exceed. What is this limit? The disproportion between flows of credit and flows of production? Between quantities of commodities and quantities of available currency? Between capital invested and the expected rate of profit? The disequilibrium between production ity and actual production? The disproportion between fixed capital and salaries or variable capital? Between surplus value created by the exploitation of the labor force and its realization or reconversion in production? Or is the limit the decline in the rate of profit? Or the emergence of revolutionary critique within the ranks of a burgeoning proletariat? Or on the contrary, should we observe, bitterly but symmetrically, that is, remaining within the same theoretical and practical field, that the motivation to invest, discouraged by the decline in the rate of profit, is taken over by state interventions, that workers, ever more numerous, are however less and less open to the prospect of revolutionary overthrow, to the extent that communist parties are obliged to practically exclude such a perspective from their programs, and to present themselves as good managers of an almost identical system, just with a few less owners of capital and a few more high-level officials? These uncertainties are not speculative. They are practical and political. They are the legacy of a century of the communist movement, and of a long half-century of socialist revolution. Almost as if, around 1860, one were to have inquired as to the development of French society, the contradictions within the society of the Ancien Regime, the direction that Robespierre imparted to the revolutionary current, the historical function of Bonaparte, and ultimately, the fundamental difference between French society under the last kings and French society under the last emperor, realizing that it is to be found not in the Age of Enlightenment, where bourgeois ideology places it, but to the side, in the Industrial Revolution. The same goes, with appropriate adjustments, for the Russian socialist state. Its divergence from bourgeois society is not where its discourse says it is, in the power of the Soviets, that is, not in the workers' increased, and in theory even greater, proximity to decisions taken on the economy and society, and thus in a finer flexibility of flows of production, words, thoughts, and objects. On the contrary, it lies in the state's grip on these currents, a grip just as tight as that of Tsarism. Just as rational, that is to say, irrational, and secondary, in the Freudian sense, the grip of a sociophagous state that absorbs civil, economic, and intellectual society, that infiltrates itself into all of its circulatory channels, pouring the cement of its bureaucratic suspicion into them. No more fluctuating, then, and less representative, on the contrary, just as centralized, totalizing and paranoiac. And perhaps more centralized. Here again things happen elsewhere. The socialist revolution engenders a new kind of despotic state which tries to combine a police-like paternalistic contempt for the masses and for the libido with the American technical efficiency and initiative of capitalism, and fails. When Lenin said that socialism was Soviet power plus electrification, Kronstadt replied, "It is the party's power plus executions." Not that capitalism is in any way the regime of freedom, for it too is constructed on the principle of a mapping of the flows of production back onto the socius. Capital is this mapping, but it must happen only under the auspices of profit, not in the name of some gain in sacred power, Neumann. In what Deleuze and Guattari call surplus value of code, that is, a gain in prestige, which presupposes an emotional attachment. Capitalism offers nothing to believe in, see why Nicism is its morality. The party, on the contrary, as a despotic configuration, requires a mapping that is territorialized, coded, and hierarchized, in the religious sense of the term. Russia, Mother Russia, the people, its folklore. Its dances, its customs and costumes, Baba and Little Father, everything from the savage Slavic communities is conserved, preserved, and attached to the figure of the Secretary General, the despot who appropriates all production. If we inquire as to what effectively destroys bourgeois society, then, it is clear that neither socialist revolution nor Marxism hold the answer. Not only does the historical dialectic belie the speculative dialectic, we have to admit that there is no dialectic at all. Figures, vast dispositives, compete over energies. The way that energies are tapped, transformed, and circulated is completely different depending on whether it is the capitalist figure or the despotic figure. The two may combine, they produce no contradictions in doing so, no history on the way to totalization, leading to other figures, but only effects of compromise on the social surface, unexpected monsters, the Stakhanovite worker, the proletarian company boss, the Red Marshal, the leftist nuclear bomb, the unionized policeman, the communist labor camp. Socialist realism. In these kinds of mixings of libidinal economic dispositives, it is surely the despotic configuration that dominates. But even if this were not the case, it's not clear why and how this machinery would be a dialectical outcome, still less why and how the libidinal figure of capitalism ought to or even could lead to such a dispositive through its intrinsic organic development. And in fact it does not lead to it. It leads to nothing other than itself, no overgrowth to be expected, no limit in its field that it does not cross over. On one hand, capitalism leaps over all pre-capitalist limitations, on the other, it draws along and displaces its own limit in its movement, which spells confusion for the left, traditional and radical alike. This is the zone that Deleuze and Guattari set out from. What if this idea of an insurmountable economic, social, moral, political, technical, or whatever, limit were a hollow idea? What if, instead of a wall to breach or transgress, it were capitalism's own wall that constantly shifted further inside of itself? We find such a figure already in the old idea of the expansion of the internal market. Not that it would thus do away with itself through extension alone, neither would the question of its overthrow be obsolete, consigning us to the ranks of revisionists and reformers who expect development, growth and a little more democracy to sort everything out, or rather who no longer expect anything more than 3% more and better distributed. But in the sense that there is no exteriority, no other of capital, whether nature, socialism, festival, or whatever, but in the very interior of the system there are ever increasing regions of contact and war between that which is fluidity and almost indifference, developed by capital itself, and that which is axiomatic, repression, the plugging up of flaws, reterritorializations, and the mapping of energy back onto a body which is supposed to be its origin but which in fact seeks only to profit from it, whatever name this body might assume. Nation, civilization, freedom, future, and new society under one sole identity, capital. There is no dialectic in the sense that one or several of these conflicts must one day result in the breaching of the wall, that one day we will find that the energy has snuck out, dispersed, fluid, onto the other side. Rather there is a kind of overflowing of force inside the very system that liberated it from the savage and barbaric rules of inscription. Any object can enter into capital, if it can be exchanged, that which can be exchanged, be metamorphosed from money into machines, from commodity into commodity, from labor force into labor, from labor into salary, from salary into labor. For seal of this, from the moment it is exchangeable, according to the law of value, is an object for capita. Thus there is nothing but an enormous stirring of the surface, objects appear and disappear like the fins of dolphins on the surface of the sea, where their objectivity gives way to their obsolescence, where what is important tends no longer to be the object, a legacy concretion of codes, but metamorphosis, fluidity. No dolphin, only a slipstream, an energetic trace inscribed on the surface. It is in this liquidity, in these neither icy nor scalding waters, that the capitalist relations of production will sink. That is, the simple rule of the equality of exchangeable values and the whole set of axioms that capital keeps on fabricating to make this rule compulsory and respectable once again, all the while making a mockery of it. For example, Sherman shows that in nationalizing the 1,000 largest companies in the U.S., in one go one could overcome the bottlenecks that the law of value imposes upon circulation. One could reduce working time to a few hours a day, establish completely free consumer goods, and get rid of advertising and a great number of other tertiary activities. Figures in hand, this is demonstrated to be possible in the current state of the US economy. One can imagine the thing done if, for example, capital owners' motivation to invest kept on decreasing, and if their interests led them to prefer bureaucratic revenues, of which there would be no shortage in Sherman's society, to uncertain market profits. This would perhaps be communism in the sense of the 1848 Manifesto. It wouldn't be the socialism we dream of today. It would be modern capitalism, despotic bureaucracy, the bureaucracy of abundance, that is to say one in which the apparatus no longer regulated poverty and rarity, but instead prosperity, the bureaucracy not of need, but of libido. A limit continually pushed back, a relative limit. The body without organs, the socius, has no limit. It maps back everything onto itself, self-relation, captures and directs the innumerable fluxes that the economic libidinal political dispositives connect onto each other, in an endless metamorphosis, an always different repetition. This mapping process, this absorption of energy, upon a socius that attracts and destroys production, this is capitalism. No limit cutting off the interior from the exterior, no cliff the system falls off and crashes. But, on the surface itself, a frantic flight, an aleatory voyage of libido, an errancy that is marked by the whatever of capital, and which makes of this formation, compared to savagery and barbarianism, compared to coded formations, the most schizophrenic and the least dialectical. Look at how the bosses of American companies straight away got around the obstacle that the MIT economists opposed to the pursuit of growth. The economists said, with production, pollution grows exponentially. Therefore stop growth, limit investment in production, govern the system on a zero-growth basis. Reappearance of the category of the limit, the catastrophe. Response of capitalists and entrepreneurs, instead, incorporate the costs of depollution into production costs. This will raise retail prices considerably, the market will contract accordingly, and production will regulate itself given the lower capacity for consumption. Noon knows whether it is in this way, through incorporation into price, that pollution will be neutralized, but it is certain that capitalism will not take, for it cannot take, the decision to hold the growth of the productive machine at zero. It gets around the obstacle with a supplementary axiom, the allocation of the costs of depollution to the cost price, or else the tax system. Energumen capitalism. A very deep, very superficial subversion of Marxism, unspoken underscore. This figure of capital, that of the circulation of flows, is what brings about the predominance of the point of view of circulation over that of production in political economy's sense of the word. For in Deleuze and Guattari's sense, production is the connection and cutting of flows, a gush of milk sucked from the breast and cut off by the lips, energy extracted and converted, a flow of electrons converted into the rotation of a mill, jets of sperm sucked in by the womb. Of course there will be no shortage of attacks on this predominance of the point of view of circulation. When Deleuze and Guattari write that capitalism must be thought according to the category of the bank rather than that of production, it will be cried that this is Keynesian ideology, a techno-bureaucratic representation of the system by intellectuals cut off from practice, and that in abandoning the point of view of production, one turns one's back on work, the worker, struggle, and class. And indeed there is not a word on the theory of labor value, and just a word, but an enigmatic one, on a hypothesis on machinic surplus value. In truth, the great flood of the book washes up several important corpses, the proletariat, class struggle, human surplus value. It puts forth the image of a decoded capitalism full of current circulations and yet more intense potential circulations that only a whole series of dikes, reterritorializations, can restrain and keep within the banks, only a whole battery of repressions led by the fundamental state, the arch-estate and its Oedipus. Capitalism as metamorphosis, with no extrinsic code, having its limit only within itself, a relative, postponed limit, which is the law of value. In fact this is an economics that is found already in the German ideology, again in the manuscripts of 185,758, Grundriss, Introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, and in Capital itself. And the fact that this economics has something to do with the libido, we find traces of this in the reading notes of 1843, at one end of Marx's Oeuvre, and at the other in Capital's chapter on fetishism, as Baudrillard has shown. The critical universality of capitalism is outlined as well, the hypothesis that with indifference, with the effect of the principle of equivalence, that is, decoding, there surfaces in the workers or the capitalist practice of capitalism the empty space in which the construction of the great categories of work and value will become possible, along with the possibility of applying these categories retroactively to dispositives, pre-capitalist forms, in which these modalities had been covered over by codes, by markings, and representations that did not permit a generalized political economy, that is, forms that kept political and libidinal economies apart from one another, with the latter diverted into religion, customs, and rituals of inscription, cruelty, and terror. With capitalism, all of this becomes equalizable, the modalities of production and inscription are simplified into the law of value, and thus anything can be produced inscribed so long as inscription production energy deposited in a trace or any object whatsoever can be converted back into energy, into another object or another trace. Portrait of an almost schizophrenic capital. Occasionally called perverse, but it is a normal perversion, the perversion of a libido machining its flows over a body without organs which it can cling to everywhere and nowhere, just as the flows of material and economic energy can, in the form of production that is, of conversion invest any region whatsoever of the surface of the social body, the smooth and indifferent socius. Transient cathexes, which cause all territories limited and marked by codes to disappear in their wake not only on the side of objects, the prohibitions of production and circulation explode one after another, but also on the side of individual and social subjects, which appear in this transit only as indifferent concretions, themselves exchangeable and anonymous, whose illusion of existence can only be maintained at the price of great expenditures of energy. In short, there is little standing in the way of capitalism already being that voyage in intensities, that egg, the variable milieu whose surface is traversed and continually affluent here and there with little machines, little organs, little prostheses, already the Spinozist substance adorned with its attributes or the Democritean void where atoms dance, of our already enjoying the gaiety of being wise in God nature return. Is Marxist, this Spinozism, this atomism? It matters little, it's not at all a matter of creating an orthodoxy, but rather of detecting an inspiration at once present and repressed in Marx. Hence the atomist theme: in capitalism, individuals constitute themselves as desocialized, deterritorialized, denatured, free entities, the German ideology, at the same time as they find themselves governed by chance, by a God who is indifferent to their affairs. By a deviant Epicurean God, by a non-rule, the non-rule of the cliné men, the floating free of the destiny of their territoriality and their familiarity. In his doctoral dissertation, Marx, well before being Marxist, said, Epicurus's doctrine on gods does away with religious fear and superstition. It gives to gods neither joy nor favors, but allows us the same relation that we have with Hyrcanus's fish, from which we expect neither harm nor profit. And if the gods become worldly, declining all responsibility for men, Marx says, it is for the same reason that the atom deviates, according to the principle of the cliné men, from the straight line that its fall traces out in the void. For through this straight line it is tied to a system, it is subject to fati fidera, as Lucretius says, to the bonds of it is said, the cliné men, on the contrary, is at the heart of the atom, that something that can struggle and resist, says Marx, it escapes heteronomy, and thus the negativity implied by the law of the other. The same goes for the principle bf the repulsion of atoms, their negation of all relation to one another must be realized effectively, posited positively wirklich positiv gesetzt, and thus can only be the moment of repulsion through which each atom is related solely to itself. Deviant and repulsive atoms, oblique and indifferent gods, individuals declining in free fall, in the empty space of capital, flows cut with neither finality nor causality, orphan fluxes fleeing the fati fidera of organic or social pseudo-bodies, what subtends all of this is the same figure, that of schizophrenia and or materiality. And if, for the Marxist, Marx of 1857, capitalism is the index of a universality applicable to all the great socio-economic machines including itself, there is no doubt that it is through the void, the indifference into which it plunges all beings, the indistinct, aleatory, declinability of the individual in relation to labor, of the object in relation to money, of capital in relation to the product. Another repressed theme, that of the dissolution of subjective objective illusions of producing and consuming, all production is a consumption of the raw materials, instruments and energies employed in their production, and all consumption is production of a new form, a metamorphosis of the consumed into a different product. This identity of production and consumption, says Marx, comes back to Spinoza's proposition, determinatio est negatio. Here is a materialist, not at all dialectical, usage of negation. Its positive usage, this determinatio is the atom, and it is the cutting off of flows, tak once again, this time in Capital, the chapter on the rate of surplus value, where you will find this perfectly delozoguaterian text. if we look at the creation and the alteration of value for themselves, i.e. in their pure form, then the means of production, this physical shape taken on by constant capital, provides only the material in which fluid value creating power die f, Osage, Wortbildende Kraft, has to be incorporated. Both the nature and the value of this material Stoff are indifferent Gleichko/Tig. And the later Marx adds a note. What Lucretius says is self-evident, nil posse creteri de nihilo, out of nothing, nothing can be created. Creation of value is the transformation conversion transposition, umsatz of Jabur power into labor. Labor power itself is, above all else, the material of nature Natur. Stoff transposed, converted umgesetzt into a human organism. 2. In an essay profoundly influenced by the Frankfurt School, that is, by negative dialectics, Alfred Schmidt, analyzing the relation between labor and nature in Marx, in spite of his intentions, gives many proofs that the Verurandlungen, the Umsätze, that comprise all of political economy, are characterized by Marx as much as metamorphoses of a neutral energy placed upstream from any nihilistic splitting, as relations of the working subject and the worked object, or of use value and exchange value, that is to say of two beings in a dialectical relation. No doubt there is in Marx, in the depth of his movement, this energetic inspiration, an economy which, repressed under the dialectical dispositif, is far more than political, never openly libidinal of course, but which allows a libidinal aporik through the analysis of primary processes. For the Klineman, the orphan, and indifference, is primacy. And Marx's desire to know. Doesn't his secret reside in Spinozist, Lucretian-Joessence, in his attempt to dissolve all the discourses of bourgeois political economy by connecting them up to the generalized fluidification engendered by capital, and to himself produce a theoretical object capable of corresponding to this liquefaction even as it exhibits its hidden jaw, the law of value? In the figure of capital that Deleuze and Guattari propose, we easily recognize what fascinates Marx, the capitalist perversion, the subversion of codes, religions, decency, trades, education, cuisine, speech. The leveling of all established differences into the one and only difference, being worth, being exchangeable for indifferent difference. Mars immortalize, as he would say. Deleuze and Guattari have brought this fascination to light. Freed it from bad conscience, they help us to flush it out into the politics of today. Bad conscience in Marx himself, and worse in Marxists. And in proportion to this increasingly bad conscience, a piety meant to conceal and expiate this appetite for capitalist liquefaction, this piety dialectics amounts to keeping the positive perversion of capitalism inside a dispositif of negativity, contradiction, and neurosis, which will make possible the detection and denunciation of the forgetting of the creditor, the proletariat, and of the debt, surplus value, in a freedom declared to be factitious and guilty, in a positivity judged to be a fac, aid. So Marxism will be this repairing and remonstrating enterprise in which one will demonstrate and remonstrate the system as a faithless debtor, and devote all political energy to the project of righting the wrong, no just any wrong, said Marx in 18lj3, but a wrong in itself, this jiving wrong that the proletariat is, the wrong of alienation. A rather strange device inherited from Christianity, but one that, as we know, will take on paranoiac dimensions with Stalin and Trotsky, before falling into the routine of a faded belief in today's communism. It is this dispositif of negativity and guilt that Anti-Oedipus rids Marxism of. Sendrars said that artists are, above all, men who struggle to become inhuman. The book Silence on Class Struggle, the saga of the worker and the function of his party, which weigh down the language of politics, lead one to believe that for the authors, the true politics today is in fact that of men who struggle to become inhuman. No debt to be tracked down. Its muteness on surplus value springs from the same source. Looking for the creditor is a wasted effort, the subject of the credit would always have to be made to exist, the proletariat would always have to be incarnated on the surface of the socius, that is, represented in the representative box on the political stage, and that is the seed of the archi-state's reappearance. It is Lenin and Stalin, it might be a nameless subject, the party, a void, the signifier, and it is never anything but that. Since a creditor is always the name of a lack. So let go of bad politics, the politics of bad conscience, its sagacious corteges and their banners. Weighty processions of simulated piety, capitalism is never going to perish of bad conscience, it will not expire through through a failure to give the exploited what they are owed. If it does, it is through excess, because its energetics continually displace its limits. Restitution comes as an extra and not as a paranoiac passion to do justice, to give everyone their due, as if one knew what it was, as if it weren't evident today that the wage of a worker in any one of the 10 wealthiest nations did not contain, in addition to the market value of his energy expenditure, a redistributed share of surplus value. It is not only Navali who thinks so, in their own way, economists such as Odasic and Ztanko, in supposing that there is a twofold function of wages, the exchangeable value of labor power, which is private property, but also a counterpart redistributed by the state of the use value of social labor, essentially concede the point. This does not mean that one is already in socialism or that socialism is now inevitable. It only means that the law that governs exchange is perhaps not the principle of equal quantity of abstract labor contained in exchangeable commodities, and that there is therefore indeed a principle of equivalence, but that it is not anchored in a deep exteriority, that the value of labor power and the value of an hour of median, abstract, social labor are not determinable in relation to the conditions of natural survival, in relation to a nature of elementary needs, that, on the contrary, they are the object of incessant conflicts on the social surface, and that therefore there is no depth or origin, that unions, bureaucratic cliques, pressure groups oppose and combine ceaselessly to fix a distribution of the GNP which is in itself floating and without originary reference. The same process, in short, for labor value as for gold value, where convertibility, even in principle, must also be abandoned and replaced by the play of an incessant negotiation, that is to say, deterritorialized and dragged into the waves of exchangeable words and things. What are these prohibitions that capitalism opposes to the incessant movements of flows? Reterritorializations necessary to keep the system in place, say Deleuze and Guattari. 3 These circumscribed sites on the surface of the socius, which disconnect whole regions and shelter them from the schizo flows, are neo-archaism, they say. 4. Indian resignations, fascism. Exchange money, third-worldist bureaucracies, private property. 5 And of course, Oedipus and the State. Rather flippant, is it not, to place under the same function the pueblo and capital money, Stalin and Hitler and private property? What about super-ANC infrastructures? Well, not a word on this subject, of course. There are only desiring machines, the body without organs, their stormy relationships being already of the molecular order, relationships between the anus making shit, the mouth making words, the eyes making eyes, and a surface, that of the supposed body, where they have to position, inscribe, and compose themselves, and then of the order of the supposed great social body, the socius, of the molar order. Once more, the violent disjunction between, on one hand, the blind, machinic repetition of the production inscription of little organs and social segments, and on the other hand, the mapping back and hoarding of these segmentary productions on the surface of the socius, especially by the arch-estate. No structures in the linguistic or semiotic sense, only dispositives of energy transformation. And among these dispositives, no reason to privilege, under the name of infrastructure, that which regulates the production and circulation of goods, the so-called economic dispositive. For there is no less an economy, an energetics, in the dispositive that will regulate lineages and alliances, distributing flows of intensity into concretions of roles, persons, and goods on the surface of the socius, and that will finally produce what is called the organization of savage society, an organism that is in fact never unified, but always divided between the thousand poles of little multiple organs, partial objects, libidinal segments, and the pole of unification by the void created. On high, at the summit, at and in the head, by the signifier, no less of an economy in the laws of kinship, no less of an economy even in the distribution of the libido. On the surface of the body without organs, in the hooking-up of little desiring, energy-transforming and pleasure-seeking organs, than in the economics and distribution of capital, no less of a producing inscribing dispositif there than here. And inversely, the Oedipal formation is no less political economic than that of capital, and ultimately it is no less ecolibidinal and deviant than the primary process it captures. So it is not a matter of discerning which of these dispositifs is subordinating and which subordinated, there is a reciprocal subordination. 6 But to follow the infra/super hypothesis, we should have to presuppose the organic totality of the social field, presuppose and require the social whole, dividing up structures within a macrostructure, with the whole as the starting point, supposing the whole to be given or at least discernible and analyzable. When the very problem is that the whole is not given, that society is not a unified totality, but is made up of displacements and metamorphoses of energy that endlessly decompose and recombine into subsets and draw these subsets now towards the organ's perverse schizo functioning, now towards the neurotic paranoiac functioning of the great absent signifier. If you speak in terms of super and infra, you are ordering dispositifs according to high and low, and already you have adopted the point of view of the signifier, of the whole, and it will not let you go, when you want to conduct a revolutionary politics, to imagine a subversive becoming. If you don't attack this edifice, you will have a dialectics at best, and at best, according to the latter, one after the negative moment, after the revolution, that is, already before, in the form of a party. For example, or a need for effectiveness or for organization, or the fear of failure. And the same hierarchized arrangement will be reproduced, the same worker militant on the bottom and the same leader boss on the top, the same confiscation of flows and partial productions in the general interest, that is to say, in the interests of the despot. What allows us to say this, once again, is no fantasy, it is capitalism itself. It is capitalism which, sweeping through the most forbidden regions with its flows of work and money through art, science, trades and festivals, politics and sports, words and images, air, water, snow and sun, Bolshevik, Maoist and Castroist revolutions, it is capitalism that, in traversing these regions, makes the coded dispositifs that formerly governed their economies appear as libidinal configurations at the very moment that it consigns them to obsolescence. It thus reveals that oppositions between infra and superstructures, between economic and ideological structures, between relations of production and social relations, are themselves pairs of concepts that tell us nothing about what happens in savage, feudal, or oriental societies, or even in capitalist society itself. For they are either too much or too little, too much because it is unquestionable that in the former, kinship, ritual and practical relationships decisively determine the production and circulation of goods, that is, the configuration of the economy, and that they cannot be reduced to an illusory ideological function, and too little because in the latter, the term economics covers much more than political economy, much more than the production and exchange of goods, since it is no less the production and exchange of labor power, images, words, knowledge and power, travel and sex. If political economy is a discourse that founds phenomena of production and circulation by anchoring them in a nature, physiocratic nature, the interests and needs of Homo economicus, the creative power of the force of the worker, as such it is never applicable, beyond the hypothetical level of survival. Archaic societies are no less arbitrary than capitalism, and capitalism fits no better than they do into the category of interest and need, or work. Nowhere is T11 a primary economic order, equals an order of interest, need or work, followed by ideological, cultural, legal, religious, familial, etc., effects. Everywhere there are dispositives for the capture and discharge of libidinal energy, but in archaic or oriental societies, energy and its concretions into objects, sexual partners, children, tools, and weapons, food, must be marked with a seal, an incision, an abstraction which is precisely that of the archaic arts, for their function is not to represent in the sense of the quattrocento, but rather to code what is libidinally invested or investable, to authorize what may circulate and produce pleasure. These codes are therefore sorters, selectors, brakes, accelerators, dams and canals, mitral valves regulating the inputs and outputs of energy in all its forms, words, dances, children, foods, in relation to the socius, the non-existent, postulated great social body, whereas these codifications of functions, these specific regulations in their concrete abstraction saw certain inscription on a certain part of the skin to denote puberty, a certain distortion of the neck, the ear, the nostrils, or the fabrication of a hat of chicken or pig entrails, liris in Gondar, to mark a particular function in a religious or magic ritual, this tattoo denoting the right to bear arms, that ornament on the chief's face, those words and chants and drum beats inscribed in the ritual scenario of sacrifice, mourning or excision. Capitalism sweeps all of this away, it is all surpassed and dissipated. Capitalism deculturalizes peoples, dehistoricizes their inscriptions, repeats them anywhere at all so long as they are marketable, recognizes no code that is marked by the libido but only exchange value. You can produce and consume everything, exchange, work or inscribe anything any way you want it, so long as it moves, flows, is metamorphizable. The only untouchable axiom bears on the condition of metamorphosis and transfer, exchange value. Axiom and not code, energy and its objects are no longer marked with a sign, properly speaking, there are no longer signs since there is no longer code, no reference to an origin, to a norm, to a practice, to a supposed nature or seriality or reality, to a paradigm or to a great other. There is nothing left but a little price tag, the index of exchangeability. It's nothing, it's enormous, it's something else. Now, not only does this define a political economy, it determines an entirely singular libidinal economy. One can approach it, like Baudrillard, on the basis of the category of ambivalence and castration, and say, capitalism is fetishism, not only in a general sense, in the Feuerbachian Hegelian sense, or the sense Marx gives it, but in the strict sense that the word takes on in the nosology of perversions. It is fetishism because castration and the splitting of desire are completely occulted in it. The relationship to the object in capital is the perverse relationship, the difference between the sexes is abolished in it, not qua sexism, although even there, hairdressers and no-sex, women's lib and gay movement clothes stores accelerate desexization, but qua desire implicating in itself its own prohibition, as barred drive. Equivalence is placed before ambivalence, obliterating it. Generalized exchangeability omits the fact that there is, in the order of desire, something that is unexchangeable on pain of death, and joisance insofar as it always includes in it this risk of death. And Baudrillard art opposes to the monotonic modern exchange and economy of the gift, of the potlatch, in which irreversibility, the disaster of extreme expenditure, economic and social ruin, annihilation through loss of prestige, physical death, eternal non-enjoyment, and thus a libidinal symbolism, are effectively implicated. These conclusions converge with Deleuze and Guattari's. But it is the divergence that we should note, because it allows us to sense what is at stake in Anti-Oedipus. The fine description of savage cruelty goes entirely in the direction of what Baudrillard wishes to make manifest under the name of symbolic exchange. As for fluidity and flight in one, so for equivalence in the other. But the side from which one speaks is not the same in one as in the other. Desire, in Baudrillard, a strict Freudian, is still thought in terms of a subject. A barred subject, but a subject nonetheless, just as the fragmented body is still a body, only subsequently relating the fragmentation to itself as its property, the bar also relates itself to desire as an attribute to its substance. In both cases, we must put at the other end of the process an author of the bar, a nothing, a signifier zero, the big other, who would therefore be the true producer of the bar. Thus desiring production would be designated as nihilist signifier. When Deleuze and Guattari begin from desiring machines and set out to make use of only the most elementary categories of disjunction and conjunction, connection and exclusion, that is to say, connection and cutting, with possible recursivity, production of production, when they speak of a body without organs and of a socius as of a surface of mapping, a surface upon which productions, that is, flows cuts, will come to be applied to be inscribed upon it. As if these body were the great producer, the great subject, the great signifier, as if it were the primary source and unity, whereas it is itself but a principle of a leading astray, dare I say, alienation, in any case, of death in the Freudian sense. The function of their discourse is not to provide a new metaphor for the zero signifier, but to produce the rebel economic categories that are lacking, outside Lucretius, Spinoza and Nietzsche, in the thinking of desire, rebelling against the mapping of this thought, which is itself not yet anything but desire. A desire for desire, back onto a signifying order. Rebelling against a philosophical or psychoanalytical mapping that is a particular case of the mapping of desiring production back onto the body without organs. If therefore one continues to think capitalism and savagery in terms of lack, castration, and even ambivalence and irreversibility, saying that the first occults them whereas the second inscribes them in its codes, one completes the occultation of desiring production, one does metaphysical thought very little harm, and in fact one fulfills nihilist thought. The subject, it will be said, never shows itself. In the flesh, it is fragmented, barred, deferred, present/absent, etc. But what is important is that one continue to place the libido under the category of the signifier and to ignore it in its nonsense and its force of forgetting. Now, far from having to heal the subject by reducing it either to the illusion of a well-balanced socio-familial character, traditional psychoanalysis, or to the disillusionment of a subject tragically barred from itself, Lacanian psychoanalysis, we must heal the subject by liquidating it in anonymity, orphanhood, innocence, and the aleatory plurality of little machines that is desire. Thus we should not oppose capitalism to savagery as that which hides and that which exhibits castration, that is to say, as that which is false and that which is true. We should not look at capitalism from the point of view of a nostalgia for savagery and truth, which is a nostalgia for naturalness and representation. There is no good, savage, symbolic, state of libido, no correct modality of mapping back upon the socius, that of cruelty. Deleuze and Guattari quite rightly do not say a word on Artaud's theatre. Just as we must not confuse the content of socialism with the restitution of libidinal marks on the social body given over to its cruel fragmentation. We must evacuate the whole nostalgic mode of speaking and seeing. It exits via the whole Deleuze and Guattari rip open in Western discourse. The territorial machinery of savagery or even the great despotic machine of barbarianism are not, as Nietzsche sometimes dreams, a good perspective from which to look at the capitalist machinery. Following Marx, Deleuze and Guattari say the opposite, that capitalism is the only good perspective from which to look at everything. If you look at capitalism through castration, you think you see it from the despotic Orient or from savage Africa, but in fact you perpetuate the nihilism of Western religion. Your position is still inspired by bad conscience and piety for nature and exteriority and transcendence, while capitalism, which is far more positive than atheism, which is the indication of a profound liquidity of economic flows on the surface of the socius, is by this very token what retroactively makes us see the pre-capitalistic codes and lets us comprehend the way in which it itself, related only to itself, index sui, blocks up and channels this liquidity into the law of value. The law of value, the only axiom of this system entirely made up of indifference and equivalence, Gleichgültigkeit, says Marx again and again, young and old, is also the only limit. An impassable limit if you wish, always displaceable and displaced, that keeps capitalism from being carried off by the aleatory deluge of molecular energetics. Thus, underneath the congruence of a critique of the political economy of the sign with anti-Oedipus, there is a discordance, and what is at stake in it is the question of nihilism, and politics. It is not enough to critique Marx, since he maintains with need and use, and the labor power itself, Baudrillard, an exteriority, a reference, a naturalness that is supposed to anchor economic signs. It is not enough to attack American psychoanalysis with sarcasm because it wishes to heal the subject by endowing it with an illusory unity. It is not a matter of telling capitalism that beneath its young girls' smiles and the perverse surfaces of metal, polystyrene, skin, and spotlights, and because of them, it miscognizes the ambivalence and the bar of the libidinal subject. The strength of capitalism, on the contrary, lies in its beginning to unravel itself from the function of this ambivalence, its beginning to make obvious that it is not the doing of libidinal economy as a small or large machine, but the result of the superposition onto this economy of a sensical and nihilist dispositif. That of Oedipus castration. Revolution is not the return to the great castrator and the little castrates, a definitively reactionary view, but their dissolution in an economy without end or law. The question to be asked of Deleuze and Guattari is evidently that of origin or finality, or of the condition of possibility, or, of this secondary order, this order that contains the void, that separates orders and subordinates, that terrorizes and causalizes, that is the law, of value and exchange. But before that, why Oedipus? Why the arch-estate in a dispositif such as capitalism? Whose corresponding meaning-effect, as Deleuze and Guattari repeat, is cynicism. There's nothing less cynical than Oedipus, nothing more guilty. Why and how would the circulation of flows regulated only by the law of exchange value need as a supplement? A premium of repression. The figure of Oedipus, that is, according to Deleuze and Guattari. The figure of the state? Do they not themselves grant that bad conscience comes neither from despotism nor from capitalism? Since the former generates terror, the latter cynicism? Then what generates this bad conscience? A question on two levels: 1. What purpose can Oedipalization serve within the system of generalized exchange? And, 2. Is Oedipus really a configuration of the state? The first level is plugged directly into the politics of capital and anti-capitalistic politics as well, the second into a theory of history and into the psychoanalytical dispositif itself. First level: if capitalism needs no code whatever. If its only axiom is the law of value, that is, the exchangeability of sections of flows in equal quantity, and why Oedipus? Is not the configuration of the father, the great despotic signifier, nothing more than an archaism, not even a neo-archaism, at the heart of the figure of exchange? The Oedipal figure in Deleuze and Guattari's hypothesis is Tnad of Oriental despotism, which we shall return to shortly. Does that mean that the capitalist state is the same as that of the Chinese kingdoms, the great kings and the pharaohs? There is certainly in all of them a predominance of bureaucracy as an apparatus for the channeling of libidinal economic flows. Deleuze and Guattari rely a great deal on Wittfogel, in fact, far too much. Not because Wittfogel is often very imprudent as a historian, which is another problem, but because his whole book is inspired by a political confusion between the system of pre-capitalist domination, what Marx called the Asiatic mode of production, and the regime that Stalin imposed on Russia and its satellites for 20 years. Now, the absence of private property, the absorption of all economic and social initiative by the bureaucratic apparatus, and the suspension of all activity, of all energetic flows whatever their order, and the figure of the despot, traits that are indeed common to both societies, obviously do not make them identical. The decisive difference is precisely that Stalin and Mao are post-capitalist, that their regimes are in fact in competition with world capitalism, that they can only survive by accepting the challenge of industrialization, without which capitalism would not fail to infiltrate the bureaucratic society with flows of money, with products, with technological and cynical as well as revolutionary and critical thought causing fissures to appear everywhere. This is what happens continually in the European glacis. Fissures that go to the right and fissures that go toward the left, pressure from the economic and technical framework in the direction of liberalization, that is to say in the direction of incorporation, at least economic and ideological incorporation, into the global capitalist market, the pressure of the young in the direction of self-management and council communism. All of this makes for a very lively bureaucratic life, very different from that of the Han Empire. And a troubled bureaucracy, it has the agitation of capital under its skin, not the immobile peace of the sacred. A bureaucracy threatened by the mobility of modern capitalism, and by its wastefulness, including its political figures. Look around the world, now that the great paranoid figures of the Second World War have gone, except for Mao, see if there is one single leader who is really a paternal figure. Let us go further. Why should capitalism preserve the institution of the family, constraining the child's libido to fixate upon it? The Communist Party manifesto said that by the action of modern industry, all the family ties among the proletarians are torn asunder. Perhaps this was said from a miserablest perspective that was not vindicated? But a fortiori if this unbinding takes place even outside of material poverty, which is indeed the case. What is the family life of a child today, with a working father and mother? Kindergarten, school, homework, jukeboxes, cinema, everywhere children of their age, and adults who are not their parents, who are in conflict with them and between themselves, who say one thing and do another. The heroes are at the cinema and on television, in comics, not around the family dinner table. A more direct investment than ever in historical figures. Parental figures, teachers, priests, they also undergo the erosion of capitalist flows. No, truly, supposing that psychoanalysis is indeed Oedipalization, it is not the doing of capitalism, it goes against the law of value. A salaried father is an exchangeable father, an orphan son. We have to uphold Deleuze and Guattari's thinking against themselves. Capitalism is indeed an orphanage, a celibacy, submitted to the rule of equivalence. What supports it is not the figure of the great castrator, but that of equality, equality in the sense of the commutability of men in one place and of places for one man, of men and women, objects, spaces, organs. A society constituted according to a mathematical group structure, a set, every quantum of energy, man, woman, thing, word, color, sound, is part of it, a rule of associativity of, a rule of commutativity of equals BA and a neutral term AE equals A. And there is the whole secret of its repression. And there, let us note in passing, is the whole secret of the connivance of capital with the figure of knowledge, which is the true dispositive governing libidinal economy under capitalism. Look instead at how the family is treated in the MIT Report 7 and Mann-Schultz letter and the whole zero growth current, and tell us whether it's capital that is preoccupied with the institution. It will be said, none of this changes the fact that repression is increasing in modern societies, and that the law of value alone does not eliminate the forces of order. But we ought to respond, repression becomes ever more exteriorized, since it is less in people's heads, it is more in the streets. Cynicism is unstoppable, hence the police and militia contingents. There are as many more cops as there are fewer fathers, teachers, chiefs, moral leaders, that is, ones that are recognized, interiorized. Freud was completely mistaken in civilization and its discontents in expecting that the extension of civilization in the bourgeois sense of material civilization, and in the League of Nations sense of perpetual peace, which he equated with the reabsorption of external expressions of aggression, would be accompanied by an aggravation of its internal expression, that is, ever increasing anguish and guilt. In the regions where this civilized peace reigns in the center of capitalism, there is nothing of the kind, and so much the better. The great signifier and great castrator are drawn into the rapid and polluted waters of the reproduction of capitalism, the great metamorphosis. A modern man believes in nothing, not even in his responsibility guilt. Repression is imposed not as punishment, but as a reminder of the axiomatic, the law of value, give and take. It might be the PTA exerting it on children, the union on the workers, the woman's magazine on the weaker sex, the writer on discourse, or the museum curator on paintings. They do not at all act as terrifying or cruel incarnations of a transcendental power, even though they possess it. In fact, their entire operation amounts only to the maintenance of the most elementary rule, the last word of capital, equitable exchange, equivalence. They do not frighten, they hurt. A simple and blatant example: when teaching, you can teach whatever seems best to you, including what is written here, but the absolute reference point is to be selected at the end of the year, so as not to devalue your teaching. Thus, not teaching of value, and then the selection of students according to this value, but the selection of students, even a totally arbitrary selection, an arbitrariness none can ignore any longer, and by this very token valorization of your teaching. It is the law of exchange that determines the value of the terms, here your teaching, on one hand, and on the other the qualification of the students. End of the ideology of culture. Then, one no longer claims to produce an object that is supposedly valuable for itself or in its use, but value is defined by exchangeability, this diploma that you will give to the student. Can he exchange it in real life, equals for money? That's the only question. This question, everywhere the same, is not that of castration, of Oedipus, TAK painting. It's the same question. One doesn't ask the painter what his pictorial object is, one does not seek to attach it to a network of meanings, one is concerned about where it is, if it is or could be in a pictorial site, gallery, exhibition, for it is only from this position that it will acquire a pictorial value, since it is only if it is in this site that it can be taken out in exchange for its price equals through sale, and possibly afterwards resold by the art lover to be placed in a museum. Its value is its exchangeability, and thus its place in the pictorial place that is the market for painting. Outside of this it is absolutely impossible to determine an intrinsic value of the modern painting object. See the Pompidou exhibition. Point 8. It would be easy to show that scientific research functions according to the same basic axiomatic, only varying according to a few complementary exigencies, for example the operativity of the enunciations produced, which suffice to determine the limits of the field of application and the nature of the object. Nowhere do you find any attachment to the great signifier, but only the immanent law of exchange between terms whose sole value comes down to their relation. This is the very definition of a structure, which is the product par excellence of capital and scientism, the eminently capitalist libidinal object. The gap that segments the object to be structured into discrete terms, 9, a gap which, it must be emphasized, excludes all signification and strictly speaking must even exclude the use of the term signifier such as it comes to us from a Saussure still very uncertain on this subject, almost as uncertain as Marx as to the part played by use of value. This gap must not be confused nor even articulated with that via which Lacan, for example, supposes, under the name of the withdrawal of the signifier, to produce effects of sense, equals signifieds, at the level of the terms in question. Difference in Saussure is not the A in Lacan. Why do Deleuze and Guattari here neglect a reversal which is essential to Lacan's problematic? In Saussure, the signified is the hidden, the signifier is the given. In Lacan, the hidden is the signifier and the signified is given, as representation, illusion, A and A. This reversal is decisive. The figure of desire in Lacan uses the same words as in Saussure but distributes them inversely. For Saussure, the signifier and the signified are related to the speaking subject who is the locutor. The same goes for Lacan, except that the jocutor is not an interlocutor in the sense that linguists use the term, an allocutor. In Benvenist's sense, it speaks, but not as I speak, not in the sight where I speak, not on the same scene, but on another scene. Now, when Lacan makes this hypothesis as to the unconscious language, What is important is not that he brings it together with the scientific problematic of discourse, even if he himself lays the emphasis on this effect. In reality it is just an ideological screen. The point is that it reduces to a surface the deep figure that is latent in the whole psychoanalytical dispositif, in the whole dispositif of the desire of psychoanalysis, the Judaic figure of the paradoxical Yahweh, the silent thou, or silence in the second person, that is to say the potential locutor who will never be effective for I Moses Israel, hidden signifier, but also, on the other scene, the Sinai, for example, thou the sole speaker, including through my mouth, and thus a signifier. Even so, and I the solely manifest locutor, latent silence, signified. And so we proceed to the second level. Oedipus is not a figure of the state, a despotic figure. Here as with guilt, and the two institutions go hand in hand, Deleuze and Guattari remain too near and too far from Freud. Too near, for it was indeed Freud's hypothesis in Moses and monotheism that the source of Judaism was in the Oriental, monotheistic despotism of Akhenaten, and thus that the father figure conveyed by Judaism, Freud himself, and all of psychoanalysis, is the figure of the castrating and incestuous spot. But very far at the same time, since for Freud what made the difference between Judaism and Egyptian religion, or Catholicism in a sense between Judaism and every religion, what then in Judaism undid religiosity or was its potential defeat or defection was the foreclosure of the wish for the father's death and its acting out, the carrying out of the original murder, supposed by Freud, but at the cost of what novelistic imagination, by Israel of a first Moses, also a supposition. Which means that in Judaism Oedipus remains unavowed, inadmissible, hidden, and this, for Freud, is how guilt and bad conscience are born, unlike what happens in religions of reconciliation. The question here is not of following Freud in the construction of his familial or ethnic tale. It is a question of seeing that what he is trying to achieve, in conformity with his own libidinal construction, according to his own words, is to produce the singularity of the Judaic, and psychoanalytical, configuration of desire. And like Nietzsche, he apprehends it in bad conscience, sin. The status of the origin that Freud exhibits is not in question here. But what certainly does matter is the principle according to which Oedipus and castration and by the same token, transference in the psychoanalytic relationship are only operative in an energetic dispositif whose traits are formed by the most ancient Hebraic law, the channeling of all libidinal energy into the order of language, the elimination of idols in language, an absolute privilege given to the I/thou relationship, the elimination of myth, and within this relationship, the Kierkegaardian paradox of it always being thou who speaks and never I. This dispositif is that of the couch, where Israel is the patient, Moses the analyst, and Yahweh the unconscious, the great other. The great other is not the great incestuous pharaoh, Ervitor, or Erdespot. There was an exodus. The Jews broke with despotism, crossed the sea, the desert, and killed the father. The murder that Freud sought to reconstruct was simply this exodus, and this is why interiorization as sin, as solitude, as neurosis, as well as the whole current of Reform Lutheranism and Freudism /I become possible, will become a fundamental possibility for the West. We demand nothing of one another, we complain of nothing, but we both go on, the heart open, through open doors. Zarathustra to his solitude. But capital's configuration is not articulated with that of Jewishness, of Oedipus, any more than it is with that of despotism or of symbolic savagery. It accords no privileges to discourse as the locus of the libido's inscription, it does away with all privileges of place, hence its mobility, its principle bears on the modality of inscription, its machinery obeys only one principle of energetic connection, law of value, equivalence principle according to which all exchange is always possible in principle, all plugging in or metamorphosis of one form of Naderstoff into another is always reconvertible by making the inverse connection. But what about surplus value, it will be asked. Does this not belie the dispositif, since it means that the relation between force and what it is supposed to be worth, its equivalent in commodities, its wages, is not convertible, and that their equality is fictitious? Certainly this may be true for every force that is captured in capitalist economic networks, including machines. The apparatus functions by ignoring the inequality of force and reabsorbing its potential as event, creation, and mutation. Given the principle that governs energetic connection, the capitalist system privileges repetition without profound difference, duplication, commutation, or replication, and reversibility. Metamorphosis is contained within the sagacious confines of metaphor. Surplus value and even profit are already denominations and practices of reabsorption, or exploitation. If you wish, they imply the commensurability of the given and the received, of the added value obtained through production processes, and of the value advanced in production. This supposed commensurability is what permits the second to be transformed into the first. The reinvestment of surplus value is the rule or the management of the capitalist system. It is in this rule of immanent commutativity that the capitalist's secret for the mapping back of desiring production onto the body without organs is found. This mapping back is reinvesting under the law of value. In it consists the very repression of the system, and it needs no other. The others, cops, etc., are only lemmas or reciprocals of the fundamental theorem of replication. This is what Deleuze and Guattari mean when they emphasize the fictitious nature of the commensurability of credit and payment monies. The potential of force is not a potential to produce something more, but a potential to produce something other, in other ways. In the organism, force is a disorganizing power, emotional stress, pruritus, perverse polymorphism, so-called psychosomatic illnesses, the loss of spatial reference in the schizos walk so dear to Deleuze and Guattari, a grinning cat and the grin without the cattleways work, but always as dream work. Force fuses through the organic screen, perfusing energy. Now, it is this virtuality of an alterity that is multiplying in the gut of the capitalist organism and of the dispositif of value, which is on the way to critiquing without touching it, on the way to forgetting the law of exchange, getting around it and making it a glaring and obsolete illusion, an unserviceable network. Who can say how long it will take the new dispositif to sweep over the surface of our bodies and the social body with its unknown, transparent organs, to free them from their involvement with interests and the worries of saving, spending, and counting? Another figure is rising, the libido is withdrawing from the capitalist apparatus, and desire is finding other ways of spreading itself out. According to another figure, one that is formless and ramified in 1,000 ventures throughout the world, a bastard disguised in shreds of this and that, words from Marx and words from Jesus or Mohammed and words from Nietzsche and words from Mao, communitarian practices and slow-down actions in workshops, occupations, boycotts, squatting, kidnap and ransom, happenings and demicyclized music and sit-ins and sit-outs, taking trips and light shows, the liberation of gays and lesbians and madmen and criminals, unilaterally undertaken free practices. What can capitalism possibly do against this unserviceability that is rising from within it, in the form of unserviceable young people, among others, against this thing that is the new libidinal dispositif, and of which anti-Oedipus is the production/inscription within language? Force produces only when channeled, when partially invested. If schizophrenia is called the absolute limit, it is because if it ever happened, it would be force that was not distributed in a libidinal dispositif pure liquid flexion. Through the multiplication of metamorphic principles, the annulment of codes regulating flows, capitalism brings us closer to this schizophrenic limit. And by bringing us closer to this limit, it places us already on the other side. Hence we can understand Deleuze and Guattari's disinterest in Baudelaire's theme of transgression. Every limit is constitutively transgressed, there is nothing to transgress in a limit, what is important is not the other side of the frontier. Since if there is a frontier, both sides must already have been posited, composed in one and the same world. Incest, for example, is but a very shallow stream, the mother can be composed, equals thought of, as a mistress only in words, in jouissance. She is no longer the mother. No longer anything, What reigns then is the night of 100,000 disjointed organs and partial objects. Thus, either there is a limit but it boils down to a two-human opposition. And desire is absent on both sides, or desire actually scans the field of the limit. Its movement not that of transgressing the limit, but are either of pulverizing the field itself into a libidinal surface. If capitalism has such affinities with schizophrenia, it follows that its destruction cannot come from a deterritorialization, the mere abolition of private property, for example. Which by definition it will survive, it is this deterritorialization. Destruction can only come from an even more liquid liquidation, only from even more clinamen and less gravity, from more dancing and less piety. What we need is for the variations of intensity to become more unpredictable, stronger, in social life, for the highs and lows of desiring production to be inscribed without finality, justification, or origin, as in the heady moments of affective or creative life, to be done with ressentiment and bad conscience, ways equal to themselves, ways depressed, of identities engendered by the service of paranoiac machines, by technology, and by the bureaucracies of capita /. So what about the death instinct? De /us and gewateri energy qualified the Freudian hypothesis of self-directed guilt and hatred which underlies the diagnosis of civilization and its discontents, a death instinct that would be without original or experience, a theoretical product of Freud's pessimism destined to maintain the neurotic, dualistic position, whatever may happen. But if the death instinct is the reason why machines can only work by fits and starts and their cycles cannot be kept harmonious, if it is what perturbs desiring production, through the body without organs either drawing off their production and monopolizing it, or repelling it and repressing it, if its model is a deranged machinic regime, an unregime, and if it presents itself in the corresponding experience of inarticulacy, the loss of every articus/us, of the surface without variation in intensity, of catatonia, of the to not have been born, then it is not merely admissible, it is a necessary component of desire. Not at all another instinct. Another energy, but within the libidinal economy, an inaccessible principle of excess and disorder, not a second machinery, but a machine whose velocity can be displaced towards positive infinity and can bring it to a halt. It is this plasticity or viscosity that traces everywhere and nowhere the difference between political economy and libidinal economy, and owing to which in particular, a great savage configuration, a great apparatus, for example, can be disinvested, pipes and filters can fall into obsolescence, and the libido can be distributed otherwise, in another figure, and therefore it is in this viscosity that all revolutionary potential lies. Back to the representative theater. The admirable chapter on the problem of Oedipus 10 in which all the congruencies that traverse the book are brought together or mentioned, and where the proximity to and difference from Freud is marked, a principle of segmentation, of quantification, of articulation must come to cut into the full body, into the egg of the EARTH where there is no extensive distance, but only intensive variations, a Kantian inheritance, into the continuous hysteria of filiation and women, discernible articuli, persons, roles, names, and the same principle must distribute them and organize them through procedures of extension that will determine the rules of alliance. The principle that circumscribes the site and the modality of the inscription of desiring production, that is to say the socius, is not, as we see, a productive principle. Fundamentally it is not a principle, since it is destructive. It is not the signifier, the foundational castrator. It manifests itself not in the bestial fury of the Urfather, but in the paranoiac collective of the homosexual community of men. In instituting chains of alliance, it institutes representation. Presentation, on the seen surface of the body without organs. Dramas about familial roles which are therefore and will be a screen for anonymous and orphan journeys of libidinal intensities. Thus the possibility of Oedipus comes about, the possibility of the myth of the Urfather. This is why it will be said that Oedipus is not originary, but is an effect of representation, which follows from the fact that the familial roles that result from the articulation and the repressive distribution in social organization are projected upstream of repression, where in reality there is nothing but traveling intensities on the full body, energetic schizophrenia. A representative of displaced desire, then. A hypothesis probably less distant from Freud than Deleuze and Guattari suppose. Freud distinguishes very carefully the topic from the economic, the representative from the drive. But it matters little. It remains that under the names of distribution, paranoia, disemmability, quantification, there must be a principle of exclusion that cuts out of the continuous economy of libidinal intensities an inside and an outside, that is to say, a duality, and that the latter is the whole wellspring of the theatrical dispositif, which will represent on the inside, the scene, the family, the socius, what it has to repress on the outside, economics, errancy, the full body. This principle of exclusion is originary repression, and all the procedures of absorption, of the mapping back of desiring production onto the body or onto the socius, all the procedures of the rejection of molecular machines and partial objects outside the socius or of the body are ordered by this repression, this distancing. And now here is the great business of our times, how to understand this distance without recourse to a dualism. How can there be secondary processes of articulation covering the primary processes, extracted from them, representing them? Granted that Oedipus is not originary, there must be, it will be said, a side of theatricalization, a barrier of investments that represses and limits the errancy of intensities, filtering them and composing them into a scene, whether social or psychic. A scene now irreal, phantasmatic, illusory, forever distanced from the thing itself. And your whole libidinal and political economy, the crooks will come and tell us, it's just representation like the rest, still a theater where you stage the outside, under the name of libido and machine, a metaphysics of sense despite itself. Where the signified will be energy and its displacements, but where you speak, Deleuze and Guattari, and where therefore you are in the interior of the auditorium/stage volume. Where your dear and sacred exteriority is, in spite of you. In the interior of your very words. One more metaphor to add to the total theater of the West, little dramas within a drama, at most a change of scenery, but no metamorphosis. Here indeed is a depressed thought, here is a pious, nihilist thought. It is nihilist and pious because it is a thought. A thought is that in which the energetic position forgets itself in representing itself. Theatricality is everything that thought can denounce in thought, can critique. A thought can always critique a thought, can always exhibit the theatricality of a thought, repeating the distancing. But something passes through nevertheless, which thinkers cannot critique in so far as the something has not entered into theatrizable thought. What happens is a displacement. Thus, alongside medieval Europe was placed another dispositif, the Renaissance classical dispositif. What is important is not the discourse on metaphysics, that is the discourse on metaphysics. Metaphysics is the force of discourse potential in all discourse. What counts is that it changes the scene, the dramaturgy, the site, the modality of inscription, the filter, and thus the libidinal position. Thinkers think metaphysical theatrical ity, and yet the position of desire is displaced, desire works, new machines start up, old ones stop working or idle for a moment or race and heat up. This transport of force does not belong to thought or to metaphysics. Deleuze and Guattari's book represents this transport in discourse. If you understand only its representation, you have lost it, you would be right, you would have reason, in the interior of this figure, according to the criteria of this dispositif. But you will be forgotten, as everything is forgotten that is not forgetting, everything that is placed within the theater, the museum, the school. In the libidinal dispositif that is rising, to be right, to have reason, that is, to place oneself in the museum, is not what is important is to be able to laugh and dance. Belmer describes an elementary expression, the hands tightening on itself when one has a violent toothache. This clenched hand is an artificial focus of excitation, a virtual tooth that forms a diversion by attracting the current of blood and the nervous current from the real focus of pain, so as to minimize its existence. A false finality is invoked, veneered over the description, why not so as to magnify its existence, or for no reason, through a simple superabundance and overflowing of force? And if this were the case, then why the opposition between real and artificial? Why put up a wall between tooth and hand, closing up the hand in theatricalization, and the tooth in naturality? The fingers biting into the palm are not the representation of the tooth, the fingers and the tooth together are not significations, metaphors, they are the same expending itself diversely, reversibly. Which is what Belmer ends up saying. Every political economy is libidinal. Jean-François Lyotard. 1974. There are errant forces in the signs of capital. Not in its margins as its marginals, but dissimulated in its most nuclear, its most essential exchanges, the most alienated or fetishized exchanges in Baudrillard's eyes. If we do not recognize this, then in 10 years' time we will start up another new critique, the critique of the political economy of the sign. But it is extraordinarily difficult to recognize the desire of capital such as it is instantiated here and there, as, for example in labor, in the awful mundane sense of the grind for which not even the worker today has enough words of contempt and disrepute, or as in the object, the same object whose force puissance Baudrillard's fascination has for its part, justifiably, so helped us to recapture through its power. Isn't fetishism an opportunity for intensities? Doesn't it attest to an admirable force of invention, adding events which could not be more improbable to the libidinal band? From where would you criticize fetishism, when you know that one cannot criticize homosexuality or masochism without becoming a crude bastard of the moral order? Or again indeed, investment in the time of capital, this strange simultaneous placing in reserve and anticipated expenditure of libidinal intensities, which is implied in the system of banking and currency, an analysis of this might be attempted later. Or more simply, investment in the system as such, in general, a characteristic by which one Gell-Mann, a great physicist, finds himself a collaborator with a Westmoreland, a pathetic scientific criminal from the Vietnam War, one characteristic of the decisive congruence, and doubtless not exclusive of others, between science and capital. And yet the investment in the system, in value, in the constitution of pieces of the libidinal band in terms which only have value through difference or reference, and in the establishment of the laws of these cross-references, that is to say the deranged investment in the bond and its accomplice, lack, like a drug whose supply one doesn't even ask for again for the lack of it, is as much a having as any other. One in the sense of Freudian libidinal economy, in the metapsychology or the ego and the id, can't this investment give rise to vertiginous intensities? Were not Einstein's most artistic inventions also driven by this desire, by the conviction that God, as he said, certainly does not play at dice? And what is lost in this? Nothing at all. But, you will say, it gives rise to power and domination, to exploitation and even extermination. Quite true, but also to masochism, but the strange bodily arrangement of the skilled worker with his job and his machine, which is so often reminiscent of the dispositif of hysteria, can also produce the extermination of a population. Look at the English proletariat, at what capital, that is to say their labor, has done to their body. You will tell me, however, that it was that or die. But it is always that or die. This is the law of libidinal economy. No, not the law, this is its provisional, very provisional, definition in the form of the cry, of intensities of desire, that or die. I.e., that and dying from it, death always in it, as its internal bark, its thin nut skin, not yet as its price, on the contrary as that which renders it unpayable. And perhaps you believe that that or die is an alternative. And that if they chose that, if they become the slave of the machine of the machine, fucker fucked by it, 8, 12 hours a day, year after year, it is because they are forced into it, constrained, because they cling to life. Death is not an alternative to it, it is a part of it, it attests to the fact that there is joyance in it. The English unemployed did not become workers to survive, they hang on tight and spit on mean joyed ifs and joyride the hysterical, masochistic, whatever exhaustion it was of hanging on in the mines, in the foundries, in the factories, in hell, they enjoyed it, enjoyed the mad destruction of their organic body which was indeed imposed upon them, they enjoyed the decomposition of their personal identity, the identity that the peasant tradition had constructed for them. Enjoyed the dissolution of their families and villages, and enjoyed the new monstrous anonymity of the suburbs and the pubs in the morning and evening. And let's finally acknowledge this joyance, which is similar. Little girl Marx was clear